going live. Oh shoot, we're going live. Dreamworks go-kart racing. I don't know if anyone.
Go-kart racing. Imagine King Julian was the moderator.
Technically, there was a game where King Julian was kind of like the host, and you can literally play a Shrek, Bob, Puss, Toothless can ride.
You're right.
Yeah, that was a real thing, man.
DreamWorks. I was about to put DreamWorks Mario Kart. DreamWorks All-Star Kart. Oh, I forgot about that.
I remember I played that game. I don't think I played the new one yet, because I could have sworn there is a new one, like maybe after Puss in Boots 2. And, yeah, all I can remember is, like, yeah, they made a follow-up. And then the first one that I'm referring to was, like, released back in 2013, I think.
Let me play as Rico, bro.
Oh, yeah, no, you can play as Skipper. I remember Skipper's special move where he has, like, this siren. He goes, "Drop it, give me Ted!"
I'm still waiting the day we're going to get a DreamWorks movie or a Pixar Disney movie that stars Jim Carrey.
Oh, yeah, because I'm surprised that DreamWorks has a habit for, like, hiring a lot of comedic actors, but not my favorite. Jim Carrey's, like, a part of, like, one of them, which is pretty surprising. At least other fan favorites like Jack Black and Eddie Murphy were a part of it, but sadly not him, because even back then I was like, as much as I love him, like, on camera, I kind of wish he would have done, like, more voiceover roles outside of Horn Hears a Who, which that was a Blue Sky movie, and Christmas Carol, which was only the one and only Disney movie he's ever done, because every actor in Hollywood needs to be at least in one Disney movie.
Yeah, I mean, then again, there's Christmas Carol, and then Horton Hears a Who. That's technically a Disney movie, so.
Yeah, because, yeah, Disney bought the rights to Fox, so, yeah, that counts. But, yeah, Cameron, welcome back to the chat. Have you seen the new season of Phineas and Ferb? I've seen clips of the very first episode.
Yeah.
And I think it's out on YouTube. I haven't checked out, like, the rest of the new episodes, but just by what I've seen from the first episode, it's pretty much what I've remembered, pretty much the same of what we enjoyed about Phineas and Ferb, because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but Doofenshmirtz still the GOAT. Especially, that one iconic meme where it's like, well, if I get to ride myself, I got 2 nickels, which isn't saying a lot. You know, that phrase.
But it's weird that it happened twice.
Mm-hmm. Every time, man. So anyway, Livestream's going so well, my boys. So anyway, we are back after a 1-week hiatus after part 1 of the Dreamworks tier list stream. For those who haven't seen part 1, there you go. This is the 90s, 2000s era. But now we got me, Gabriel, and Lesnar to rank the 2010s and the 2020s era of Dreamworks movies.
Yeah!
I thought Gabriel was going to say something by saying, like, yeah, let's watch Incredible Crew on Dreamworks Animations.
No.
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right, Dark Bonnie, 8745. Meet the Robinsons was close. Yeah, that's very true. Jim Carrey was actually once considered to voice the bowler hat guy, but, you know, the director decided to voice that character, and unironically, no wonder...
what?
No, unironically, that's why Robotnik in Sonic Movie 1 kind of looks like the bowler head guy from that movie with the black suit and the mustache. So I'm like, right, because Jim was once considered for that role. And speaking of which, he was considered to voice the raccoon. Yeah, RJ the raccoon in Over the Hedge. But, you know, Bruce Willis took over the role around that time, even though Bruce Willis was known as a drama actor for his Die Hard movies. So Jim would have almost be like in one of these DreamWorks movies or Disney, but, you know, whenever you become a famous actor in Hollywood, you're just busy for, like, one project to another.
Wait, why did they let him play the bowler hat guy?
Probably because of schedule reasons, and I think Meet the Robinsons came out in 2007, and maybe Jim Carrey was too busy filming his most darkest movie in his career, in my opinion, The Number 23, and that movie came out first. And I remember me and Gabriel watched Meet the Robinsons around that time, so the director wanted Jim to voice the role, but instead, since Jim wasn't available in terms of schedule conflicts, that's why the director himself decided to voice the bowler head guy.
That would have been 2 Disney movies he would have been in.
Around in the late 2000s. Phineas crashing throughout the second dimension was one of the funniest moments. Y'all are talking about the second dimension from that movie, which is why we just quoted
Disney Channel movie. We're just...
Yeah, I was like, why are we talking about Phineas and Ferb? We should get back to the DreamWorks topic, a.k.a. Disney's rival around that time.
Yeah, man.
So, anyway, we're just going to go straight to part 2. Who knows if we have another friend to tag along. But shall we start off with the very first one in 2010, which is none other than Megamind. Shout out for those that knows that TV spot when that first came out during the hype of the movie. That TV spot slapped during the Megamind rap. Megamind. Do you want me to go first? Do you want Gabriel to go first? Or let's go first talk about how peak Megamind is?
I want to say this real quick before I let anyone else speak. Literally, while I was in the middle of rewatching this movie, we started this call. Honestly, already watching the half, and I already love it. Like, it's... I love Megamind. He's... Honestly, he's really funny. Yeah. Him and the minion, too. Shoot, the Jonah Hill character, I don't know what I'm going to be reminded of what type of hijinks he ensues.
Yeah, his character's name is Hal, but then his superhero ego's called
Hal.
Titan.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Even though, like, yeah, he's the type of dude that, I guess, is just...
He's a simp. He's a simp for Roxanne, and then he's like, yeah, I got muscles now. Love me, girl.
Yeah, Roxanne. Of course her name is Roxanne. Roxanne. Roxanne.
Yeah, Roxanne. Hey, yo, pause.
Yeah. My thoughts on the first half. Goated. I love it. And I'm going to keep watching it, bro.
So I guess that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm freak. I don't know what to say.
So you just
I don't know. I guess I don't really know.
You just don't know which letter to put it on yet, even if you haven't, quote unquote, finished the movie.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen it, so that's why I'm still rewatching it.
All right, so I like this quote. How did she find my hideout? I mean, how did you find his hideout? Yeah, that's a great quote.
Oh, yeah. How did she find my hideout? I mean, how did you find my hideout?
Yeah, when Megamind was disguised as Bernard, who was voiced by Ben Stiller, which when I was a kid, I didn't know, I'm like, wait, that was Alex the Lion the whole time? But then when I rewatched it again, I'm like, yeah, that is Ben Stiller's voice where he goes, well, that's a pretty tasteless costume. Megamind's head's not that big. Nerd. But anyway, speaking of the ranking, should it go with me or Gabriel next when it comes to talking about Megamind?
Gabe.
Yeah, either me or Gabriel.
I'll give it a try.
Try.
Yeah, Megamind was... I mean, I was super hyped for this movie when I was a kid. I was like... excited for the movie. I was excited for the video game, which I don't think I played it, but I just remember watching gameplay of it.
I played both games.
I was super
Xbox
excited about it. I don't know. There's just something about Megamind that is so fun and just like addicting to watch and rewatch. I think, I don't know. It's got comedy and just the whole superhero, supervillain genre, and it's the whole trope of the supervillain trying to be like, but I can be a good guy. I can be acknowledged and respected too. And, kind of like Wreck-It Ralph. But,
But this movie came out before Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah. I don't know. But just on its own, besides being compared to other movies that have that same trope, on its own, I think it did a really good job with that, and like it made it easy to connect with Megamind, and the way he looked as a kid, and then their backstory, like Metro Man when he was younger, and then they gave him the badge.
Oh yeah,
at the school
when he got bullied at school for over freaking popcorn explosions.
What was that scene? It was like the guys like telling him what's good and bad with like pictures.
Oh yeah, what's right and wrong.
Yeah.
What's right and what's wrong. Oh wait, no, that's the other way around. My fault.
But I just like the little stuff like that where it shows the difference between Metro Man's life and Megamind's life, and how he was an outcast, and like they didn't like him and this and that because the way he looks or maybe the way he acts, and that's what made him become a villain. I mean, that's the majority of what happens to, like, it's kind of a cliche, but they do it on purpose. So I like in the beginning it shows his life as a villain, what he's done, and how he's like when he's a villain, and then um, later on throughout the whole movie, it's just the journey of him becoming more likable and trying to look like a hero, especially now that they thought Metro Man was dead. Um, and then I'll be honest, it's been a while, so I don't remember how what's his face?
Metro Man?
The villain.
Oh, Hal,
No.
aka Titan.
Yeah. I forget how he becomes Titan.
Oh,
But
remember when Megamind and Minion just goes to his apartment and then they're like, well, if I can't have a superhero, then we have to create one. And then they just whack Hal, they break to this apartment, and then they give him the powers, and then Megamind and Minion get in disguise of being their lucky space dad space mom. So basically, Megamind literally said
okay, that
it.
I remember.
He's
That I
literally said it
remember.
in front of Hal. I'm the villain, you're the
Yeah,
good guy.
I remember
That's
that
why
now.
I created you. That's how it happened.
Yeah, I remember that now. That was funny too. Will Ferrell still voiced him, right, as the old
Yeah, that's
man,
all of that is
Godfather.
Will Ferrell's voice, because bro's a comedic
Yeah.
genius, so of course.
I
he'll
think
do
that's
that.
what made the movie a lot better too, was Will Ferrell's voice acting and his performance, because he's just so good in comedy.
Mhm.
I don't know. He just nailed the role of Megamind. He built that character. He made the character who he
He
is.
cosplays
Um,
before.
Yeah. And I just like the character, like how funny and unique the character designs are, and the animation stuff in this movie for the characters and their suits. I love the part where Megamind gets his new suit, where it looks more like
The
gothic
Black
and all that.
Mamba.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, I especially love the scene where he's in the mech and he's fighting Titan.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. This is for
I
making
love
a
that
fool
scene.
out of me. Ah!
Yeah. And then when he's mocking her, mwah, mwah.
So, well, I'm gonna get my hands on you.
I freaking love that part of the movie. And also I forget why they were arguing between Minion and Megamind.
You're
And then
saying you
Megamind
don't
left
need
or
me?
something?
Okay, if you don't remember, it's like, remember Megamind is doing his best to, like, quote-unquote, be a good guy, just to disguise himself as Bernard, the nerd that basically he just froze, and he's in love with Roxanne Ritchie, even though despite he kidnaps her, and then Minion's like, sir, you have fallen in love with her, and Megamind's like, well, if you're gonna stop me, just, make some good changes of not wanting to be a bad guy anymore, like, one, he doesn't want to become a villain anymore, two, he's in love with a girl, and he's like, code fine, I don't need you, and then boom, that's where Minion decided to walk away, and then their friendship is kind of broken because of that.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the little bit of drama they added to, like, because of Megamind's attitude throughout his journey of trying his best to look like a hero, but he was not very great at it because, he's been a villain most of his life. So I like that, and Minion, he's the GOAT, man. Hey, what do you think of this? No.
You Robin the Chipmunks, Crane for Kung Fu
Yep.
Panda.
Yep.
Oh,
Wait a minute,
But-
Dave from Alvin the Chipmunks is here to...
yes.
Don't hurt Dave! I know it's-
I like Dave.
I knew you were
Um,
going to mention
active-
Alvin the Chipmunks reference.
But yeah, Minion, he's the GOAT. I love that guy. What else? Also that montage.
Off the rails on the crazy train. Remember the freeze frame when Minion just like slides and the Megamind just slow-mo when they're messing up with the White
Yeah.
House?
Yeah, I love that montage of the movie. How everything just looks destroyed and stuff. What else? That scene where they turn around and see Metro Man and he's Markiplier.
Yeah, he is in real
And
life.
then
Yeah,
she freaking throws this stuff at him.
And he feels
You
no
and my
harm.
mom's arguing at
the meme.
Yeah. You and my mom yells at me and I'm used to it.
I'm dying.
Yeah, I like that little plot twist and him explaining his story, and then that scene where Metro Man is like frozen in time, like time stopped.
Yeah, where
and
Megamind
just
goes, fire!
Yeah, and then it's just, I just see memes of that all the time, where it's like, when when I disconnected, in a game, and then it's just him like frozen in time or whatever.
Mute yourself on the Discord
know.
chat.
Yeah. And then of course the iconic scene where, Metro Man goes up on stage and he says "What's up" to the people, and then the baby, and he freaking tosses the babies. Yeah.
I love
That
you,
that meme where he slaps Puppet Yoda.
See, yeah.
Yeah. I love you, random citizen.
And I love you, random citizen. And then the first thing he says, "Hey."
Hey.
He did it before Miles Morales.
This thing's fire.
But yeah, in terms of like I said earlier, the character designs, like Titan, I just think looks the funniest.
Because it's literally Jonah Hill, but in animated form.
Yeah. More like under new management.
And then he just takes down the mayor with a thumb.
And then I freaking love when Metro Man pulls up on him after.
I think someone mentioned in the
comments.
comments.
You're the punk
I'm hearing about. Yeah, Noah put it in the chat, and then boom, fart noises.
Yeah, I love that. Mm-hmm. And then he freaking runs away or flies away.
Yeah.
And then the epic part where Megamind shows up in that like giant hologram of bots or whatever.
With Guns N' Roses, Welcome to the Jungle.
Yeah, Guns N' Roses.
Mm-hmm.
There is no Easter Bunny. There is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no Queen of England.
This is the real world.
I freaking just he's such a stupid character, but like he works as a villain. He's like a stupid version of Syndrome
from
almost.
The Incredibles.
Yeah, he's just a funny villain. I can't take him seriously, but that's what's. I mean, it's kind of intentional. That's why I love it. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Overall, the movie's just a lot of fun. Great, rewatchable movie. It's not anything deep. It's just more of a movie that's supposed to be cliche with superhero stuff and supervillain stuff, and just to be funny. So I would put it at A.
As a matter of fact, now that Gabriel mentions it, I will put it on A tier. But before I get to my thoughts about it, let me just read the chat real quick. So, yes, Dark Bonnie 87, I'm on the highway to la 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 la. Where it's funny that in that scene they purposely want to censor hell, despite Megamind said the word damn in the PG-rated movie. So I find that pretty funny. Anyway, let me just read this. So,
I forget the scene. I'll always be a villain.
And that's voiced by J.K. Simmons, by the way. So I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that.
You could have recognized the voice if you go back. So let me get back to the chat. In the Megamind sequel series, it was some brainy villain. Yeah, I remember that. And you guys are probably wondering, why am I not putting the sequel onto the tier list? Because number one, Dreamworks did not animate that studio, but they still get Dreamworks permission. Two, if I would have put it on the list, it would easily go on F tier for a reason. Anyway, hey, welcome Haley to this. Wait, what were you gonna say, y'all?
I was gonna say I didn't know Dreamworks did animate the sequel.
Yeah, they didn't. But anyway, let me just read the stream. Hey Haley, welcome to the stream. Still haven't watched part 1. I mean, trust me, part 1 is like 5 hours long, so good luck with that. Ignore the cameo comment. So let me just see. It's sad that the Watch of Water Cube gun is not used like Megamind rules and equal. I mean, Megamind's dressed as a human, but not Watch in disguise as we think. Yeah, that's honestly pretty disappointment. I saw the Queen of England line become a meme of 2022. Yeah, because, spoilers, when the Queen of England was literally dead, everybody was spamming that meme from Megamind. So, anyway, let me just read this. Cameron, I know it's you. I like the soundtrack of the film, minus Welcome to the Jungle. Let me guess, because Welcome to the Jungle was so overplayed, even though I think it's a good song. And yeah, speaking of the songs, yeah, there was a lot. Like, we got some AC/DC songs. They did play Back in Black. I'm like, holy crap, Iron Man? They play Highway to Hell, which obviously Minion replaced it with that one song that was playing Disney's The Wild. Loving You. And yeah, the Guns N' Roses song, Going Off the Rails. Surprisingly, Megamind actually got some pretty good licensed songs, now I think about it. I don't consider Dude Syndicate canon. You want to know why I would consider canon in the Megamind universe? The video games. And yes, there are 2 separate video games. One for Xbox where you literally have a different version of the Doom Syndicate. Not the crappy one in 2024, but there's like a whole different one. One was construction, one was a flame one was about jazz, and another one was called Psychedelic and the Conductor. It was a bunch of random villains. Megamind use of AC/DC is cool. I mean, first of all, Iron Man did that in the first place, but Megamind decided to steal the thunder, yo. But anyway, my thoughts on the movie. Megamind is peak comedy, man. Like, first of all, I mean, it's no surprise that Will Ferrell is obviously bringing his A game for his sense of humor, which, by the way, I knew Will Ferrell's first voiceover role was Ted, a.k.a. the man with the yellow hat in the 2006 Curious George movie. That was peak, in my opinion. But then to Megamind, I think it's Will Ferrell's best voiceover role if you compare it to, like, his other ones where I think because of Megamind, Will Ferrell gets stereotypically typecast as voicing an animated villain. Like, first, he was Megamind, then he was Lord Business in the Lego movie, and then he's like, what, Maxime Lamal and Despicable Me 4, so I'm like, in that movie, he's basically French Megamind with Doofenshmirtz's body and a cockroach, like, powers for some reason. But that being said, Megamind is easily his best voiceover role, like, in terms of everything, and I think it's honestly one of Will Ferrell's best movies next to Anchorman and Elf. But other than that, it's like the rest of the voice cast, I mean, as you expect what DreamWorks does, they always like, who's the most funniest people nowadays? So they cast Tina Fey as Roxanne Ritchie, basically the Lois Lane archetype. David Cross, Ian from Alvin and the Chipmunks. Hey, that's my muffin! Anyway, jokes aside, he was pretty cool as Minion. Jonah Hill, it's kind of funny that Jonah Hill did How to Train Your Dragon and Megamind literally the same year, but I argue that Jonah Hill had a lot more to do in the Megamind movie compared to How to Train Your Dragon, since his character was very, like, small in that role. And then Brad Pitt, which we talked about Sinbad, I'm like, wow, I didn't know that Sinbad was Brad Pitt's first DreamWorks movie, and him playing it as Metro Man, as this fake Superman, Mr. Incredible archetype, bro, it's just hilarious. I love you, Random Citizen. So, you're the punk that you're talking about. And then, in disguise. Anyway, let me see. Megamind's use of AC/DC is cool. It represents who Megamind is. Yeah, literally, because he's kind of like a villain becoming an anti-hero. Had the coolest AC/DC music called Big Gun, but it's an Arnold movie, not a DreamWorks movie. Okay, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, what's so cool about Megamind as a movie? So I talked about the cast. So this movie basically plays around with the superhero tropes, but they often like make twists with the superhero tropes. Like you have the goody two-shoes superhero, you got the villain that's off out of space. Like literally, the first half of this movie is basically a Superman parody. Like literally, when Megamind's being shipped when his parents are taken away, it's basically making fun of the origin story of Superman, where his space dad back in the play is like, you are destined for greatness, but then they mute on purpose for Megamind's like, I did not understand what he meant for. Destined for what? But then you realize that Metro Man is the reason why Megamind becomes a villain, because Metro Man just wants to be the spoiled kid that gets all the love, while Megamind gets no love just because he's a big blue ball alien that does nothing but, has to become a villain with all the prisoners, like what Gabriel said with the car memes, which is pretty funny. And then during the montage was pretty nice, that proves that Metro Man was more of a bully than Megamind. So technically, if it weren't for Metro Man, Megamind will not be the villain who he is today. And then during the moment where, literally when he had to disguise himself as J.K. Simmons' character, Dwayne, did you just show up, bro?
I'm here. What's up? What's up, stream? What's up, everybody? What's up, Cameron, my favorite streamer, Lord?
We're just talking about how peak Megamind is. Without Megamind, we wouldn't
have... You guys are on Megamind?
Already, it's bro, it's literally the first movie that we're
I was thinking, like, you guys were gonna be, like, on... Oh, okay. All right.
It's still the first movie that we're still talking about, but I will wrap up my thoughts eventually.
Naga!
But I know you're gonna be glazing Megamind as well, because, it's that peak. Anyway, let me just read this comment without Megamind. Correction. I think Despicable Me came out before Megamind, but then Wreck-It Ralph exists. But let's be honest, Megamind's the best bad guy, wants to be good guy type of movie, which I will be honest with you, like, the jokes just don't stop. Like, during the montage of him being the space dad, making Hal, aka Jonah Hill, being a simp over Tina Fey's character, Roxanne, throughout the movie, and then get superpowers to just go, yeah, I'm your lucky space dad. And I think this was the first movie where they play Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why, before, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 decided to bring that recognition back. And I like that when Minion was like throwing the barrels, I'm like, hey yo, it's making fun of Donkey Kong, even though Illumination got the rights for Mario. But overall, I just think the archetypes from Megamind just become the bad guy, and during his like conflicts between Minion and Tina Fey, like once again, it kind of like mixes the superhero tropes that you don't expect, where you have this Superman-esque villain. Like Megamind is kind of like a hybrid of Brainiac and Lex Luthor, and you just combine it into one with a little bit of Joker schemes, but not like, you know, as horrific, brutally as scary as the Joker in a way. But either way, I just think like the character definitely leaves on its own. Don't give a simp or a weeb superpowers, but once when you give that weeb superpowers and start making fun of him, then that simp and weeb will become your worst enemy. And just the way how Jonah Hill just becomes, like, whenever he gets pissed off, every single time where he goes, ah! Literally every single time where Megamind kind of manipulated him throughout faking like his face down and basically stealing Roxanne over him around that time. And then that one more where he goes, "You're dead, Megamind!" No, that's not how we play the game. Game over. And then literally when he almost, quote-unquote, tried to kill Megamind, and once when the mayor of the town of Metropolis was so excited, we're like, "Thank you, Titan, that's free for us." More like, under new mesh. But then when Titan flicked off the mayor to the streets, remember we used to rewind that scene multiple times just because how funny it was of under new mesh. And then the mayor, I feel like that bro could have easily cracked his neck, but you know, it's animation, it's not going to be like that. And I will be honest with you, the plot twist when Megamind and Roxanne discover where Metro Man is like still alive, literally what he says like, I'm dying. It's like, bro, I thought he's literally retired just because like, I don't know, health issues. But other than that, it's like, yeah, I don't want to do the superhero crap anymore, so I'm just going to fake my death. So I'm like, wow, Metro Man, you basically depicted fake celebrity deaths in the media and just make people fall for it. How ironic. So this movie,
and the fact that it was spoiled in the trailers too, so everybody saw it coming.
Yeah, in a way, especially since I think it was like shown immediately in the second trailer. But that being said, the final act was pretty awesome. Sure, there's no Easter Bunny, there's no Queen of England, still funny. Even though Guns N' Roses is pretty much Welcome to the Jungle is very overplayed, but the way how Megamind does it with his brain brots was pretty epic to see, including the finale where he decides to disguise himself as not just Metro Man, but during the part where he tries to take the invisible car, I like the fact where Titan just removes the door, like, oh shoot, I forgot to put on the lock. And then flashbacks to what Megamind used with the ice cube in the first place that Roxanne knows. And then surprisingly, Roxanne and Megamind surprisingly end up becoming a, good working team where they used to be enemies. Like, I used to kidnap you, but somehow I still fall in love with you because, you know, you're voiced by Tina Fey. But during the moment where Jonah Hill just got knocked out by deactivating his powers and just lose all that weight, it's kind of funny, like, when he gets straight to the end, he's just dancing the prison by just going, I'm bad. It's like, yeah, bro, you were in the movie Superbad with McLovin, and you were in How to Train Your Dragon with McLovin, so irony at its finest. And to be fair,
I'm super bad.
Yeah, get it? But yeah, speaking of which, even though I knew who Michael Jackson was, but I think that was the first time that kind of introduced me to the song Bad in the first place. I remember when I watched the movie, because this movie came out around my birthday month. I was about to turn 9 years old around the time when this movie was in theaters. I remember there's this one woman singing in the background, because I'm bad. So in my mind, I'm like, oh, was this a popular song? And then when I look it up on YouTube, I'm like, oh, that was Michael Jackson? I thought that was like some random woman. But hey, it easily fits for the ending of Megamind, where he becomes like this villain to anti-hero. So I will say this, Megamind is not S tier, but I'm going to agree with the boys. It is 100% an A tier movie. Peak comedy, one of the best superhero movies that's not Marvel, DC, that's next to the Incredibles. So I would say, yeah, it's A tier. It's up there with the Madagascar movies and El Dorado. So, Dwayne, now that you're here, I want to say something about Megamind.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Rewatched it a few, maybe a month ago when it was on HBO Max. Still think it's a great movie. Honestly, in my opinion, it is probably top 10 superhero movies of all time. I really love that it's one of the first superhero movies kind of to make fun of itself in a way, making fun of the tropes. It doesn't go full on comedy, making fun
Batman.
of itself, type thing. Yeah, I was gonna bring up Lego Batman, but I didn't want to sound autistic. But yeah, it's kind of like that. But I really like that it makes fun of the tropes of Superman versus Lex Luthor type, story beat. Or Gabe, I heard you bring it up earlier about Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, it is kind of like that, just switching it around. And I don't know, I really like it. Obviously, you catch a lot of references to older comic book, mainly DC stuff throughout the movie,
pretty much,
which is pretty cool. I don't know, I love Will Ferrell. He's Lord Business, dude. He's the president businessman.
He's the man with the yellow hat.
Business. Forgot about that.
It's not personal. It's business. Lord
Lord
business.
Lord
Ciao.
business.
Bad job. Unfortunately, I have to leave you here to die. But yeah, I love Will Ferrell. Oh no.
Hello.
I remember seeing the commercials a lot. I remember one commercial that kept going, Megamind.
Megamind. See, someone gets my reference.
Yeah,
I remember that commercial.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember the McDonald's toys. I remember like being not traumatized, but that was like one of the first times I saw a skeleton in like a movie when I was younger. You know, when like you see Metro Man's like fake skeleton. I remember like because I guess I just forgot that he was in the trailer, so I actually thought he was dead. And that actually, I sat there in my seat, and that just stuck with me. I remember that. I was like, "Damn, I just saw somebody die."
I did it.
But yeah, great movie. I'm trying to think of what else. Minion was cool before the Minions. Well, after the Minions, technically. Yeah, Tina Fey. Whatever her name is, Roxanne Ritchie. Bad as hell. Don't care. She bad. Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, you know, Roxanne Ritchie, Lois Lane, you know, yeah, Metro Man, Super. No, okay, I'm sorry.
It's making fun of the Superman tropes.
Jimmy Olsen's basically freaking whatever his name is,
Hal.
Whatever Jonah Hill was. Yeah.
Hal.
Yeah, great movie. I would personally put it in S tier because I really love what it did, but you know, A tier is pretty fair.
Yeah, I just think it's a much more complex story than the Madagascar movie, so that's why I just put it on a high A for my ranking. But man,
no, put it S plus, bro. Underrated masterpiece, like Schaefer said.
Oh yeah. I remember I watched this video, including his rant on the sequel, which thankfully we're not including the sequel because
what sequel, dude? I cannot wait. Oh, you mean the Button of Doom?
Yeah,
you know,
that's the real sequel. Button of Doom,
right? Yeah,
it's the Megamind. That's the real sequel.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of sequels, y'all. Okay, I don't know if I should be the first one to talk about.
Oh crap.
Yeah, I'm gonna be glazing the heck out of Kung Fu Panda 2 to death, man, because look, whenever DreamWorks, for the most part, I won't say every sequel, but whenever they make their sequels, especially their second movies, they cook fine wine, fine good roasted chicken, steamed hamburgers, and all that, man. And I don't know, should I start with my Kung Fu Panda 2 thoughts, or anyone else wants to, I don't know.
I mean, we kind of have a controversial.
You guys can go first.
Wait, who will go first, me or?
I feel like I gotta get mine out of the way.
Yeah, go ahead, Dwayne, go ahead.
Okay. Listen. When did this movie come out? 2011? I don't remember how old I was.
Yeah, May 2011.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first saw the movie in theaters, I remember seeing it in theaters. I did not like the movie.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was like, I didn't understand. I guess I just didn't understand the plot. I didn't understand like anything. I wanted to go into the movie and see like whole fight. You know, I ended up becoming depressed at a young age watching that movie. Damn. So I hated it.
Wow.
So like for a while, I never rewatched this movie. I only rewatched 1 and 3. So like that's why like my memory on it is kind of faded. But like faded. No.
Faded.
I rewatched it like maybe like a year ago though, and like my opinion completely changed, and I was like, oh man, I didn't appreciate this movie when I was younger. You know, it was all the darker themes, you know, all the pandas being erased by Lord Shen, yada yada. You know, the meaning of like you had a horrible beginning, but that doesn't make you who you are. You know, it's a great message. I guess it's just because
love it.
I didn't really like it when I was younger, and I haven't rewatched it a lot. Like, it's not, like, cemented in my mind, if that makes any sense.
I get you.
I think it's a great movie. It's just, like, it's just never stuck with me, if, like, that makes sense.
You never had, like,
so
a strong passionate attachment to it.
Yeah, like, I mean, I would still put it in A, because I remember it being a great movie. It's just, like, I guess I just was lacking that connection that I had when I was little. So, like, it's just, like, I don't know. It's not S tier for me.
But
if that makes sense.
At least you give it a solid review by saying, no, it's in the same rating as Shrek the Third.
No, that is insane. Like even younger me was like, no, this movie's not bad. It's
not
too
as
depressing.
Yeah,
well, it ended up becoming real. But all right. No.
Hey, pretty solid, pretty valid take, so that's fine by you. So anyway, should I go next, or somebody else wants to go for 4B before I start glazing the hell out of it?
I'll try and
My
go.
old enemy.
Stairs.
Okay, Kung Fu Panda 2.
And the two.
I don't remember if I watched it in theaters or not, but
I believe you have with Gabriel. I think you have with me once with my dad, but that was like a long time ago when it first released.
Yeah, I hardly remember it, but I
Remember
I do
the
know
trailer
I watched
more.
it.
Oh yeah, Kung Fu Story Contest, go! You guys look amazing by the way.
Yeah, I remember that one more than the actual movie.
Uh-huh.
I
But-
know for a fact I watched it when it first came out. This movie I think was like just a roller coaster of different emotions. It was, you know, funny, it was action packed, it was emotional. To be honest, I feel like they could have stopped there
Same,
with the Kung Fu
Yeah.
Panda movies.
same.
Well,
I mean, as much as I like 3, but
Sorry.
the second
I
movie
mean, they
has
could have
such a
done like
the second movie has
maybe a
such a strong
series or
ending
something,
though.
like maybe prequel
Oh, what
with
they
one
did.
of the characters, but I don't know. But it was such a good movie. I love the tone of it was very different from the first. Like the first was just obviously it had its good emotional moments and it took itself seriously at times in the first movie, but a lot of it just like the vibe of the first movie felt more vibrant and upbeat, I guess, like more fun or exciting. And this one, it had some of that too, but like I think
It's
it
more
just
darker.
went more deeper.
Basically, The
than
Empire
the
Strikes
first.
Back. Empire Strikes Back.
And I could see how this villain is like somebody like if you said this was your favorite Kung Fu Panda villain, I
Me.
wouldn't argue.
Me.
yeah, I agree. Hitler.
He's not my favorite, but I would not argue if you said that was your favorite because he's a villain for sure, and it's a freaking peacock.
It's a peacock that's
Yeah,
so
of all
surprisingly
things.
imitating.
Yeah, made one of the most beautiful creatures into a.
Brilliantly
Such an
voiced by
evil
Gary Oldman.
person.
Such a great actor.
Yeah, he did great voicing this character, and I love the like his castle place thing or wherever they fought at.
Yeah, the tower.
Yeah, like the whole atmosphere and the fire and like at night and everything. It just looked so cool. And then Poe showing up like a legend. As the
up the
Dragon
stairs.
Warrior. It was freaking dope. It was like the whole movie was kind of building up to that moment with the flashbacks about his parents.
I cannot wait to talk about
um,
my thoughts on that because I have a lot to say.
And like it makes the connection between him and the villain like more personal, and it makes that final battle more meaningful. And that's what I love with just fiction in general. Like when there's a personal connection to the battle, instead of just hey, that guy's mean and powerful, I got to stop him. There's a reason, like
A connection. with the
like
past.
they have a reason to fight.
Yeah.
A deeper reason, I mean. So they did good with that. The music was beautiful
By, as always,
animation
by the
obviously was
legendary
an
Hans Zimmer
improvement
and John Powell.
from the first. Gosh, I
Dum-dums?
can't take that scene where he does
What
the
scene?
yin yang thing and then throws.
Oh
the
yeah,
whatever.
skadoosh, and then boom.
I can't take that seriously. The memes. I
Poe
can't.
just went Dragon Ball Z
But-
and just do the Kamehameha.
But still, it was cool. It was really cool how they. Because he's a panda.
Also, the
Yeah.
metaphor, the hero in black and white from the beginning of the movie.
Yeah. I mostly remember the ending or like last half of the movie than the beginning of the movie, to be honest. But
Okay, I see.
That's like the
I think-
opposite for me, man. That's crazy.
but like I think the last half was just the best part of the
Easily,
movie.
yeah,
Um,
for sure.
I don't know what else to say really. To me, this movie was like I personally prefer the first movie, but this movie is like just as good. And if you said it's your favorite, it's better. I can't even argue with you. It's a really good movie for DreamWorks and Kung Fu Panda.
My favorite is Kung Fu Panda 4.
Yeah, that's the best one in the
Um,
franchise. No, it's not.
But yeah, I there's a lot I'm missing, but I'll let you guys talk about
Well,
it.
I will
I
be
think
the
this
one
movie
since.
for me,
So you would choose it on
for me
A
is
tier.
an S rank.
Okay, S for
I
you.
think
All
it's
right.
an S rank for me.
Okay, so
Along with
now
the
that
first.
Gabriel mentions, like, if you have a different opinion, that's fine, because yeah, I'm one of those people, and I know I'm not the only one in the chat. For those that have seen Kung Fu Panda 2, of course, I mentioned in part 1, I was unexpectedly hyped for a movie that's voiced by Jack Black as a talking panda that knows Kung Fu. Of course, I always mentioned in part 1 where I'm like, I didn't know who Jack Black was, but this movie franchise introduced me to not who Jack Black was, but to everyone else who was involved in the movie. But now for the sequel, like, bro, my younger self was hyped for the sequel, and I remember watching in the theater. Like, Gabriel and my dad probably might not remember back in May 2011, but man, after walking out of Kung Fu Panda 2, just like with the original How to Train Your Dragon, I loved it, man. And even when I got older, I start to appreciate a whole lot more. Like, yes, I would say, okay, I'm not going to talk about How to Train Your Dragon 2 yet, but I feel like both Kung Fu Panda 2 and How to Train Your Dragon 2 has very similar parallels, similar tones, and very similar emotional levels that feels personal to, like, not just the main characters, but probably to some of the audience members like myself. But back to Kung Fu Panda 2, so how can you up the stakes? So technically, I can already tell that Kung Fu Panda 2, it easily took a Star Wars Empire Strikes Back type of tone. Like, it's more darker, a lot more personal. Even the villain has a integral past with the main hero's, like, past tragedy, his childhood drama. And I do like in the very beginning of the movie where you have, I forgot what her name, but she's voiced by Michelle Yeoh, who's from Everything Everywhere All at Once. Talk about Lord Shen's past, where basically all he just wanted is, like, you know, have appreciation for what he aspires to do, but his parents just sees nothing but darkness in him. Kind of similar like Tai Lung, but except Shen is not like having thirst for power, for, like, you know, being the best kung fu warrior. He's just having obsession for over domination, having more metal, and for some reason, like, having a whole pack of wolves. And yeah, someone's mentioning this in the comments, which I will talk about that scene where it makes Jack Black more emotional actor, but then there are other movies where Jack Black goes emotional, especially Nacho Libre, but it's rare to see. Yes, that is very true, and I will get to that scene. So, if I have some complaints about Kung Fu Panda 2 is, as much as I do like that Shifu's evolved, sadly, he's not in the movie that much compared to the first movie, since we know I did like Shifu as, like, Poe's mentor, but I like that, even though Shifu's role is, like, very short in this movie, but you could tell his role is very integral, like, finding inner peace through your pain, and obviously Shifu had to master that from his tragedies of him raising Tai Lung in the first movie. So it was such a small scene, but yet so integral, just to foreshadow, like, Poe's arc and his journey. And I like the fact that the Furious 5 are a lot more to the action than compared to the first movie, because in the first movie, obviously there were Poe's heroes, but there were also Poe's biggest critic, but now they see Poe is worthy enough to be not just a stinky fat panda, but actually be a badass kung fu kicking panda, aka the Dragon Warrior himself. They are a part of the action, like, literally, like, as you expect from a Kung Fu Panda movie. Yes, you got the fun comedy, you got Poe and the Furious 5 taking down these wolves, and then you got these comedic shenanigans where they're trying to protect this bunny playing, like, this Chinese instruments. But then you got this wolf who's voiced by Danny McBride, which I'm like, it's funny because I always get confused of Danny McBride's voice and Seth Rogen's voice, where they both kind of sound the same, and I forgot that they're literally both in the same movie.
Sometimes they can.
Like, see, I'm not the only one where he's like, there's a stinky fat panda, and I'm like, bro, are you kind of trying to do your best Seth Rogen laugh? But then, as entertaining that scene was, this is where we get to, like, the unexpected mystery, where Poe sees a familiar symbol, then boom, childhood drama got the way, the wolf just beat the crap out of Poe, and then after that, it gets to, like, this unexpected mystery that, even in the first movie, even as a kid, I was confused by saying, wait, so his dad is a goose? How does that work out? But in my mind, like, oh, he's adopted. I'm stupid for not thinking about that. So that's why Poe asked Ping, his goose dad, the noodle shop dad that doesn't want to do kung fu, just literally talk about the backstory where it's like, okay, I know it's basically a story that you've probably already seen millions of times before, where it comes to, like, this orphan child that basically has no home, but then you have this one guardian or this parental figure that basically has to raise this young child like his or her own child, which I honestly thought this was pretty wholesome. I mean, all of the Chopo jokes aside, it was honestly pretty adorable, where you have this adorable fat panda just having this addiction over radishes and beets, and then obviously that just lead up to Ping just racing Po, because obviously he's just a sad old goose that has no one to look around with. So moments like that was pretty wholesome. And even Ping, since Ping is a very softy in the inside, which James Hong does a really great job voicing the character for like every Kung Fu Panda media, where the fact that he honestly feels vulnerable, which that was kind of hinted in the Kung Fu Panda holiday special, where he actually feels bad that his son has to go back to Kung Fu, because Po's technically like a celebrity superhero, where all the kids are using all merchandise, action figures, talk about moments in the first movie. But then when Shen, which I will say this, Shen is probably my favorite Kung Fu Panda villain. Like, he's not as badass or as cool as Tai Lung by comparison, which I will agree, but let's be honest, Tai Lung was more of a villain to Shifu, but then he's more of an opponent for Po, just to prove like his overarching journey. But Shen, I love it when villains are like so directly personal to the main character, because that makes the conflict more not just powerful, but just a lot more intriguing for me to watch. And I honestly like that for Shen. Like, one thing that Shen, like, you could, like, the funny thing is, like Gabriel said, he's a freaking peacock, but Gary Oldman, which, once again, really talented actor, and the fact that he gives it all for this peacock that basically just kills a lot of animals. Like, he even killed, like, that old rhino master, and then, literally, Shifu just warned Po in the Furious 5 by saying, "This could be the end of Kung Fu. But I just got Kung Fu, Shifu, but now you must save it." And during the moment where Po says goodbye to Ping, I will admit, Hans Zimmer's and John Powell, yes, the same duo who did the music for the first movie. John Powell did the score for How to Train Your Dragon. Hans Zimmer is my favorite film composer of all time, next to John Williams and Michael Giacchino and all these other guys. But man, they cook with the score of this movie, man. Like, literally during the montage where they're traveling to the snow and get some, like, I like the parallels that Po and Shen are literally preparing themselves for battle, and literally it's the same track from the training montage of the first movie where it goes da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na, like with the art sound, the music's like, bro, this is peak right here. And like I said, I like that the Furious 5 and Po are like very active to the action, where they show techniques of their powers, including when they get to the village and when they take down the woods. It was really entertaining to watch in 3D. But once when they skipped forward to like the Jade Palace, discovered like the crocodile and Master Rocks were just locked up, where they basically just give up, like Kung Fu's dead and Po does not want to give up hope. And then literally when they go up the stairs, which once again, silly gag, my old enemy stairs. Literally when Shen was like very like shocked that Po was definitely a lot more of a humorous guy, because of Jack Black's comedic timing. But then literally when Po was like being like sarcastic by saying, "Can you just spill the beans? I thought this goat was a guy or something." And then after that, once when they have the conflicts around, it's a good thing that they use Mantis just to like replace himself as a toy and stop the cannon. And I will say this, like, when they're like on top of the tower, when it was about to go down, like literally in the middle, it's like, bro, the action scales is like up to the ante since the first movie. Like, the first action scenes were good, but that tower sequence where they're all like jumping off all together is like, bro, this is like my Avengers before the Avengers even existed in the movies, of course. And then, unexpectedly, when Po decided to have his rematch with Lord Shen, and then when he's noticed that the symbol is on Lord Shen's feathers, that's where he gets traumatized by saying, "You were there when there was a genocide about my past." And then literally where we have this Toy Story 3 dynamic where Po's about to fall down to the first with the medal, and the back that Shen just tormented Po, where he's like, "Your parents never loved you, but now let me heal you." And then after that, once again, Po just feels so stunned. He feels very vulnerable in the inside. And then once when Shen blasted Po way out of the lake, it's so funny that this random old goat lady basically just knows whatever Po is going to, and she's just there. I'm pretty sure that that goat is basically just a spirit, kind of like Oogway in a way. It's like, how does she know coincidentally Po would just be defeated after that? But that being said, I feel like this is the Oscar-worthy moment right here, and yes, this scene always gets me to the feels every single time I rewatch it, and somebody mentioned it in the chat, which thank you, Dari Bonnie 87 fan, for mentioning this scene. And yes, it's the Po finds the truth scene, and it goes to like the thematic theme of not just finding inner peace, but overcoming your trauma. Like, literally, this old goat lady brings Po back to like literally where he came from, like where you hit rock bottom, to his childhood home. And the 2D art style is like really cool, and the way how Hans Zimmer's and John Powell, like, I think this is the best music track of the entire movie, and in my personal opinion, this is the best scene of the entire film. Like, literally, when the music goes soft to the flashback, you just see nothing but childhood innocence. Po just remembering of like having his childhood toy, seeing his parents with the panda village, and then when the music changes, boom, genocide happens. Everything's red, dark flare. Kind of gives me a Lion King type of vibe where it's literally from bright, beautiful colors to smile about, and then some dark red colors just to be intimidated and be frightened about. And then literally once when the pandas decide to evacuate, Po is just having that drama, like once every scene's like the crying of the last moment that he had as a child, and then Po was afraid and he stopped. And I like that this old goat mentor's like, stop fighting, let it flow. It's more like, yeah, if you fight, like, it's basically by saying like, if you fight away with your painful emotions, you won't find the peace to yourself. And then it gets to this nice callback from the first movie where you hear this music, da na 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 na, literally just using the water, using it like it's a chi orb. And then after that, where Poe's like trying to find the peace and then remembering the last time that he saw his mother, which honestly, it's really sad stuff to think about. And the reason why Poe is so obsessed with radishes and beets when he was a kid, because literally the last moment, and I will admit, even rewatching, like I said, call me a crybaby, but I actually tear up this moment where Poe's having this one final moment with his mother, and sadly he never gets to know his mom later on, and it plays the emotional track from the first movie. She runs away, takes her sacrifice, and the wolves and Shen kill Poe's mother. But then when it gets back to this iconic quote that I really love from Kung Fu Panda 2, when what the goat says, where she's like, your story may not have a happy beginning, but that doesn't mean it just foreshadows from the rest of your story. And I will admit, like, this moment in this movie gives me inspiration, dare I say, in real life, despite it's a freaking animated movie about freaking Kung Fu Panda. But literally the moment where she's like, your story may not have such a happy beginning, but that doesn't make you who you are, is the rest of the story where you choose to be. And then it shows the montage of the first movie of Poe's journey and the music where it goes da na na. Like, bro, I was just shedding tears, man, including the moment where Poe and Pink is having that moment where Poe's not sure like where he really belongs. And then it gets to this, of course you've seen this model before, but this model right here where she literally talks to Poe, so Panda, who are you? And then Jack Black, bro, delivered this line so great where he goes, I'm Poe, and I'm gonna need a hat. And it's like, bro, that's my homie Kung Fu Panda, man. I know I'm glazing this movie at this point, but it's like, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I had to say who's my favorite protagonist in a DreamWorks franchise, Poe and Hiccup are like hands down my favorite leading protagonists in the DreamWorks franchise, because despite they are laughable characters physically, but also how the way they act, but still they have very three-dimensional complex moments. But then once we get to the finale where Shen just brings fear to the really small palace and the Furious Five is locked up, Poe makes his great comeback. It was a funny moment, which I will admit is kind of funny, where he's trying to like talk back to Shen, but you hear him from the distance where he's like, Shen, it's time to defeat you, and then nobody hears what he says. He's like, what are you saying? And then it gets to this great final act where Poe finds his way to break the Furious Five. The Masters themselves, like Master Rox, Master Croc, break themselves out. And then out of nowhere, Shifu comes in at the very last minute. And literally the moment where literally the Kung Fu Masters, the Furious Five, and Poe comes down to slow-mo shot, and Poe goes, I love you guys. I'm like, bro, like I said, this was like literally my Avengers. Like this was my Avengers before the Avengers even existed. Like I said, Hans Zimmer, John Powell cooked with the score. They cooked with the action sequences. Da-na-na-na-na. Like, literally, like, it gets to, like, this very Avengers moment where the heroes are winning. But then, I like that the wolf, the damn bright wolf, had to change her heart by saying, but sir, we're going to kill everyone. Fire! No. And then he just randomly just stabs him through. Then he dies off the bow, which I will admit that actually was kind of funny, despite bro was actually going to, like, redeem stuff at the last minute. But then once when Shen stared himself at Tigress, which, oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Tigress. It's so nice that Tigress developed herself as a character in the movie where she becomes Poe's biggest credit, but now actually becoming an ally, even though I will admit I do think Poe does have a crush on Tigress, even if they never want to say it. But either way, it shows that Tigress like shows that how much she cares about Poe by saying like, no, you're staying here with a peacock. And then surprisingly, even the Furious Five, including when Crane drops the jaw, like he saw like how vulnerable Tigress cares about Poe. Like back then she didn't give a crap about him, but now she actually cares about Poe, including the very beginning where Poe's trying to struggle into like inner peace at the very beginning, and when Poe's trying to teach Tigress like how to fight, and she's like she literally learned how to become indestructible by punching a lot of iron, which that was like a nice friendship dynamic that they got. And then literally when Shen was about to blow up like the cannon out of like the big explosion, Tigress literally pushed Poe out the way. And even when everyone's defeated, even Poe, like the only person that Poe approaches with Tigress, it's like, damn, throughout this whole journey, she was the only one that actually not just believed in Po, but at the exact same time was concerned about him. So once again, that's good character development from Tigress from the first movie to this, and it gets really emotional. Even Shifu's like in shock that Po's like the last one standing, and then literally finding inner peace. And then you got these badass moments where Po literally just used the explosions, turns them into Dragon Ball Kamehameha Shi's moments, literally turns himself to the yin and yang, because like what Gabriel said, pandas, and like I said, like what the goat lady says, a warrior black and white will defeat evil, and then boom, skadoosh. Which I will admit, as a kid, I thought Shen would immediately die from that one explosion after the whole skadoosh. But then, after that, I like that it goes to the conflict that Shen was like, I don't understand. I just killed your parents. It's like, no, Shen, because, you know, scars heal, man. No, they don't. Wounds heal. I don't care. Well, you just gotta let go, Shen. You just gotta let go of that stuff in the past. The only thing that matters to you is now. You're right. And I choose this. Which, once again, Shen was like one of those most irredeemable villains. And I like the fact, like, even when Shen knew he was about to die, he just accepted the fate by saying, yeah, my parents love me, and if I basically take away your parents, but yeah, you don't lose your spark, you don't lose your hope, who cares? I don't have no purpose to live anymore. And then boom, Shen is dead, which honestly, that would have been like a nice way to end its arc until Kung Fu Panda 4 decided to retcon that. But either way, let's get back to the good stuff. So Shifu's proud that Po find inner peace. Po hugs Tigress. Crane gets a jaw drop. And then once again, another tear-jerking moment was the very end of the movie where Ping is basically being over-emotional that he doesn't get to see that he will get to see his son again. And then basically Po is like, you know, the only one that gave happiness to Ping around that time, just to be like a father figure. And then during the moment where Ping reunites with Po, just to be with this kid's birthday party for some reason, like, again, I get a little bit teary once again, where literally where Po's like, I went back to the village, I found out where I belong, but I know who I am your son. And it's like, even though Po never gets to see his mom or get his real dad yet until the next movie, but during the moment where he just hugs it out, it's like, sorry y'all, I'm not trying to be sentimental, but it's like whenever it gets like wholesome father and son moments in How to Train Your Dragon, Lion King, and even this movie, it's like, bro, like, it's not like, don't take your dads for granted if they're not like that loving or that committed to you. So that ending, it really got me, man. And even though the ending was pretty self-explanatory, that it teases the third one where Po's real dad was like, my son is alive, and then bada bing bada boom, the rest of the pandas are alive except for the mom. And even when it transitions to the music where it goes, na 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 na, and then boom, the end, I'm like, bro, like literally as a kid, even rewatching, like, man, that was not one hell of a sequel. That was one hell of a movie right there. Up there next to How to Train Your Dragon in my book. Then you got the Dumpling remix song of how Po gets to the roof, like, with the baskets of radishes. And I do like the... So, by far, I know I'm glazing too much at this point, but overall, Kung Fu Panda 2, even though, yes, I will agree that the first movie's more iconic, but I think once we get more deeper to, like, the main characters' like, personal struggles and like basically develop the villain to have a tie-in with, and tie in the side characters to develop themselves even more and become more apt to the role. Kung Fu Panda 2 is easily an S tier in my opinion, and it's easily, in my opinion, the best Kung Fu Panda movie. And we'll get to 3 and 4 in my personal opinion, but I definitely agree, like, I agree with Gary by saying, I understand that they wanted to make a third film, but I feel like the second movie actually had like a really strong ending to it. So yeah, I'm glazing meat right in this movie too much, so Kung Fu Panda 2, easily S tier for me. So that's all I gotta say. Is there anyone I'm missing? Like, are we missing Lesnar, or do we move on to Puss in Boots?
Lesnar's not here, so he can't really...
So anyway, move on to Puss in Boots, the first one. And Gabriel, I think you should start off
with... It's Gabe, dude.
Yeah, since you are the OG Puss in Boots.
I am Puss in Boots. I love this freaking movie. I had the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there was a remote where it was like, it looked like a microphone and you could like use it to kind of swing your sword in the game. But I didn't have that controller, so I used the regular one. It was on PS3.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that game. I don't know how it ages today, but back then I loved it. And I was really excited for the movie for some reason. I don't know. It just something about it. Something about it just got me hooked.
It's a fun movie.
I guess obviously I knew, oh, the guy from Shrek, I gotta watch it. And then I watched it and I was like I don't know, I loved it more than just for the reason that it's a Shrek character. Like the beginning of the movie and the setting at night and then the fireworks and everything, and he's just, being himself, and he's kicking Batouche, and it's like I love the action in the movie. I love how he meets Kitty Softpaws, Salma Hayek.
Yeah,
Salma
Hayek smash.
But I love like their interactions in the movie, their chemistry. I love how it's like a enemies to lover kind of thing.
Pretty much.
I just love that trope. And I think Antonio Banderas and Salma Hayek, they did a really good job with their performances and their chemistry, and it worked really well because they've worked on a movie together before.
Yeah, The Mask of Zorro.
Yeah.
The OG Puss in Boots.
Something about, like, I do love the animation of the sequel, obviously, but something about this one just I don't know, I just really like it. It felt like smooth, kinda, and not too old, but not too, I don't know how to explain it. I just really like it. That iconic cat where she's like, ooh.
Yeah, ooh. Like that cat came back in the sequel.
Yeah, I love that fight scene where they're like almost dancing and stuff in that little place with all the cats. Yeah. The music too, I love the music. The music in the movie. I love the idea. I mean, the idea of him and Humpty Dumpty being kind of like buddies is kind of stupid but funny. And I can't take Humpty. I mean, nobody, even in the original story, nobody can take Humpty Dumpty seriously. You're not supposed to.
But him in the cat outfit.
Always there.
Later on in the movie, where he's like staring in different scenarios,
and then he's under the fact that he was under Jill's dress the whole time. Like, bro, the dirty jokes.
Yeah.
Isn't that Patton Oswalt?
No. That's Zach Galifianakis, who voiced live-action Jumbo in the Lilo and Stitch remake.
Oh, I thought it was Remy.
No, it's Lego
and
Joker.
Lego Joker, dude.
Yeah, Lego Joker.
Yeah!
And the guy from G-Force.
But he was hilarious in this movie. For a villain, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. He's just funny. I think that's just what I love about not just Puss in Boots, but just that Shrek universe, the whole fantasy stuff, and how they kind of twist and change all the fantasy characters. And Humpty Dumpty's such an iconic character, and they made him the way he is in that movie, and I just love it. It's so stupid. Also, the giant goose, golden egg. I thought that whole action sequence with the not the golden goose, the goose.
Yeah, the
like you wouldn't really think, oh, this is gonna be an epic battle, but somehow they made it like fun, like the action and stuff. I just love the action of this movie. It's a lot of fun, and there's a lot. I haven't seen that movie in such a long time.
Real,
but
it's like that Rango era.
Yeah, literally the same year.
But there's just a vibe that the first Puss in Boots movie has that it makes me really attached to it and attracted to the movie, and I just think it's fun. Great performances by the voice actors. I like the animation. The music is great. Story is not like too deep, I guess.
Like the second movie.
Yeah, but it is a good story. It's interesting. I like the way they twist the whole, like, all these fantasy characters, and that's just how it is with Shrek in general. That's what I love about Shrek and that universe and Puss in Boots. And Puss in Boots is like, besides Shrek himself, probably like my favorite character in that whole universe.
Yeah, he's you, bro.
Yeah.
Don't be scared. Come on, it's okay. Just say.
But I don't know. I don't know what else to say. For me, I would put Puss in Boots 1.
You have to insist that we.
Yeah, which letter?
Maybe this is just personal bias because I don't know, something about it I just really love. I think it's personal to me because it was a big part of my childhood. But I would put it at least an A.
An
maybe.
A tier? Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty good rating.
If you would say like B or A, somewhere around there, it's fair. But I personally really like it. I put it in A.
I might be on the same page as you where I kind of enjoyed it a bit more than Shrek 4, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, I think Puss in Boots is like
I like it
more
more than
movie.
Shrek 3 and 4.
I think it's a bit more entertaining than Shrek 3 and 4 by comparison.
Yeah.
So yeah, A tier is not that bad, Gabriel. So pretty valid. So
I forget one scene. I mentioned when Humpty Dumpty and Puss in Boots were talking as kids, and then what did he say? He was a kitten and he spoke like an adult. And I forgot what he said.
Yeah, that Humpty Dumpty's
I
like.
remember he goes, "See,
I do commit."
Yeah, see, I can't commit.
Mm-hmm. Because
that scene is still funny to this day. I don't care.
It is, bro.
But yeah, A tier.
A tier for you, Dwayne. Do you want to talk about Puss in Boots 2011?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also remember going to go see it in theaters. I remember like the commercials for it. I remember being excited because
I remember the McDonald's.
I'm a big Shrek fan. Yeah. I never played. No, I played the DS game because I didn't have an actual console, so I played the DS. I remember liking it more when I was younger. I guess just like it's been a while, like a long time since I've rewatched it, so it's like my memory's kind of like weird. I just remember it being just like good, like it's just it's a good movie.
Antonio.
I don't know. I can't really say much that Gabe hasn't already said. So, can he soft pause? No.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some higher go.
I remember that one. Okay. There's the one part where they're dancing, like almost at the end of the movie. I remember where she bumps him with him with her butt.
Oh yeah.
I just remember that. Okay. All right. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. I don't have a strong connection with the movie. I just always remember it just being a good movie. I personally really like Shrek 4. I really like that movie, so I would say I like Shrek 4 more than it, but I mean, I would probably have to rewatch it because I don't remember that much. I remember Lady Gaga singing in it.
Oh yeah, at the very end of the movie.
I definitely have a lot more to say about the sequel, but I'm gonna put it at B, but if I were to rewatch it, I would probably like it more. I just don't remember it as much.
Alright, that seems
So
fair.
I'm gonna put it at B.
Well, Dwayne chooses B. Well, since it's only just the three of us, since Lester's not involved. But anyway, I'm just gonna get back to my thoughts. I was
gonna say like about the music. The one I love the most is his theme song.
I'm honestly disappointed they didn't play.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about
I'm
that,
disappointed they didn't
Dude,
play.
I love it.
Second one?
Yeah, I'm disappointed they didn't play in the second. It was played in the trailers, but it was not in the Last Wish. In the
I will cry.
Yeah, I was just like, don't get me wrong, the second movie's better, but still, they didn't play the iconic theme in the movie, only in the trailers. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna. Yeah, that song still slaps ever since Dancing Pig is in the end credits. But anyway, back to what.
Oh my gosh!
For what did he? Wait, what?
I forgot about the dancing pigs in the credits.
Yeah, remember when Jack and Jill were like in caskets and the pigs were like,
dude, oh my gosh, dude, that just like that was a Ratatouille moment. Holy crap, I forgot about. I remember that's like the part where, don't you try to catch me! Oh my gosh, yo, dog.
I'm
Damn,
telling
I
you.
gotta rewatch it now. Holy crap, I forgot about that.
I haven't seen the movie in a long time, but I remember most out of it because I have seen this movie in theaters, and I was about to turn 10 years old around that time. It was supposed to come out in November 2011, but they pushed it back to Halloween weekend. That's where I got the McDonald's toys of the original Puss in Boots. But either way, okay, now my thoughts on the movie. So I will agree that I will go with A tier on Gabriel. I think it's funny that Dreamers is thinking, yeah, we're done with Shrek, but let's make Puss in Boots a spell, because that's funny that after when they're done with Shrek, let's make Puss in Boots our main star, and then, thanks to Puss in Boots 2, now we're bringing back Shrek because Puss in Boots 2 got high praise. But either way, as we're talking about the original back in 2011, so even though I did expect it that it was going to be a prequel, like how Puss in Boots become the legend of who he is and where he, before he met Shrek and Donkey in Shrek 2. But I will be honest, I think he is the best character in DreamWorks that is eligible to get a spinoff. We'll talk about the Penguins by comparison, but easily Puss can carry a movie on his own, surprisingly, without Shrek or without Donkey being involved. Even though Eddie Murphy joked by saying, they should make a Donkey movie. But I don't know how that's going to work. But for Puss, there's a lot you could do.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Eddie Murphy spilled the bean by saying, yeah, after Shrek 5, we're doing a Donkey movie. I'm like, yeah, tell us the story how Donkey and Dragon make love with babies. Make a movie about that. Anyway, back to
Yeah,
Puss.
I paid money for that.
Yeah, we'll pay to see it. But anyway, back to Puss. So, I think the atmosphere, the colors is actually really good. I definitely like the orange, Spain, Madrid type of vibes. Like, honestly, when it gets to the dramas, it honestly feels like I'm watching a telenovela, if I'm being honest. Like, in the vibe of, like, a DreamWorks animated movie. And since I am raised in a Hispanic household, I knew it was going to, like, connect people to, like, with my culture in a way, even though it takes place in Spain. But I know it's going to attract my Puerto Rican and Costa Rican family side because, you know, they love Antonio Banderas. I think he's, like, one of the best Hispanic actors, like, back then, even still nowadays, aside from Oscar Isaac, of course. And I know everyone's going to mention Pedro Pascal, but that's going to be an overrated opinion. But anyway, back to the movie. So, I do like the fact that we actually get to dive deep into Puss in Boots' backstory, but I did not expect that Humpty Dumpty would be like, you know, like a brother. Like, basically, Puss is kind of like that exchange student that's get transferred to, like, a different school in a different country, but then he has this white roommate that has to be, like, his white brother from another mother, and that's what's funny, because Humpty Dumpty's voiced by the dude from the Hangover trilogy, Zach Galifianakis, and like what Gabriel says, I cannot take that bro seriously, where, even when he first introduced himself, where Puss is like, ay, huevo, and then basically just feels like he's been betrayed by Humpty Alexander Dumpty. It's like, bro, I cannot take it seriously when he tries to say his full name, Humpty Alexander Dumpty. And then literally during the time where
Humpty Alexander Dumpty.
But literally the time where Puss and Kitty, which I almost forgot, it's kind of funny that Kitty, I know it was the point of, like, what Gabriel said, the enemies, the lovers trope, where he has to, like, she has to disguise herself with the mask just to get the magic beans for Jack and Jill. But it's kind of funny where they try to steal the beans for Jack and Jill, where Puss, like, was by saying, you stop me, you stop me, and then they get pissed off, and then you got this cat chase scene where they're chasing throughout the town, and then you got this random Spanish lady that goes, I'm Chupacabra! I'm Chupacabra! And then Puss like, you crazy woman! And then basically just goes down to this cat pile. Then you got to this cat dance fight where all the cats
You
are
hit
just
my
being
head with the guitar!
Yeah, gets to that moment.
Damn.
You're a woman? Oh! And then obviously Puss got some dirt for Kitty Soft Paws. And I like the fact that later in the movie she explains why she's called Kitty Soft Paws, because cat owners decide to, like, you know, trim their claws off. And even Puss is like, yeah, cat people are crazy. It's like, yeah. I mean, why do you think some cat people are, like, a bit too obsessed with them? The Puss in Boots villains are basically nursery rhyme villains with Shrek, just like Fairy Tale sometimes Disney CEOs. Yeah, that's how pretty meta the Shrek universe is when they use these villains. It's kind of funny that the actress who voiced Jill is the same woman who voiced Cinderella in Shrek the Third, and the guy who voiced Jack is Bad Santa, y'all. It's Billy Bob Thornton, where he's like, hey, Jill, you think we should have a baby us? It's like, alright, so when's Bad Santa's going to start plowing, you know? Anyway, it's a PG-rated movie, so let's not get to that territory. Like, even the moment where Jill's about to drop Puss in, like, the wagon with all the pigs down there, she literally asks Puss, is it true that a cat always lands on his feet? And the joke that Puss says, no, that's just a rumor being spread by dogs! So obviously it's like, alright, so I guess the cat's landing on his feet is just a myth for what Puss just deconfirmed. But during the moment they get to the backstory where it's kind of funny where Puss just goes, what's your name? Meow, meow. And then like Gabriel says, like, he just speaks in Antonio Banderas' voice, see, I do commit. Oh, you can't talk. And then they literally just make a blood brother trust where they just handshake each other by saying, Humpty and Puss, brothers forever. And then when they get to the beanstalk, I will admit, it's so funny. Once when they put the magic beans down on the ground, and it's just a little stem, and the kitty just tells something by saying, say something nice to him. And he's like, hey, little plants, boom! The beanstalk just grows out of nowhere. And then once when they kidnapped the baby golden goose, it was so funny. I remember we were all dying in the theater when Humpty and the goose was like falling down, like, ah! Like super slow. And then Kitty saves their lives, and the Puss has a beanstalk leaf, and then they all fall down slow motion. Ah! It's like, alright, that moment like that was honestly really funny. And then during the moment where Puss feels betrayed out of Humpty, out of the way, where, you know, like betrayal just comes in the way, I actually like that Humpty's blood is actually yellow because he's an egg. Yeah, because he's literally made out of yolk, which I honestly find that pretty ironic. And then obviously Humpty just wants the golden eggs, starts his with Kitty, and just decides to like distract Kitty. It's like, Puss, is Humpty cock blocking you? Is that egg sack trying to cock block, you know, your pussy girlfriend? If that's the case. But either way, even Kitty just feels bad for double-crossing Puss at the end of the day, that even Humpty Dumpty, like it's so funny that you thought Jack and Jill would be the main villains, or Kitty's the one that's double-crossing, but Puss know that Humpty was the villain. Like the plot twist later in the movie, I was always there. And the music where it transitions where it goes, doom. And when Humpty goes out of jail in the cat suit, and even when he puts all the breadcrumbs with these birds, and even the birds just kind of like fly Humpty out the way, it's like, that was so random out of the way. And then Puss got so angry, he's like, I should scramble you with onions. It's like, bro, couldn't even take Humpty seriously where they try and make him the villain. It's so funny that, like, comparing Puss in Boots 1 and 2 is like night and day. Like, Puss in 2, like, the second movie, you got really dark, intimidating villains. And the first movie's a freaking egg out of all the antagonists, bro. And then matters comes worse. Puss decided to do like his adorable cat trick like he always does in the movies. And then tries to basically manipulate the guard. And then after that, some random, like, crackhead is like, yeah, the golden goose, that's his mama, and that goose is gonna be bloodthirsty to find his mama. And then, surprisingly, where he got the giant goose coming around, and they see, like, all the golden eggs all around, it's kind of funny that the goose was being nice to Puss when he warns the giant goose about the baby, and literally all of the main characters got their tie-ins together, where Puss basically was part of the action. Jack and Jill wants to take down Humpty Dumpty, then Kitty takes them down. Even Puss' adopted mother, owner, was still involved in the final act. And then I think it was kind of funny, but I understand why they did it, is where Puss either has to save the baby goose or Humpty Dumpty. Then even Humpty's like, you can't save both. Like, you basically have to kill me, bro. I have to die. Because if the goose dies, then the mother's going to destroy the whole town. So luckily, Puss at the right moment. It's so funny that Humpty technically dies, and then he literally becomes a golden egg. And then literally the goose just takes Humpty's dead corpse away. And then Puss is like, adios, Humpty. Like, literally as a kid, I thought he was going to say, Humpty Dumpty, Alexander Dumpty. And just dragged on the name, which I thought that was pretty funny. And then the one thing that just doesn't make sense is, like, even the end credits, I'm like, wait, is Humpty alive? Even the golden suit, like, literally just shows it where his helium just got sucked up.
I forgot about that.
I don't know, was that like retcon at the last minute? I'm like, bro, I thought he was literally like dead, unless he, like, I don't know, rebirths himself, because bro is not a reptile where he kind of, like, you know, grows a limb or something. I thought he's like dead. But then Puss and Kitty literally just stole Puss's boots. Then you got the Lady Gaga song, the Dancing Pigs, when Jack and Jill got injured, was pretty funny. And then once with Puss, censored the kiss, and then one last time with the oh, and then once again the music track just slaps. Dun, 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 dun. Like, you get this very Mask of Zorro vibes, and of course Antonio Banderas kills it as always. So yeah, this is honestly a good movie. Obviously, when we have time for the sequel, it is better, but I will read the comments for a second, guys. I guess I'm on the same boat for Gabriel. I will say Puss in Boots is like somewhere on the A tier. I would say maybe Puss in Boots is like on the same radar as El Dorado, which the movies do have similar vibes, especially with Spanish culture, unironically. So I will definitely say Puss in Boots is on A tier. But before we move on to the next movie to talk about, let me just read the comments. So don't get me started with the high voice when they're in the clouds. Oh yeah, when Humpty's like, oh, can you just feel the cloud? It feels great. We're just little orphans, Puss, me and you. And then let me just look. Thank God Jack and Jill, Puss in Boots aren't voiced by Adam Sandler. Funny, because that movie came out the same month and year, I believe, where Adam Sandler plays like two roles. Are we going to kiss it? Because I'm not going to have Cootie, you know. Love a guitar scene, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we've been talking about that scene multiple times. So yeah, the OG Puss in Boots, A tier as of right now. But now we're going to get to surprisingly one of the most successful DreamWorks movies. Now we're going to be talking about Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted, and who just jumped into
Oh
the
my
chat.
gosh!
What about
Did Lester join? Sorry, I had to do something.
Yeah, Lesnar, we just finished talking about Puss in Boots, so the movies that you're left behind is Kung Fu Panda 2 and Puss in Boots 1, and now we're getting ready for Madagascar 3.
I see. Oh.
So, anyone want to start talking about Madagascar 3? Because I have stories, because I saw this, for me, I'm just going to say it brief, I saw this movie like 3 times in theaters, I'm not joking. I dragged my family 3 times to see it around that time, because 2012 was such a goated year, man. But anyway, does any volunteers talk about Madagascar 3?
I mean, I got a funny story to share
Go
with
ahead,
the movie,
Dwayne.
because I remember it. I want to see it. You already know him, my best buddy. He had his 8th birthday party when the movie came out.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was at Regal. Yeah, you guys know this story, but
Yeah.
I remember already off the bat, it was funny because I remember me and him beefing. I kept telling him, why is he having a SpongeBob birthday party if the movie we're gonna watch is Madagascar?
Bro, they had Madagascar
funniest thing
birthday
we would always fight
decorations
on
around
this.
that time.
It was just like the funniest thing we would always like argue about at recess. But yeah, I went to go for his birthday. I remember the commercials, not the commercials, the trailers that played before the movie. One of them was like a Katy Perry movie or something like that.
I remember.
And it was
Paramount.
I remember that.
Like Katy Perry MTV movie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that was?
Yep.
Technically, because it was because it's the same year, so that's probably it.
It was.
And then I remember there was like another trailer. It was like from some like weird like Teletubbies ripoff. It was like some
I know what you're talking
Oh my
about.
gosh, I remember.
Oogie
You know what I'm
something.
talking about?
Yes, the Oogie,
It
whatever
was
it's
some
called.
weird ass movie, bro.
Wait,
I remember
what
seeing the
what
trailer
movie?
for that.
It's this one movie that they encourage the kids to cheer and clap when the movie's playing, and Christopher Lloyd was a part of it.
Yeah, it was. I don't.
I remembered.
Look
I know
up
what
Hot
Dwayne's
Air
talking
Balloon
about.
or something like that. Hot Air Balloon 2012 movie or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I remember something like that. It looked like some weird like Sesame Street ass
It was a
rip-off.
Teletubbies knockoff.
So, but yeah. Anyways, about the movie, I remember going to watch the movie. I remember liking it a lot. I remember thinking it was just a straight stupid, funny, hilarious movie. I don't know. The humor in it was like right up my alley. Everybody sang the song, bro. It's like friggin'
Come
Let
on.
It Go for niggas. I mean, oh my gosh, Afro Circus was
Yes.
for autistic people. There we go.
Yeah,
There we
me and Gabe
There
were a
we go.
part of it when we wear the Afro wigs.
Everybody was.
Afro circus, Afro circus.
Yeah, everybody was singing that on the everybody was
are.
singing that on the recess.
We were.
But yeah, great movie. I remember for a while I watched a Nostalgia Critic review on it, and gaslit me into thinking that it was my favorite out of the 3 for a while. I know it's on HBO Max. I haven't seen it in a little while, but I just remember liking it a lot. But obviously, time has passed by. Not the same little kid I was, so I would probably put this movie at B tier.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I still think it's a little weird that they're shipping Gloria and Melman together.
No.
But, that's,
Dwayne, you're forgetting something. King Julian and Sonia the Bear. Don't forget about that shipping.
Oh, see, but that one was actually funny. I remember.
Yeah,
it
it wasn't
wasn't
like it wasn't nothing serious. It was actually funny. Like
That one was actually funny.
The hot, skinny guy to big
remember,
fat girls.
What's that leopard? That
Gia, she's a jaguar. Who's voiced by Jessica Chastain, And Walter White. Walter White is Vitaly the Tiger.
Bryan Cranston.
Walter White is the Tiger, Vitaly.
Light the meth on fire,
Mhm.
bro. Bro.
And then freaking Martin Short
yeah, I
as
remember that.
Stefano, the sea lion.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to talk about the villain.
But yeah, B tier. Oh, freaking that weird Russian lady that shows her butt for some reason. I remember that. Yeah, it was weird. Why do I remember that?
I
Don't
want
worry
her and
about
the
it.
grandma to meet.
And who? Oh, and the grandma. Dude, that was one thing I remember, like, being like, where the heck? She wasn't in the movie. Why wasn't the grandma in the movie?
I don't know. Dead? Nope.
No. Well, I mean, Alex
I'm too old to die.
was probably dead.
Yeah,
I
because
remember,
the old grandma
like,
was
they
not,
don't mention them at all.
She was kind of like an active villain in the second movie, but now she completely disappeared in the third movie, unless she, like, I don't know, got out of Africa, beating down Makunga, Madagascar 2.
Hold on. I need to clarify something.
Alright, what is it?
Hold on. I'm typing it in chat.
Oh, in the live chat, right?
Because it's slipped. It's slipped.
Oh, yeah. People are like saying, like, yeah, because Dwayne is like half that skin, so he got the pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Well, you guys put Over the Hedge in S tier, you know?
No. We put Over the Hedge on A tier because me and Gabriel were glazing. Trevin,
Oh, sorry, A tier.
If Trevin was here, he would put it on S tier.
But yeah, that's the end of my little story and little talk about Madagascar 3. B tier.
Alright, B tier for you. So, I don't know, should I go next, or Gabriel, or Lesnar?
I'll go next.
Okay, you go. Yeah, since Lesnar, you were absent for Kung Fu Panda 2 and Puss in Boots, so you can speak for Madagascar 3.
Okay, so Madagascar 3. I'm gonna be yapping always. Shoot. I mean, what can I say? Haha, fun circus movie. Shoot. I will say that the dynamic between the four main characters is pretty good. But like, I like how it's like out of nowhere, where like a train comes out and they're like, "Hey, we're lost. We need a ride." And then out of nowhere, it's like it goes from that to joining a whole circus. Like they're not even in Madagascar anymore. So like, I don't know. I guess it's entertaining for what it is. Like they've gone all over the place in the world at this point. That one meme where they're rising out the water.
They literally
I remember that.
somehow they did not get eaten by sharks or whales, despite, in the first movie, they literally got locked in crates.
Yeah, King Julian was funny as always. Freaking him and the bear.
Yeah, Sonya!
Oh my gosh.
Sonya!
Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. The penguins, goated as usual.
They were funny in this movie, man. How dare you lie to all the circus folks?
Chimichanga, these pillows are
They're
filled with baby.
Yeah, we're just like, you pillow fight like a bunch of baby girls, chimichanga. These pillows are filled with baby birds.
But yeah. If I were to rank this movie,
I mean,
Dude.
the first two movies we give it an A, so that's up to you to decide.
it's not my favorite, but I enjoyed it. But then again, I kind of agree with Dwayne on this. I'm gonna put in B.
Okay, so B
Valid.
for you. So, Gabriel, do you want to share your thoughts on Madagascar 3?
Ha!
Bro's
Yeah.
non-existent, no.
Oh, Madagascar 3. This one, to me, is the weakest out of the three. I don't hate it. I don't think it's bad. But I mean, as a kid, I definitely had a lot of fun with the movie, and it's a kid's movie. I was a kid. I was stupid. But now, to me, like, there are a few highlights and moments here and there that are funny and fun and all that, but just not really the same quality or level as the other two movies. I think the first one was just a lot more fun. It had a vibe and look to it that was easy to watch, and it was just fun. And it didn't take itself too seriously, and that's why what I liked about the first movie. Second one, little things here and there that were kind of dumb, like Gloria Melman. Melman being a doctor or some crap. I don't know. This is silly
A witch
stuff.
doctor.
It's weird. But that movie also had heart alongside comedy, so that's why I like the second one much as first. As for the third, I think it doesn't. I don't know. To me, it didn't really have the same heart as the second movie. It didn't have. I mean, it was fun at moments, but they were. I don't know. I guess
the
I just
plot
don't.
was stupid.
Yeah, it was. It felt weak. It just felt weak, like too simple. I don't know.
Wait, Gabe, can I add something?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Can I add
Yeah, go to it.
dude, this movie's called Madagascar, and yet this movie
They're not
does not
Madagascar.
take
They're at
Yeah.
a
a single place
circus.
in
They're out of
Madagascar.
Gaspar, dude.
I don't know. I guess I just don't really like the whole circus thing when it comes to movies like this. Like, didn't they do this with Open Season?
Technically, yeah.
The third one.
Oh my God!
I just noticed that, and I just forgot, guys.
We're gonna do that stream next.
Yeah, Lesnar, thanks for reminding me that like our next tier list, according to like the poll, Sony Pictures Animation's like, okay, so I guess we're gonna compare Open Season 3 and Madagascar.
They gave
3.
Elliot a kid, bro.
3 kids, yeah.
Okay, then I want Dwayne to be a part of the Sony Pictures Animation tier list for next month once we do it.
Yeah, dude, we're gonna talk about Open Season and
I haven't
the
seen
movie and
those movies in so long, bro.
Me too,
Holy
bro.
Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
I mean, we'll talk about Spider-Verse, dude, don't worry.
Yeah, we would.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would hope so. Otherwise, I'll shoot myself.
We can't make a Sony animation
Hell, I'm not
movie.
gonna be talking about no damn freaking emoji movie for 3 hours. Hell no, bro.
It sucks. F tier, move on.
Talk about
Yeah,
that.
that's it for that one. Oh yeah, that movie doesn't exist.
But yeah, I don't really like the whole circus trope with these kind of animated movies with like
Don't
animals and stuff. It's boring to me. I was never really into circus stuff. The only movie I think that has like made the circus thing work was Dumbo.
I knew it. I knew you were gonna say that.
But everything else I've watched has like it's just boring. I think circuses are boring. I've been to a circus before, and it's
Elephant
boring.
Dookie.
I don't know. I just don't like it. But I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking, to be honest.
Madagascar. They were running out of ideas.
It's not terrible. It's not a terrible
Madagascar.
movie. It's not the worst one I've seen, but it's definitely weaker. That cheetah chick, she can get it. Hey!
Yeah, Jessica
okay.
Chastain, so you know.
Yeah. I think in terms of like the comedy, the highlight was definitely King Julian and the
Yeah.
Penguins, as always.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the whole chemistry between King Julian and the bear, it's so
Sonia.
stupid, but
I miss you,
like,
baby.
it's intentional. It's supposed to be stupid and funny, so I'll let it slide. At the end of the movie where they're performing, "Baby, you're a fire."
Nostalgia.
I will say that was a fun moment.
Nostalgia.
The ending where they were performing and then, "Baby, you're on fire."
The
Every
visuals.
time I hear that song, I think of that movie.
Same.
And, I kind of hate it.
Mhm.
Baby, you're on fire.
The color visuals. It was at the peak of Katy Perry's career around that time.
Yeah, but yeah, those guys were like the highlight in terms of comedy, and like when they were getting chased by that lady, the villain,
Oh
in
yeah,
that
Dubois.
truck or van or whatever,
Yeah, Dubois. That was fun.
and then they almost got shot because the door broke or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, they opened the door.
King Julian, don't do
Yeah.
Hi, here I am.
That part was funny.
Owners for-
How the heck did Melman live? That man was getting choked by. He was getting choked.
By that lady.
How did he live?
Like literally throughout the
And the
plane
whole-
sequence.
He should have got decapitated.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Wasn't like the whole helicopter holding it, bro. I remember that.
Uh-huh.
How? I don't get
Oh,
it. How?
yeah.
It's an animated movie. No, he should have died right there.
Bro,
I wanted to see
I will
gore.
say,
All
though,
right.
the chase scene in like the beginning is freaking. It's funny.
Bro.
Yeah.
Her ass was crashing through buildings like she damn Starscream.
Yeah,
bro.
she
Get
was-
the frick out of here,
Yeah.
bro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what she was made out of.
Yeah, that woman ain't. She ain't human.
That chase scene was. It was kind of fun.
Amazing.
I liked the chase scene. She's got a fat ass. No.
What?
No, you're right.
What?
Oh, you just
What?
reminded me. Thanks.
Dude, you're disgusting, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, bro.
Hey, my bad, bro. What else? Freaking Walter White is in this movie,
Yeah,
guys.
as
The tiger.
Vitaly the Tiger.
The tiger.
that scene where he jumps through the hoop.
Light the
I've
hoop
seen
on fire.
terrible memes with terrible captions. Ruined it for me. But he was a funny character. I like him. That's Lesnar, dude.
Guys, I'm Brian Cranston, guys. Me.
Yeah, it says, I am the one who knocks with the flame of hoops.
Obviously, the iconic scene with Marty. Dude, that was our jam as a kid. You know,
sure
when
That
Daniel
was
and I
our
danced to
everything.
that.
Yeah,
and
Gabriel, we danced to that on YouTube when we
got
were
the
kids.
wigs.
Yeah, a whole YouTube
that
video
came with
about
the
it.
DVD or whatever.
Yeah, because of me, I got the ones, the DVDs, where it's like, well, supplies last.
Yeah.
And you keep kicking my booty hole every time, man. That's
All right.
Bolshevik.
Yeah, that video. If some of you have seen it.
Yeah, for those that
if not,
witnessed our
keep it that way.
days before we became YouTubers.
But yeah, we had a lot of fun with that movie. It was a great movie. I do remember going to the theater to watch it. As a kid.
I dragged you.
But looking back now, I think it's just, to me, it's just mid. Like, it's not great.
Dang.
It is weaker out of the three.
It's like a dumb kid movie.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not great. It's not terrible. I would put it at B.
Okay, so everyone keeps saying B. Like, Gabriel, was kind of funny that he said, like, yeah, all Madagascars are A tier. Wrong, and not for the third movie.
Nuh-uh.
But yeah, anyway, I'm going to go with my thoughts since, everyone has their turn. So, around that time, still when I look at the box office records, guys, Madagascar 3, no joke, is one of the most highest grossing Dreamworks movies. I think it made like over $746 million at the box office.
That's insane.
Yeah, it made more money than all of the Kung Fu Panda movies, all the How to Train Your Dragon movies. The only movies that this movie is not outbeat is the Shrek sequels. Like, literally. So, that's
They really
Shrek almost made $1 billion.
Yes, I did. But yeah, it's crazy that Madagascar 3 was like, a big hit around that time. Like, I know it was like during the 2012 era where basically we had the Avengers, we have the Amazing Spider-Man. I remember back then, me and my family were debating by saying like, no, Madagascar 3 is better. No, Ice Age 4 is the funnier movie. But I was one of those kids like, I kind of enjoy Madagascar 3 a little bit more because of the humor. Because I remember when I was watching the movie in the theater, the adults were laughing their hats off and their booty cheeks off, man. Like, when it comes to like the majority of the jokes, like, I remember when Vitaly just says, that's Bolshevik. Some fat woman in front of me was like, like, literally up out loud. It's like, yo, I was not expecting that much of LOL laughters, including one moment where Alex talks about that one story to the circus animals where Stefano's like, they took up their clothes! No, they just got rid of the animals. So I honestly thought that joke was pretty funny. But either way, I think Madagascar 3 is a downgrade compared to the second movie because the one thing is, even though it was funny in the opening sequence where Alex is having this weird nightmare where all of his friends were like old, even it was kind of funny to hear Chris Rock just having like this old man voice where he's like, oh good, I'm hungry, nom nom nom. But the one thing that kind of caught me off guard is like, wait, where are Alex's parents? Like, I get that, Bernie Mac, rest in peace, who voiced Alex's dad, passed away during the same year when Madagascar 2 came out. But I honestly feel like it was such a weird retcon that Alex's parents were not acknowledged again at all. Like, he still has that Africa birthmark that he still has from the second movie, but I don't know, it just feels like...
Yeah, it's kind of weird they're never mentioned.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of weird, like, after the second movie is the fact that... Because, in the second movie, like, the main cast is like, yeah, guys, this is our new home, this is where we belong. But now, Alex is having, like, PTSD, but saying, I want to go back to New York. But it's like, bro... Wasn't that the whole point of, like, why Marty wants to go to the wild? Like I said, I feel like that was such a huge retcon after the second movie, despite it took place after the second movie, but just immediately, like, off out of nowhere, so the Penguins could just use their loot, just be rich, and just crashing over a hotel. So, it's kind of funny that it's only just the lemurs that still stick around, because King Julian just likes being king of whatever he's doing with flamingos. Even though... I know it's just an animated movie, but it's so unrealistic that Alex, Marty, Gloria, and Melman literally had to swim all the way to Africa to Europe, and it's like, didn't in the first movie they literally had to be shipping crates in a boat just to get to Madagascar? It's like, bro, how are y'all not dead? Unless, here's a theory, they probably must have hijacked a boat or hijacked a ship, just like the Disney movie. Like, you remember Disney's knockoff Madagascar movie, The Wild? They probably must have hijacked a boat.
We don't talk about that.
Like, they probably must have hijacked a boat and then they swim on
Really
course.
nice day, really nice day, really nice day.
It's the koala in the film. Yeah, that's canon. But then, I will admit, I do like the soundtrack for the movie where King Julian just does his own song covers of 3 songs. Once when the lemurs were on shoreboard, goes, everybody dance now! Gonna be into music, yeah! And then okay, this is a common thread whenever a third movie, or in this case when a movie takes place in London, you know how it's going to go. The main characters have to do the spy heist mission, which obviously this has been done before with Muppets Most Wanted. Sonic 3 did the same thing. Spider-Man Far From Home did the same thing. It's this trope of, we got to go undercover in a European trumpet because, all the jewelries and everything, all in London and all that. So that's pretty cliche when it comes to, like, the Europe setting. Like, you expect that to happen, but with all animal shenanigans. Like, here's the thing. It's kind of funny, like, once when the penguins were, like, gambling and the chimps were, like, in disguise, and I think Phil's, like, monkey, like, nutsack was, like, getting hit out of Skipper's or Kowalski's, like, analysis thingies underneath when they're gambling, and then Alex and the game were just, like, rambling. I do like that Hans Zimmer's doing the main Madagascar theme where it goes do 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 when they're talking about the heist, and then after that when they break out their mission. I will admit it was kind of funny when Alex just pull over the cart and then Phil just like cover his monkey nutsack where he goes, "What's new, pussycats?" And then basically Marge is like reminding Alex by saying, "Phase 3, apologize. We're so sorry. No worry, boys. Let's roll." And then, and then out of nowhere, King Julian's just messing with the lights, and then he's just doing a song cover of the Spice Girls of "I'm telling you what you want, but I really want what I tell you what you want." It's kind of funny that if you go to the soundtrack, it's literally King Julian singing "Everybody Dance Now," Spice Girls Wannabe, and hot and so hot it is. It's getting hot in here, so take off your fur. Because they're lemurs. They don't wear clothes. Except, Julian wears a crown. So, I will admit, the villain, she's probably the most strongest villain in Madagascar, but she is super OP. Like, what's even crazy that even her side henchmen are so OP. Like, once again, I get it, it's an animated movie, but there's no way that even her henchman is still alive throughout the crashes. Like, literally, the bikes got blown up, and they literally just got, like, hit. It's like, I was like, are those guys also as indestructible as her? Like, I get that this woman is basically kind of like female Crave the Hunter meets Cruella de Vil, and you just put Dubois as like the real main villain. But I will admit, the chase scene, easily one of the most entertaining scenes of the movie, because you just see a bunch of wild animals messing with a nuclear reactor like speedy thing that just makes it go faster, and then they just play Journeys any way you want, that's the way you need. Like literally when the penguins drop the fishes just to make sure Dubois just misses, she just slides to her feet. I like that Skipper goes, "She's good, Kowalski, intel." And then, like what the boy said, the funniest moment when King Joe's like, "Oh, paparazzi! Here I am! Don't take photos." And then when Maury closes the door, "No more pictures!" Like I said, I think, even though the third movie, I will admit the third film, by story, is a downgrade to the second one, but I think Madagascar 3 is probably the funniest one, in my personal opinion, mainly because of the theater experience and how random the jokes are. Wait, what were you going to say, Dwayne?
I was gonna say, do you remember that one joke where they thought King Julian died? And then,
and Maurice's face!
And he started smiling.
I'm flying! I'm the first flying monkey! And you see Maurice smile just frowns down.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly, yo. This movie's kind of funny.
I'm telling you, bro, like, the jokes just don't stop. And then the monkeys, when they throw the bananas and the bananas just cream pie himself, ayo, pause. Like, literally, when they got into the plane, and like what Gabriel says, like, how is Melman not suffocating when Dubois was like strangling Melman, and then when Alex puts her down, this woman was like Captain America and Captain America Winter Soldier, where literally she was just going to the wall and then just crashing into the window. I remember in the trailer, it literally plays LMFAO's "I'm Sexy, I Know It." During that montage, it goes wiggle, 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 yeah, wiggle, 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 yeah. Literally during that montage, because that song was popular around that time. The Matrix scene was Captain Dubois jumping. Yeah, that actually is a Matrix reference, because, Shrek did it first when Fiona did the Matrix moment. So, yeah, that was clearly a reference to that. Keanu Reeves would have approved. But either way, the plane scene, I will admit, once when they were singing New York, New York, I mean, nice callback to the first movie. Don't forget the elephant part. I will get to that, Haley. Once when they're singing New York, New York, it's a nice callback to the first movie where Alex and Marty sing that song. And I like the moment where Skipper asks Kowalski analysis, "The good news is, sir, the song is almost over." Well, that's music to my ears. And the bad news, and then out of nowhere, a part just hit Alex's head. Everyone crashes again for the second time. And then I like the meta joke where Melman's like, why can't we just get a normal landing? And then literally when everyone crash landed and all the monkeys just escape out of nowhere, and I think Mason was the one that says, basically we chimps only just work for ourselves 2 weeks per year. So I'm like, wait, so I guess they take like a hibernation hiatus. Like, where did all the monkeys go after that?
2 weeks per year is crazy.
I don't know, man. I just felt that was pretty random. And
Maternity leave, you're all man.
And I like the fact that Lesnar just said, coincidentally, they just went to like this random train. And when Gabriel's like, yeah, I feel like they just ran out of ideas. Haha. Like that Madagascar map parody where they went with Shrek, Manny, Lightning McQueen, and Buzz Lightyear. Madagascar 3, they're out of ideas. But anyway, jokes aside, I do like the new characters where we got Walter White putting his Russian accent on a tiger. Was like, I don't like lions, they go flays and hairy. Then I did not know Gio was voiced by...
Bolshevik.
Yeah, Bolshevik was still a funny line. And Martin Short, who voiced Stefano, I'm like, hey, yo, that's the guy who voiced Cat in the Hat in the PBS Kids show. Cat in the Hat knows a lot about that. So I'm like, makes sense that he would be. I kind of like the fact where Vitaly's like throwing his swords, where it's like, we are going, let me finish, we're going to America as well. And then he's like, he's not intimidated by the knives where he starts throwing. And I like the moment, like, literally Vitaly's trying to torment by saying, which one of you is leader? And then Alex and Marty was like pointing at each other. Once again, Pixar is ruined by cars. Like that reference to the Madagascar 3 moments. But then after when, okay, like I said, it goes to this typical Dreamworks trope, like, okay, the main characters have to tell a lie, and then once they tell the lie, everyone just feels like they've been subverted their expectations. So, of course, it's a habit that Dreamworks often does with their movies, kind of like what they did with B-Movie or Megamind, or even like some of the other earlier films like Road of El Dorado. Like, it's a Dreamworks trademark for what they've done. But then, I like the funny moments when they made the deal with the circus in Rome. There's this one joke where I think Lesnar, you might remember this, where Skipper's like, well, you know, we gotta save the budget for Private's community college fund. And then when Private's on the cuddling page, I'll never be president.
Yeah, I'll never be president.
And then it plays the Pitbull song. Bum 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 bum. And then it gets to the random moment where I think in the TV spots, I think I had a close neighbor that was trying to do that. La 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 la. We're more trying to do the horse stuff. And then King Julian out of nowhere just likes big hairy bears, which was Sonia, which once again he's like, oh, I love you. I have a very hairy this. The lie reveal trope. It's a Dreamworks habit. That's what they often do in their movies. But yeah, one of the things I just find that's pretty funny, like after the King Julian reveal, once when they went to Rome, it was so crazy where all the circus animals were like complete whack. Obviously, that was during the moment where Marty does the circus, the Afro Circus. And I will be honest, look up Justin Bieber's Baby remix with Afro Circus, and it's honestly one of the most craziest remixes back in 2012. What? Yeah, that's a real thing, and I actually watched that. I don't want to play it because of copyright, but it's like, my first love broke my heart for the first time, and I was like, that circus, and it just goes back. But yeah, I just thought it was funny. But anyway,
can I just mention something
about
this movie? Ahead. Why was there no like news media outlet during the entire time in the movie? Like, there are animals freaking going through. Like, driving recklessly as shit. Like, bro, where's the news when you
first reason, why is this movie a thing?
What?
What?
No, I was like, well, first reason, why is this movie a thing?
Because, you know, they need money. But outside of that...
Because funny animal knows.
The only person that actually knows is the blob with her animal instincts. Especially when she, like, licks, like, animal fur, something that was disgusting. And she knows that a train was going behind her. Then she just dodged it by saying, like, this woman ain't human. She's part X-Men mutant for crying out loud. She has, like, random spice senses, and then she just hops into the other train. But yeah, I'm gonna get to the elephant scene. I will admit, when this random kid was throwing popcorn to this random elephant, it caught me off guard where this kid was inside the elephant's anus, and I'm like, oh man, I get that it's a PG-rated movie, but bro, imagine the elephant has to take a big fat dookie out of that kid, and then kid just sees nothing but just anus and just elephant poop all around. It's like, bro, and we thought Dumbo would make elephants at the circus enduring, but nah, that scene, it's like, even as a kid, I'm like, I'm surprised they let that joke slide. It's like, no probing, y'all.
No, I'm not gonna say it. No.
Yeah, it was really disgusting, but yeah, so random. And then once they ran out of the things, all the circus audiences want the refund. King Julie's like, just toss the money! And then the monkeys just get all the refund monies, and then they just escape. And then, obviously, the liar trope where Alex does, like, his trapeze Americana move in front of Stefano. And a part of me was like, I think Alex actually like somewhat has a crush on Chia because, you know, she's a small cat. So I'm like, hey, I mean, it's Jessica Chastain. I wouldn't blame you. But then when they went to like their circus rehearsals and their training where Marty just becomes like a human cannonball and just does like a rainbow thing and he tag teams with Stefano, and they somewhat develop Melman and Gloria's relationship after the second movie where Melman can't dance because, yeah, that's Ross with friends because that bro's such a virgin. And then when I like the moment where Alex is trying to teach Gia, this joke got me off guard where he's like, what are we, 5? And she goes, I am 5, yes. I'm like, wait, what is that supposed to mean?
Oh
what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, amount of memes I've seen on that, bro.
Yeah, it's not like some YouTubers react to it by saying like, how's it like what does 5 mean in Jaguar years or lion years? I don't know, man. It's like at least she's like at least I don't know 18 in cat years. I'm not gonna get too away with this because this is no Diddy stream or something. But yeah, it was kind of funny that they kind of like copy each other during the Trapeze Americano, and they play their your cliche love music, kind of like what they do with the Shrek movies. It was quite cute, quite endearing. Then Marty decided to like bomb everything. And then Vitaly, even though his backstory was, tragic for, like, why he's, like, becoming, like, the fan-favorite cat, it's so weird that literally he just gave up his passion. I did not know that Vitaly had a lover, and he has an addiction for drinking borscht. And I'm like, wait, what is borscht? Is that, like, a Russian food or something? And then, it's funny that during the times where he decided to, like, quit the circus act at the very end, the Stefano was crying, and the fact that Alex was, like, trying to encourage Vitaly to, like, find his passion, which that's basically the moral theme of the movie. But then he tried to, like, encourage Vitaly by saying, like, that passion it means no more. I was once a brave tiger, and I once fought. And then literally so funny that Alex is like, instead of just using, like, some sort of, like, an oil thing that will get him on fire, he decides to give him hair conditioner just to go inside to the tiniest hoop of them all. It's like, wait, is that even physically possible to use hair conditioner the whole time where it's like fireproof? I don't get it, bro. But either way, even the audience like laughed by saying, wait, bro, just use hair conditioner instead? Because, it's that soothing. But then we get to the best scene of the entire movie where we get to, it was so cool to watch this in 3D when I was a kid, where it gets to the visual colors of Katy Perry's Firework in the background, where all the animals flesh in the colors from the trapeze, the King Julian side, where it goes, firework. And literally when it gets to the contract of the guy with the American Eagle, I like that the date says June 2012. I'm like, oh yeah, DreamWorks knew that this movie was going to come out the same year. And once they smoked bananas, they just got the wallets. But then once when Dubois just photobombed literally do the circus, I like that the Penguins got their way, because I literally thought when the Penguins get rid of Dubois and her henchmen, I thought they were like, alright, they're going with the movie. And then you got the whole liar trope where basically the circus animals feel betrayed, that I'm like, oh, you guys are zoo animals all this time, like, I thought we were friends, I thought we were family. But then during the moment where Alex, Marty, Melman, Gloria, I guess aside from King Julian, because I know King Julian was a part of the Penguins of Madagascar TV show, but I have a headcanon where that show technically takes place after the Penguins of Madagascar movie, because I'm like, wait, if the Penguins are at the zoo and King Julian's
what show?
The Penguins of Madagascar TV show, because King Julian in the movies was not familiar with Central Park Zoo, but in the TV show he is with the Penguins,
I thought you were talking about I Hail King Julian.
No.
They were saying that one.
Well, technically, the King Julian TV show is technically a prequel to Madagascar, kind of like what the original Puss in Boots was.
It takes place right before the first one.
Yep, literally. So that's how the timeline of the Madagascar franchise works, with all the Madagascar lore.
Madagascar lore goes crazy,
yeah,
bro.
I bet there's. I kid you not. I probably
Mort is
actually
like the oldest lemur out of all of them. Like he's immortal.
Probably.
Yeah, immortal.
Yeah.
Right, this is unreal. You're not.
Yeah.
I like that Skipper plays along where he's like, I can't believe you lied to all the circus folks, and then just plays the tissue. It's like, come on, y'all. You were part of the same zoo as well. And even though Madagascar is not really the most emotional hitting franchise compared to Kung Fu Panda or How to Train Your Dragon, but I do like this one arc which I saw on social media where Alex, like Marty, feels like he regretted like leaving the wilds. Like, well, if he wouldn't leave the zoo, we probably wouldn't have this life. But then Alex just said like, hey, if we weren't leaving for that zoo, we probably wouldn't have the wild, crazy adventures we wouldn't have of going to Madagascar, going to Africa, and then traveling around the world in Europe. And then literally when they're having their happy moment by saying like, yeah, I feel like the decision that you made, Marty, just leads to like the best moments of our lives. And then when they got tranquilized, I like how they act high as heck, where it's like, is my neck getting longer? Feel my purr. I feel like a candy cane in a black and white movie. oh no, Dubois, Sonia, I miss you, baby. And then when the penguins find out that King Julian's being tranquilized, I think Skipper's like, Ringtail, where did you find this? I found it from the zoo. And then his bear girlfriend decides to suck him over. And then literally when the zoo decides to like cage Alex and all the animals where they feel like, oh, now like they felt trapped once again, literally back for where they belong in the first movie. And then this woman basically tries to kill Alex, and then all the circus animals try to do their wacky shenanigans, which I'm still baffled how these guys are not dead, despite when the circus animals decide to save them, when Stefano decides to take them down, Vitaly decides to save Marty, Mel and Gloria does their circus act throughout their final act. It was basically like the end game of Madagascar in a way, kind of like what Shrek Forever After, kind of take a similar approach as well, when like all the main characters and all these random villains are like all in the final act, and they play music cues from the original movie. And then out of nowhere, when Stefano was about to be like taken down by Dubois, like literally, like all the animals have their diversions. Mord basically just steals the gun. And then, literally during the moment where Gia say Stefano, Alex and Dubois were like punching in the air, and then the snake's full of cobras in the water. And literally, it's so weird that this woman just randomly grabs a chainsaw just to cut Alex's head. And then this woman was going so berserk where she just becomes the living animal where she goes, yeah, I'm a wild animal right now. And then Mord tranquilizes her down, and now she's not technically dead, but now she's caged like a living animal. And then we get to the fireworks moments, and then Trapeze Americana was real, and now we got a happy ending. And, you know, every Madagascar movie has to end with I like to move it, but, you know, it's the Afro Circus moment. Bro, and then I like that Alex asked Skipper saying, hey Skipper, what happened to Dubois? And then boom, they basically just rehash what happened the first movie. They got locked up in the crates, just like how Alex, Melman, and Morning Gloria just locked up. So I'm like, oh yeah.
The one scene that's semi-related to Madagascar.
Yeah, that was like the only Madagascar-related thing in a movie called Madagascar 3. So I will say this. So I'm definitely going to be fair with everyone else that, yeah, it is B tier. And yeah, Dubois and got shipped to Madagascar now. Yeah, so they could be like the Croods. Just eat like food out of eggs, which we will get to the Croods later on. So overall, even though I will say Madagascar 3's story is a downgrade compared to the first two movies, but I think it's like probably the funniest one out of the three, despite, you know, wacky shenanigans all something. But I will say for I like to move it, it doesn't beat Will.I.Am's cover of Madagascar 2, so I'm like, I still like the Will.I.Am cover.
I like move it.
And then the Answer My Pants and Answer My Pants. So basically I would
Answer My Pants, yeah, Answer My Pants.
And then twisting.
That's why I keep on moving. That's why I keep on moving.
That's why I keep on
doing what I'm doing, y'all. First thing motto, last thing motto.
Girl.
I swear, y'all, Will.I.Am must have got a big paycheck just for that, just for the songs and just for voicing Moto in the movie. But yeah, that's Madagascar 3. So what I want a Madagascar 4? Well, due to the drama with Chris Rock and Jada Pinkett Smith, you know, G.I. 2, can't wait to see it. Where Oscar the Shark Slayer just slapped
We're never getting it one, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting a fourth movie after that drama that happened with Oscar the Shark Slayer slapping Marty in the Oscars 2022. But that doesn't mean it's the final Madagascar movie, because we got the spin-off movie to talk about for Penguin. So it's not the last Madagascar movie on this tier list, but for the main cast, I'm like, yeah, even though not the best, but it is a solid closure to like the main cast himself before, you know, they focus on the Penguins and King Julian for his own TV show. So yeah, I ramble about Madagascar too much, so yeah, B tier for Madagascar. But anyway, I guess we get to this one underrated movie called Rise of the Guardians, aka DreamWorks' attempt of the Avengers, but with fairy tale creatures of like holiday seasons, I guess. Anybody had any words on Rise of the Guardians? Which, fun fact, before we speak...
I don't remember too much about it.
But anyway, before you guys speak, you want to know... No, guys. I was like, guys, you want to know what's surprised about this movie? It's directed by the same guy who directed Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, the first one at least.
Ow.
Yeah. So that
That's okay, you can keep it.
That's okay, you can keep it. So yeah, any words on Rise of the Guardians, y'all?
No.
Nobody?
I got words.
Yeah,
not about the movie.
Just go ahead, bro.
Sorry, Don Berthel just got confirmed to be in Spider-Man.
Punisher is in Brand New Day.
Wait,
Off
he
topic,
is?
but yeah. Yep.
Man,
that's my goat!
How are they gonna put an R-rated character?
You gotta watch the show.
Why would they put the Hulk and Punisher in a Spider-Man movie together?
Well, that sounds great. That's what it sounds like.
I mean,
Sounds
it's
great.
at least close to a Daredevil-esque character, so that's one thing to be thankful for.
It'll
Dave,
happen.
hurry up and watch the show. Hurry up.
Punisher
You
show
got it.
or Daredevil?
Yes.
I mean, to be
Both.
fair, the
Well,
actors of
I've watched
Punisher,
Daredevil. I've watched 2.
Hurry up. Hurry up. Watch Punisher.
Fine, dude. I watched it through reels, man. It's fine.
No. Wait.
Anyways. So. Oh, trust people will take naps.
I don't trust people who take naps.
For the
Naps is for the birds, man. Whole world's moving around and you're napping.
Anyway, back on topic. No comments of Rise of the Guardians from anybody.
Yeah.
Not for me. I don't know.
I
I
just-
don't even know where to put it.
I remember renting it on Redbox and watching it on a small TV. That's about it.
Okay, I don't need to say a lot about this movie, but I will say a few words. So one, I know it's directed by the same guy who gave us the first Spider-Verse movie, and yeah, we just talked about Spider-Man for a little bit because, Punisher's in the new movie. That's cool. But anyway, on to this movie. I feel like Rise of the Guardians is one of those movies, kind of like Monsters vs. Aliens, where it had franchise potential because they literally got these superhero-esque characters that are voiced by big-name actors. You got Chris Pine is Jack Frost, a.k.a. he voiced blonde Peter Parker in the first Spider-Verse movie. Alec Baldwin is back for another Dreamworks movie where he's like Russian Santa Claus. Hugh Jackman is back for another Dreamworks movie where he's voicing the Australian Easter Bunny. It's kind of funny that Hugh Jackman could finally be himself and just talk about, you don't want to race about it, man. I could use my Australian mate. And like actually use his real accent. Then you got Batty Isla Fisher voicing the Tooth Fairy, even though she's not using her Australian accent. Then you got the Sandman, Thomas Hayden Church, I don't care. Not that Sandman, but basically another silent character. So I will say this. It's not a great movie. Like, I know this movie has its fans, but I don't think it's not exactly like great as it is. I haven't watched this movie in a few years. Yeah, I think this movie's like very underrated because not a lot of people talk about it, which I think one of the reasons why it is underrated just because, it wasn't that much of a huge box office hit. And I think the concept of the movie is intriguing. I think Jack Frost is a cool character, hot puns, but the movie isn't entirely based on the whole like superhero-esque team of Jack Frost, Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, and basically the villain who's voiced by Jude Law. I think his name is Pitch, who's technically like the boogeyman. He's basically a Loki archetype, like the British accent, try to terrorize like the whole world. And it's kind of funny that Sandman was like a very silent character, but he dies immediately, like so quick and instantly. So I'm like, okay, I thought they were gonna like bring him back like somewhere in the middle act. So I just kind of feel like it was kind of rushed. And the one thing that caught me off guard is Alec Baldwin as Russian Santa Claus. The fact that the elves are like very triangle shaped, then you got these random Lord of the Rings type of wool characters that like work in his workshop. I understand that the tone and the character designs are trying to be like How to Train Your Dragon, but it's not as enduring as How to Train Your Dragon. And I think the worlds where the Tooth Fairy goes and the Easter Bunny goes is quite intriguing. But I just feel like the concept could have been like explored more on like the team aspects, even though it's mostly like if kids believe of who is Santa's real, Easter Bunny's real, Tooth Fairy's real. But like what Titan says in Megamind, there is no Easter Bunny, there is no Tooth Fairy, and there's no Queen of England.
And there is no Queen of England.
So this movie's technically a myth for what Jonah Hill's character says in Megamind. So, yeah, I will agree with what Haley says. It's a good movie, but I wouldn't say it's like, oh, this is peak, because, yeah, I feel like there's some moments where it has missed potential. It does get dark at some point, so I will get to my conclusions. It's kind of funny that all the kids, I wouldn't say it's like Thor Love and Thunder where all the kids get random superpowers, but the kids themselves has to team up with the main heroes, including when the Easter Bunny has to be short and miniature, and then Sandman becomes alive. They make fun of Jurassic Park at the very end, and they take down the villain. So I would say it's a pretty solid movie. I mean, it's not as funny as Monsters vs. Aliens. So I would say Rise of the Guardians, I would say it's somewhere around the B tier. Like, I would say, like, at least better than Shark Tale, but not as entertaining as Flesh Away, because, Hugh Jackman was in that movie, too. So I would say, yeah, I think B tier is fine for Rise of the Guardians, in my honest opinion. So yeah, that's all I have to say. But now, oh boy, this movie. I actually rewatched this movie not too long ago, because one, my celebrity crush, Emma Stone's in it. Two, I call the rug. It rhymes with grug. Bum 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 ba-dum. Yeah, all the hee hee ha ha hilarious means. It's none other than the Croods, which is being memed a lot since May 2025 for some reason, despite that came out in 2013. Anybody has comments about the Croods?
Good movie.
It rhymes with grug.
Like it. Runs with Grug. I thought it was weird when I was younger. I thought it was like a little bit uncanny. Like I don't know if it's just me, but like the way they move in that movie is like kind of realistic.
Mhm.
Like I don't know, like it's like it kind of like gives me Polar Express type like movement. Like not their, I don't know. Like it just like it was uncanny to me when I was younger. I rewatched it on Netflix. I didn't finish it because yeah, but from what I saw, it was pretty funny. So B tier.
Okay, B for Dwayne, Gabriel, Lesnar. Any comments about the Croods? The first one, of course.
I think it's a fun movie. I mean, I like the unique designs of each character and their personalities. It's like it's like the Flintstones, but stupid.
Yeah, basically, pretty much.
But I like the idea. I think it's fun and silly, and I never thought Nick Cage would play a character in a like comedic movie to that degree, but he did a good job with it.
He went all in the voice acting for that role.
Yeah, these just such an iconic character now. Freaking Grug, what his stupid name.
Yeah,
His design, I can't. But yeah, that goes back to what I said. Like their character designs are silly and unique and fun, and
Emma Stone's down bad.
I don't know. I think for some reason the son, the chubby one.
Oh yeah, Thunk. Yeah, that one.
Reminds me of what's his face from Family Guy?
Chris Griffin.
Chris, yes, he reminds me of him for some reason. I don't know.
With the pen.
Yeah. And then their pet. What is it again?
Good boy, Douglas.
Yeah,
Douglas.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Also the grandma. The grandma's funny.
Yeah, the granny.
She's kind of like the grandma from like Ice Age
4.
4?
Before even, yeah, I think this movie came out after Ice Age 4. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's kind of what her character is, just the silly grandma.
Still alive.
Still alive.
Yeah, still alive.
No.
Grog was so desperate for that woman to die.
Yeah, his face or his reaction when he found out she was still alive.
What did she do?
She's annoying.
I'll never live long enough to get there. We'll do it.
Man.
Let's do it.
I don't remember too much of the plot. I just remember like Emma Stone's character, like she's like kind of tired of the lifestyle or whatever.
The world, Dad.
You know what her dad wants to live, and she meets Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds. His name is Guy. Haha, free Guy.
Yeah, Guy. Wow. Yeah.
Holy crap, dude! Free.
Because Ryan Reynolds played both characters.
Ironic irony is in the house, guy.
And now he's gonna be in a movie about eating poop. No.
Oh man.
Okay.
No. I just
Paramount.
I think Ryan Reynolds was a good choice for the character. I think it's
funny
pretty
because
fitting.
Turbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the same year in 2013.
How do you go from Turbo to eating poop?
Yeah. His character's alright. I mean, not like a fan favorite or anything, but his character's alright. Just, I don't know. Emma Stone's character, I like her. I like her character. I like that she's trying to be different, and she's kind of just that angsty. I don't remember if she is a teenager or not, but she's like an angsty teenager that's just like,
Gabe Wood.
Yes.
Chill out,
bro. It's my baby, Emma Stone. So yes, I would. She's my favorite actress, yo.
Yeah.
After we just said she's a teenager.
Yeah. He means Emma Stone, not the character, guys.
I'm like,
don't worry.
Yeah, Emma Stone, guys.
She's been my crush since The Amazing Spider-Man, so yes. And iCarly as well.
But I like that she's just trying to be different from what her dad's lifestyle is, and trying to be not a filthy caveman, and wants to be closer to Guy and be like him, and you know, relationship stuff, and then freaking Grug. haha, you're laughing my daughter. No.
Wrong franchise. Wrong franchise.
Guy, you are.
I don't know. I think that whole dynamic of like Grug just being like, "No, you're my daughter. No, you got to listen to me. Get away from that guy. He's gonna interrupt you."
From that guy.
And then like she's like, "No, but I love him," and it's just that typical dynamic. But they make it like funny because of their lifestyle and stuff. The mom would, hey,
Okay.
It's the chick from 40-Year-Old Virgin.
You're real for that. Real for that.
I don't know. I don't remember
Why you yelled that?
the rest of the plot of the movie. I just think it's a funny movie. The characters look stupid, and I don't know. It's enjoyable. It's like a turn off your brain kind of movie, and I think that's fine. It's for kids, you know.
Family.
It's good. It's not like great. It's not amazing. I wouldn't call it mid either. It's just good. Like it's a fun movie.
So B tier for you, I
I
guess.
would probably.
It's a movie you put on a pizza party.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah.
Oh man, I think I'd probably put it at B.
Yeah, pretty much. So B seems convenient for you. Lesnar, do you want to say something about Croods?
Yeah, I do. I will say Nick Cage nailed the role. Like, he's legitimately hilarious as his character.
So
Yeah. Like, especially whenever he screams. Oh my gosh. Like,
I am a caveman!
the animation is very interesting too. Like, they probably were like, let's do something different with the animation for this movie. It's about cavemen. And let's see, Guy, he's cool. He's all right. You know, like, it's not like yeah, dude, I love that character. He's the best. Oh my gosh.
It's just
more
Ryan
like
Reynolds
he's
being
all
Ryan
right.
Reynolds, but except without the R-rated jokes.
Yeah. What else should I say? Oh yeah, memes. Oh yeah, the song, the soundtrack. Yeah, it's fire. I like it. I like it a lot.
It's funny that's the same guy who did the music for Back to the Future and the Avengers, which is kind of funny by saying, yeah, I did music for a time traveling movie, superhero movie, but also this movie about cavemen in a DreamWorks movie.
Yeah, it's more like this movie feels like the typical daughter wants to go out and see the world and date boys, and the dad's like, no, but cavemen.
Shrek 5.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be the plot for Shrek 5 for Zendaya being Shrek's daughter in a way. Dad, you don't let me go free. I want to be free with myself. I like this boy that sounds like a British guy named Tom Holland.
Yeah, it's those tropes, but caveman edition. Mm-hmm. But like, I enjoy it. I like this movie a lot. It's not. I'll watch it and I'll still be entertained, even if it's playing in the background. I'll still like probably laugh at a few jokes. Like, shoot, like I do. The entire family in general, like either when they're acting like cavemen or just acting like, well, I don't know, themselves. Grug especially. Gosh, what else? Bro, what am I gonna say about that character? He's just funny.
Because freaking Nick Cage is a caveman.
Yeah, Nick Cage. I don't know. I'm gonna assume that Nick Cage probably want to do something different for a role like this. Like all the yelling and all the freaking jokes he's talking about. But yeah, I like the Croods. I'd rank this movie. I probably put it like close to B tier.
Alright, so I will put it on B tier as well, so I'm just going to get my quick ramble out of the way. I'm going to acknowledge one thing. I'm going to acknowledge this one thing. The Owl City song...
Wait. Quick question. How many more movies until How to Train Your Dragon 2? How many more movies?
We got 3 more after Croods, so we're getting close. We're getting very close to How to Train Your Dragon 2, which I'm glad that we're getting close.
I might not make it tonight for that, but... Alright, sorry, continue.
But anyway, let me just get to Croods. So, I want to say this. The Owl City song at the end credits, Shine, Shine Your Way. I mean, it's literally...
Oh, yeah.
literally around Owl City's Peak. I'm like, I will admit,
Nickelodeon Atmos song.
I still like the song for what it was, like literally at the end. But either way, so Croods, basically, it's like the Flintstones meets The Simpsons meets Family Guy, but with the tone and the world of Ice Age. That's how I view the Croods in a nutshell. Like, basically, it's a Flintstones, Simpsons, Family Guy, Ice Age hybrid. But yet, surprisingly, even though the concept is not 100% original, dare I say, but, you know, it's, like, directed by Chris Sanders, I believe, right? Yeah, the guy who voiced Stitch and co-directed How to Train Your Dragon.
Chris Sanders?
Yeah, Chris Sanders co-directed this, but also...
Right, I love this movie. Never mind, S tier.
But also, Dwayne, he also voices... But remember, Belt the Sloth, he also voices that character, so I'm like, yeah, a very Stitch-esque character when he was in the movie. So yeah, Deadpool and Stitch are attacking.
I actually never knew that. I want to kill myself for not knowing that. Wow.
Well, I'm just letting you know, ever since Chris Sanders and Dean DeBois split after Disney, they did Dragons, they did Croods, and obviously The Wild Robot. So either way,
the Wild Robot,
which that's gonna take a long time. But anyway, the Croods. So yeah, even though I don't expect the movie to be like that original, but the family dynamic is quite entertaining. Like the release the baby is like, yeah, that's literally like Bam Bam and Boom Boom just become like a crack alligator type of chick or something. Nicolas Cage just went like full bonkers on the voice recording booth where he goes like all the time. Emma Stone, I mean, first of all, that's my baby. That's Gwen Stacy from the Amazing Spider-Man movie. So of course I do think Eep is kind of attractive in a way. And even though it does get to that Little Mermaid trope where she just wants to be like part of the world, not be like out of the family, like be out of her zone. And then when she meets up with Guy, who's voiced by Ryan Reynolds, which even though, yeah, it's just Ryan Reynolds being Ryan Reynolds, but like, you know, without the R-rated Deadpool type of humor because, you know, it's PG. But still, I'm like, alright, I see what Dreamworks is doing. You're trying to pair Emma Stone with an actor named Ryan before she did Ryan Gosling with 3 different other movies. So I see what y'all are doing, Croods. But then, it's kind of funny that the beginning of the movie, which, you know, it's like the meme of bum 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 ba-dum bum bum bum. Basically, I didn't notice it on rewatch. I'm like, oh, it's a parody of football. That's why they're chasing over the eggs and why all these TikTok Gen Z people are trying to, like, suck eggs out of it like they're retards in the public streets. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, man, TikTok just really just wipe away the human race after, like, oh, let's make this a meme now after that movie came out in 2013. So I will admit, even though this movie becomes a bit too wacky, but it's kind of interesting how Guy tried to introduce the Croods of like, let's invent new things, let's invite fire, shoes, shades, and all that. And then Grug gets judged by saying, yeah, my daughter's into this guy dude, and now he's stealing my thunder that this family's taking me away. It's like this Toy Story trope of like, oh great, new rivals in the way, and now he's stealing my thunder, now he's stealing the people that I got close with. So that's what's kind of like that Toy Story-ish dynamic, which I now expect Nick Cage and Ryan Reynolds to like have a weird dynamic duo where you got freaking Spider-Man Noir and Deadpool in a film together. So either way, it's kind of funny that once when they both got trapped into like this black tar from this saber-tooth type of creature, Guy kind of like gets a little bit to his emotional backstory where he lost his family, and that's why he kind of like got close with the Croods around that time. And it's kind of funny when they're about to drown in the black oil, just like disguise himself as a female saber-tooth, and then Belle is trying to like play with the bones and just goes dun dun dun. So I'm like, yeah, Belle is basically like Stitch if he's like in sloth form when he's like attached to that. Heck, he's even like shipping Eep and Guy whenever they got the romantic moments together. And Eep basically plays that daughter where she's like, I don't want to listen to my dad. Say, what were you gonna say, Wayne?
No, Belt the Goat for doing it.
Yeah, because you know it's Chris Sanders, bro. But either way, I like the mode where Guy kind of teases the end, which, yeah, the Ice Age movies technically play this trope, so that's what I'm saying, like, it's not really the most original idea if you think about it, but I do like the mode where Grug literally has his muscle strength just to throw the grandmother, the baby, his wife, his fat son, Thunk, who's like I said, Gabriel's like, he's basically like Chris Griffin from Family Guy, just fat, slobbish, clumsy, like, basically he's like Chris Griffin, but just in caveman form. But literally, once when there's like a nice emotional moment where basically Eve is trying to like have a hug with Grug, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna hug you because it rhymes with Grug, and she never gets to say I love you back. It's like, okay, it goes to the trope where you have like daddy issues with the daughter, and then basically everyone survived except Grug. Literally had to use all the techniques from the saber-toothed tiger to the Douglas to like all the tricks that Guy teach the Croods how to do it, and then he finds his way. And then Eve basically like forgives Grug after the drama they have, and then the family reunites. And I think it's kind of a funny gag where I think Grug made a joke by saying like the grog is like a snapshot, like put like some disgusting cream, pause, and just make like a snapshot selfie after that where they make like a picture frame. So yeah, pretty wacky, fun, solid Flintstones, Simpsons wannabe. So I would say it's like, yeah, probably somewhere like in the B tier. Like, it's funny from the world and everything else. So yeah, pretty solid movie. So yeah, outside of Croods, this is literally Ryan Reynolds' next DreamWorks movie, Turbo, aka the Cars and Ratatouille knockoff. That's what I would certainly call this movie. It just rehashes Cars with Ratatouille, but make it about snails for some reason. Anyone has any comments on Turbo? Huh, Wreck-It Ralph? You're not going Turbo, are you?
You're not going Turbo, are you?
Turbo, are you? Could I go first? Because I'm going to be honest, this is probably the last movie I do for today.
Well, at least you stick around for a while.
Yeah, I got to go to bed soon.
Alright.
Sure you do.
That's right, bro.
Oh, that snail is fast!
I knew you were going to say that, bro.
That song, I played it all the time.
Peoples.
I have not seen this movie in years. I just remember it, like, being like, oh man, this is kind of a Cars ripoff in a way.
And Ratatouille.
I guess, yeah, Ratatouille a little bit. I don't remember, I remember the beginning of the movie. Like, I remember him being in, like, the forest and stuff. I remember the brothers and, I don't know, I remember him making, like, a taco and it was, like, it looked really good.
Michael Peña and Luis Guzman.
I remember the freaking, what's his name? What's his name from Cars 2? Oh my gosh, I don't remember. Francesco. I remember the Francesco looking dude in this movie. I don't know his name.
Oh yeah, he's voiced by Bill Hader in this film.
Yeah,
Bill Hader voiced the guy in this movie.
He wanted to stomp the hell out of him in the track, and I remember this man lost to a damn snail, bro. That is embarrassing, bro. I don't even know what I would do afterwards. I remember there was like an Asian midget that was voiced by like that one famous Asian guy that's in like everything.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Was there a Snoop Dogg snail?
Yeah, Snoop Dogg voiced the snail. Ben, Samuel L. Jackson voiced the snail. Ben Schwartz, Maya Rudolph, Paul Giamatti was the brother of
Are we
Turbo.
Serious?
Yeah, crazy voice.
Dude, this
who voiced White Shadow though?
For a mid-movie, that's crazy.
What about
for a snail movie?
Who voiced White Shadow?
Oh, I don't know who voiced White Shadow.
I'm looking it up.
I don't know.
Wait, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Mike
He's
Bell.
up fast, like a shadow. Who?
Mike Bell.
Wait, who?
I don't know who that is. What's he been in?
Let me look at his IMDb. Let's see.
He's just a random animator.
Kung Fu Panda 2,
He's just a random animator that's just like, hey, you want to voice a character? Yeah, I want to be a part of it.
He played Santa Claus. SpongeBob.
People were making memes out of that when Sonic 3 came out. White Shadow.
White Shadow. I can still see you. I remember that.
And he's in the recent episode of SpongeBob. Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
I don't have a lot to say because I haven't seen this movie in years, but I would put it in C.
C, okay.
Probably. Yeah.
I was thinking the same, too.
So, yeah. Oh, I also wanted to add it to that has nothing to do, but I know I'm not going to make it a How to Train Your Dragon 2. How to Train Your Dragon 2 is honestly my favorite DreamWorks movie of all time. I would put it as plus. I'm gonna be honest, I love that movie more than Shrek 2.
Yeah,
and I already love Shrek 2.
Same.
And Prince of, it feels wrong for saying that, but Prince of Egypt 2. So I would say probably How to Train Your Dragon 2 is my favorite DreamWorks movie. I was gonna say Pixar. Oh my gosh.
I don't think Pixar had many movies around that year.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm about to dip.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Dwayne.
Have some hands. So.
Peace, Dwayne. We love you.
Alright, I appreciate you guys having me on stream.
Goodbye, Dwayne.
Alright.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Good night. Alright.
So yeah, it's only just me, Gabriel, Les around the time. So does any of you two want to talk about Turbo, or do you think I should go next?
I don't remember much from this movie, to be honest. It's been a while.
So it's either me or Gabriel for me. I guess
I've only seen this movie like in my life. I remember it being like just I don't know, just kind of basic, just kind of bland. It almost didn't really feel like a DreamWorks movie. It just like its own thing.
Illumination.
And I don't know. It was just kind of a weaker version of Cars.
Yeah, snails.
Yeah. I thought the character designs looked funny. That one blue snail, he's like kind of
Ben
chunky.
Schwartz, that's Ben Schwartz voicing it. I'm Skid Mark. Hey, yo, it's Sonic as a snail.
Dude. The design of his character is just so funny, I can't.
His habit for voicing blue characters.
But I don't know, to me it's just a basic movie. There's not really much to say. I do like a little bit of the animation. That scene, I think it's from Turbo. It was some, I don't know if he's Mexican or whatever, some fat guy was cooking.
Yeah, Michael Peña's character.
And it was showcasing what he was cooking, and it looked freaking delicious.
It did look delicious, man.
That's about it, really. I don't remember much. It was just a basic racing movie with like snails and, you know, this guy. He's the new guy, and we probably think he sucks. And then later on, he proves him wrong, and this and that. I don't know. It's just a basic cartoon. I mean, animated movie.
I guess C tier for you.
I would put it C tier.
That's exactly what Dwayne says. But before I get to my thoughts, let me read the chat. Do you know that Adam Sandler was originally going to be considered to the role of Master P? The original name of Poe was the working title of Master P, Kung Fu Panda. Oh, yeah, but that was during the time when Adam Sandler was like at the peak of his career, but not Jack Black, because Jack Black didn't really have... I mean, he has done movies before, but he hasn't like really made a name for himself until School of Rock, so I did remember that. Turbo reminds me of Planes, because it's about an underdog who wants to escape their boring life and dream to become a racer and having a villain that's a hero about them, but then bad. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Planes is a much better movie than Turbo by comparison, even though I guess Planes is kind of canon to the Cars universe, even though it's not produced by Pixar, but, you know, it is what it is. Roger Craig Smith was the villain in that movie. But yeah, anyway, like I said before, Turbo is basically the Cars and Ratatouille wannabe from Dreamworks. Like, basically, he's like, yeah, I'm Speed, I wish I could go fast. And kind of like Ratatouille in a way where he got Turbo that wants to be fast. And basically his brother's like, yeah, we disbelieve, we're supposed to be like regular snails. It's funny that Paul Giamatti, yes, the guy who plays Rhino in the Amazing Spider 2 was like the brother. Samuel L. Jackson is like the black snail. Ben Schwartz is the blue snail. Snoop Dogg was a snail as well. Maya Rudolph plays like this burnt snail. There's so many like these random actors. I'm like, yeah, we're just gonna be voices snails. And I know what Dwayne's talking about. The short Asian guy, that's Ken Jeong, the guy that says, "Huh, gay" from Community. It's like, okay, now I know who Dwayne's referring to. Even Michelle Rodriguez from the Fast and Furious movies. I'm like,
He's
yeah.
He went to Madagascar.
It's like, bro. Oh yeah, he was Madagascar as the small seal, right?
Yeah, he was. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we would. Like, we're going to get to that movie very soon, by the way. So, for Turbo, even though I would say the movie's like, but I will admit, just like what Dwayne says, I think the song of, whoa, that snail is fast, that snail is fast, and then the end credit song, peoples to peoples, parties to places, we even go to space. I'm like, alright, there are some, like, solid bangers, but it's kind of funny that Bill Hader, my boy Flint Lockwood for Clyde with the Chance of Meatballs, is the villain, and like what Dwayne says, it's so funny that this Ferrari Italian guy just got lost in a race over a snail, which is ridiculous to think about. And not only just that, like, I think it's kind of funny that literally, like, this Michael Peña dude kind of like treats Turbo like he's kind of like his Remy in a way, so that's where you get like the Ratatouille knockouts. Like, I say this movie's okay, but it's not like anything too special. Like, sure, he got a big voice cast. White Shadow was kind of funny, where it's like goes White Shadow. But yeah, I think it's like in the same level, like B movie in a way, where it's sort of like, yeah, it's not great, not bad, it's just okay. And speaking of average movies, we got Mr. Peabody and Sherman, which I think this was a movie that was adapted from the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons, which is surprisingly co-directed by the same guy who made the original Lion King. But yeah, that's the next movie on the list, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, the movie. Any guys have any thoughts on this film? Because I don't got a lot.
Neither do I.
Gabriel?
Gabriel. I don't understand.
Okay. I watched this movie in theaters, find it good. I saw a few clips a few years ago. Haven't seen the whole movie. Which one? Mr. Peabody and Sherman or Turbo? That's what I'm confused at. Can we just put Kung Fu Panda 4 F tier already? We will get to 4. But yeah, Gabriel, have you seen Mr. Peabody and Sherman?
I did, but it was such a long time ago, like one time, and I don't remember. I remember more of the trailer than the actual movie.
But I know you remember Patrick
yeah.
Warburton. But you remember Patrick Warburton's character where he goes, I did not see that
Slightly,
coming.
I do slightly remember. But again, I don't remember everything.
Okay, so I guess for both of you guys, it's like the haven't seen it territory, but I have seen it once in theaters, which, yeah, this movie was a flop in theaters because back then, there was this one Dreamworks movie called Me and My Shadow where this guy named Daniel, yeah, me, I was going to be the main character in the movie, where he's basically supposed to be like, his shadow's like a living being on his own, and if Mr. Peabody and Sherman was a box office hit, that movie would have been greenlighted, but, you know, Joker 2 stole that concept of the shadow persona versus the human persona. But anyway, for Mr. Peabody and Sherman, I don't got really much to say, even though I do say that Ty Burrell is a good casting choice for Mr. Peabody, even though I've never really watched the cartoons that much as a kid. It's kind of funny that Mr. Peabody and Sherman has, like, two Modern Family actors. You got Mr. Peabody's voiced by Ty Burrell. You got Penny, who's like the bully rival kid to Sherman, is like the daughter of Ty Burrell's character. And I like that Sherman's voiced by Max Cooper, who plays young Peter Parker in The Amazing Spider-Man, but he's also the voice of Kai in the Lion Guard series. So I'm like, alright, pretty solid casting choices. Even Ravi from Jesse and the Indian kid from Dive Whippy Kid is like one of Sherman's classmates who was like, oh yeah, you got the old chocolate belt, I got stick with my own handiwork. Oh, okay, that's what you're referring to. Mr. Peabody and Sherman, I'm referring to watching the movie theaters. Funny how in 2014 I watched a cartoon time-traveling movie that 10 years later started like a time-traveling hedgehog. How ironic! Anyway, the early voice talent, Piggy was Madagascar. Skipper was voiced by Charlton Heston. Quasi was voiced by Sean Peterson. It was actually voiced by Mr. Bean. Okay, that honestly would have been a fire casting. Enrica voiced by Jen Cummings. And remember what kind of cake of the cake? Remember the king got, you know, what type of cake? Don't even talk about that little girl, though. Yeah, she was quite of a menace. Like, I know she's voiced by Sophia the First, but man, she was like, you know, straight up jerk to German. Like, around that time that even Sherman's like being out of control, just bit the woman. That even like this fat lady wants to like sue Mr. Peabody in a way, even though Mr. Peabody kind of like adopted Sherman like his son in a way. I will say the concept is a little bit weird by saying, like, hey, this dog kind of adopted Sherman in a way. And it is kind of like a decent time-traveling story where they travel to, like, the historical pieces. They travel to the time of Egypt and the Mummy. And even Penny was involved where she falls in love with King Tut for some reason. They time-travel to Italy with the Mona Lisa and the guy that makes the Italian stuff. And then Sherman tags up with Penny. And it's so funny that her dad is basically the same guy who voiced the president in Monster vs. Aliens. I'm like, hey, yo, Stephen Colbert, the guy who voiced the president in Monster vs. Aliens. And around that time, they just time traveled to, like, the Trojan Horse place, which I will admit, that was probably the funniest scene of the entire movie because, you know, if you put Patrick Warburton in an animated movie, you know he's going to say something funny. It's a delivery. You see the smell of armpits? That's the smell of victory. I did not see that coming. Including the final act when the main villain was trying to, like, take Mr. Peabody away and all these historical people like George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin are, like, going to the final act. I like that when this woman came around, Patrick Warburton's character's like, I'm in love! And then it's kind of like funny in a way. But either than that, it's kind of like quite baffling where you got all these historical figures coming all around and they try to take Mr. Peabody away. And then Sherman has like this uplifting experiment, like this uplifting message by saying, you know what? I'm a dog too. Even though my dad's a dog, but he's like a parent to me. And then literally you got all the historical people like the historians, the presidents by saying I'm a dog too. And then they literally time travel back to all where they came from. Until then, I like this one joke they got away with when George Washington has $1 bill and then literally all these girls like flustered with George Washington, but then when Benjamin Franklin has a $100 bill, they got over him because he has the more money on the dollar bill face. I'm like, alright, that actually was a kind of a funny joke. And then Patrick Warburton's character just falls in love with the woman that basically tries to take Mr. Peabody away. So I will admit, that was kind of funny, but I would say, like, Mr. Peabody is at least a bit more interesting than Turbo, but I wouldn't say it's, like, you know, a great movie by comparison if that's the case. So I would say Mr. Peabody and Sherman is, like, also on C tier when it comes to that. So, like I said, I don't got really much to say. But, man, when we get to How to Train Your Dragon 2, I will have to agree with Dwayne. Probably my favorite DreamWorks, like, Dragons movie, but like I said, I'm not going to spoil it too much, but it's S tier. But does anybody have any thoughts on How to Train Your Dragon 2 before I start glazing it just like Kung Fu Panda 2, in a way? Anybody?
It's been a while since I've seen the movie, man. Like, gosh dang, I've been on a mission watching. Man, I think I've told you this before, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while. But honestly, it looks pretty cool. I think I've seen some clips here and there. But then again, yeah, like, honestly, shoot. I have little to say, to be honest, because I haven't seen it in so long. I need to rewatch it. But yeah, anyone else? Gabe?
Yeah, Gabriel, would you like to speak about How to Train Your Dragon 2?
Ah, man. I'm eating dinner right now, but I'm just gonna say this movie, I don't know. It's really good. It's really good. But I think I don't know if I like the first or the second more. It's tough to say for me. I really like them both. Um, I think just both of them nail the emotional aspect of the characters and the music and the atmosphere and all the dragons and now that the dragons are starting to be more welcomed and uh, part of their village, I guess you could say. Um, Seeing how their lifestyles are different now with the dragons around and how they're tamed and not just treated like evil beasts that murder. They're like pets now, like family. Um, they're even breeding. And then, um, if I'm not mistaken, it's been a long time since I've seen it. This is the one with the mom, right?
Yes, this was the reveal of Hiccup reunites with his long-lost mother, who is,
Yep. Okay.
voiced by Kate
You're as
Blanchett.
beautiful as the day I lost you.
Yeah, I knew you were going to mention
Um,
the meme.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what made this movie was the emotional moments with his mom and reuniting their family
I do got
after
some
such a
more to
long
say about it.
time. And I love that these movies show the value of both parents, like the value of a father
Facts.
and the value of a mother,
Facts.
to have them together, not
Yes.
just singling out just like, oh, dads are better, moms are better. No, they're both important. And this and the first movie do a good job of showcasing that both parents together are the most important thing. And I think it was just beautiful, and their relationship and her chemistry, and her dragon is also freaking cool. I don't know. I don't remember the rest of it. I just remember the emotional stuff of it being really good. And to me, it's like on par with the first. That's just my opinion, because I just really like the first two movies. S rank, I gotta say.
All right.
S rank.
S rank for Gabriel. Thank you for your comments. And the reason why I wanted Gabriel to comment because I wanted to pee, but I don't want to hold my bladder as I'm gonna glaze the heck out of it, just like with Fu Panda 2. So Gabriel, you can enjoy your food. Now, will you excuse me since I actually did rewatch this movie not too long ago. So yes, I rewatched all 3 animated How to Train Your Dragon movies to get me prepared for the live action remake. And since I've seen the remake, I do have some thoughts about it, so that's why I added to the tier list. But now, How to Train Your Dragon 2 is easily like the Kung Fu Panda 2 of the Dreamworks franchise. Like, not only you made a sequel, in my personal opinion, better than the first movie, but I just feel like you just made it like so much grander and greater than ever before. And speaking of which, wait, did Dwayne just come back?
He's back.
Bro, I'm sorry. I can't just brush it over, bro. I need to talk about How to Train Your Dragon 2 before
Go
I
ahead,
go to bed,
Dwayne.
bro.
So, okay, I was gonna say before I start glazing, I want you to glaze over How to Train Your Dragon 2.
Dude, it's like, unfortunately, I didn't go see the movie in theaters. I watched it when it like came out on Blu-ray. But man, this movie just straight up just elevates everything. The first one, in my opinion, 1 and 2 are like one of the few movies I can actually call perfect.
Yeah,
You know, like
masterpiece. Straight up
I
masterpiece.
cannot think of any complaint unless I was like going straight just like hating mode, bro, for no reason. You know,
There's a few
like there's
difference.
genuinely no complaint I have with the first 2. But with the second one, it just like elevates like the entire story. Like the one thing I love most about like just franchises is their world building. You know, so like it just with these new dragons that we see, you know. Wait, can I spoil the movie or can I not?
Go ahead, Dwayne. Say it because Gabriel.
Dude, like you
memories
see
are
like
small.
his mom and like like, because you would assume from the first movie, oh, she probably just died, but they actually expand on that, and like she's been living with these dragons. I was gonna say dinosaurs, bro. I can't believe it. She's been living with these dragons, and then also too. Oh my gosh, I forgot that one dude, but
Aaron?
that one guy that was working for Drago.
Yeah, Aaron, who's voiced by Jon Snow from Game of Thrones.
People like. Yeah, which is crazy. And then you got damn freaking whatever that dude's name was, Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
You got him voicing Drago, which is pretty cool. Don't even the main part everybody glazes, but I'm gonna glaze it too. Like, don't even get me started on Stoic, bro, in this movie.
Yes.
Stoic and his wife, like, and that one song they sing together, man.
Tears, man.
And then, like, just imagine your best buddy too. Like, that's your dad, and just imagine your best buddy gets mind controlled to killing him, and like, you know it's not his fault, but you can't help but be angry. Like, that's some hardcore writing right there. Like for a DreamWorks movie, yeah, that's insanity to me, bro.
I understand Hiccup's pain.
Like it just elevates everything the first movie did, and the first movie was already peak, so this one's like peaker, bro. The animation, the music, dude. That song "Where No One" is that what it's called? "Where No One Goes."
Yeah, "Where No One Goes." Love that song.
Like, dude. Like even like, you know, I hate when like movies decide to ship characters randomly, but like with this movie with Snotlout and Fishleg and is her name Rough Nut or is it Tough Nut? I think it's Rough Nut.
Tough Nut is the male.
I thought it was pretty funny.
Okay, Tough Nut's the male, Rough Nut's the female, where she starts thirsting over Jon Snow's character.
Yeah, I remember. Well, I remember that. But I see in this movie it works because it doesn't stay too long. It's not a main plot point. It's just something on the side. You know, I think it's funny, and so I'm okay with that. Astrid,
yes, she looks way more finer in this movie since she glow up just like Hiccup.
She because like in the first movie, I ain't gonna lie, she chopped, but in the second one, damn, them animators. They went hard, bro.
The Rapunzel Goldilocks here. Yeah, I love it.
And then Hiccup too, man. Like, I love his character development. Well, like throughout all three movies, but like with this one, it's like you just shows how much he's like improved and grown from the first one. First one, you know, he's just like, oh, I wouldn't kill a dragon, you know, like he's a wimp, you know. But like now he's like evolving, man. And it's great writing. I think it's a peak movie. It's a genuinely like 20 out of 10 to me. Like,
it's perfect.
It's probably
great sequel.
I gotta think about it. It would probably be like in my top 5 sequels of all time. Maybe not top. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe not top 5, but top 10 definitely.
Yeah.
This and Shrek 2.
And just like Kung Fu Panda 2, another Empire Strikes Back influence. That even the director himself's like, yeah, Empire Strikes Back was an influence. Told you so.
Oh, I mean, definitely you can see that with that ending. And then, oh my gosh, Toothless becoming alpha of the dragons and commanding all the dragons to take on that big one. That's some endgame level stuff, bro. Oh my gosh, that ending was peak,
great character development for Hiccup and Toothless in that final act.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, 10 out of 10, you already know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say S tier. And then the third movie falls off hella, but you know, that's okay. So yeah, peak movie, great. All right, now I go to bed. All right, good night.
Well, thank you for stopping by for How to Train Your Dragon 2, Dwayne, so I'm not alone on this.
Yeah. Dude, it's peak, bro. It's better than the first.
Yeah.
And the first one's already
Dwayne, that's what I'm saying. I hate it when people are like, oh, it's the bottom of the list. No, it's not, like, worse than 3.
Dude, you are stupid. You are stupid. You watch
that.
Brain Rot. You think Boss Baby 2 is the best movie of all time, bro. Get the hell on, bro.
Yeah. What? Who said what?
Okay, Gabriel.
No, whoever says How to Train Your Dragon 2 is at the bottom. I said you like Boss Baby 2.
Nope.
Yeah, guys, I kid you not. I'm literally seeing every Dragons fan where they're ranking like, oh, we rank all 4 Dragons movies, a live-action remake. It's like, why rank the second one on the bottom? Why put the second on the bottom and say like 3 is better?
If you have 3 as like your first or second, you're already automatically wrong. The third one sucks balls.
It's
I
not
don't care.
bad.
That
The third
movie's
movie's
a
not.
fan thing.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about the third one. It's not bad, but it's definitely the Kung Fu Panda 3 of the How to Train Your Dragon franchise.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell no, it's Kung Fu Panda 4. Kung Fu Panda.
Fanta, Kung Fu Fanta 4.
Nah, you're right, dude. The ending of that movie really saves it, but the rest of the movie is trash.
The first act was quite,
Alright.
too juvenile.
I'm never rewatching. I would rather rewatch Finding Dory, bro. Hell no. You got that, bro.
That made my nights. That totally made my night, man.
Yeah. Alright. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night,
guys.
Zane. We love you, bro.
Love you.
All right. Well, thanks for Dwayne for his defense. So let me get to my reasons why I love How to Train Your Dragon 2. Bro, the opening monologue where Hiccup's talking about where dragons and Vikings could coexist, and the fact that everyone is getting along, like literally, you got the young Vikings doing like all these dragons like racing with each other with the sheep, and then the opening sequence when Hiccup is all grown up, like age 20. I like that director Dean DeBlois decides to age up the characters where they look older and, dare I say, much more attractive, especially Astrid, of course. But either way, the song choice when Hiccup and Toothless are having their fight, where the song "We Ho Where No One Goes," da 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 da, best song of the How to Train Your Dragon franchise. Don't at me on this. This song is like really good. And during the moments where Hiccup actually has like, he made like wing gliders out of that, it's like, bro, Hiccup is trying to steal Batman and Robin's thunder when it comes to that. It's like, look, I get that Hiccup is smart, but the way they use like dragon scales and just make the armory of his own, that is so cool. Like, Hiccup can easily be a DC superhero in Gotham just beating up people with Toothless as a sidekick, you know? So, I honestly thought that was such a cool upgrade and a great opening to Hiccup and Toothless. But then, during the moments where he decides to reunite with Astrid around that time, and Astrid is like mighty fine as heck, man. And the fact that Astrid, I like that she developed herself too, where she becomes like, just like Tigress and Kung Fu Panda, but except, you know, Hiccup and Astrid is a lot more intimate, which I understand why a lot of people ship with them, because how could you not? They actually are a good, healthy couple. Probably the best couple in Dreamworks, if I'm being honest with you. And I like that she becomes like that traditional, like, I like that they become banter, silly, they tease their past iterations of themselves in the first movie. It's like, a good, healthy relationship in the form of like 20-year-old young Vikings, despite the young Vikings talk like Americans and the stronger, older Vikings sounds a lot more Scottish. But then once when Hiccup and Toothless, I like that Toothless is now embracing, like, I argued that in the first movie he was a lot more cat-like, but in the second movie Toothless has this more dog behavior where he started like slobbering over Hiccup in a way, which obviously for me as a dog owner I can relate to that with Tango and Roxy when I used to raise them. But then, once when Hiccup and Astrid decided to like meet up with Jon Snow from Game of Thrones, Aerith, where he used to be like an assistant that works for Drago, I like the fact that Hiccup and Toothless use their smarts, thinking like, oh, like we can definitely like change the hearts of these other people that are trying to hunt down these dragons, just like how I changed the view of all the Vikings and Bird that dragons could not be their enemy. But I like that when Aerith, even though we didn't get really introduced to the main villain yet, which is Drago, which, like what Dwayne says, it's the same dude from Guardians of the Galaxy that goes, who? And also the guy from Shazam as well. I like the fact that we didn't get to introduction to the villain yet, but yet this Aerith dude kind of like hinted to Hiccup and Astrid, like the fact that he's a very dangerous threat. But once when Stoic know who Drago is, he talks about the whole idea where he, like, Drago wants to control the dragons, but then Stoic's friends get laughed at, and then Drago's the one that kills everyone except for Stoic himself because he survived. And I like this message that Stoic tells his son around this time as Hiccup's getting older, like, a chief must protect his own, Hiccup. And basically that's what Hiccup's just trying to like remind Stoic in a way. I like that Gobber has his own dragon, which I think his name is like Chunky or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was like a big fat dragon that kind of fits for Gobber in a way, which I thought that was funny. And as for the young Vikings, I forgot to bring this out, so I think it's kind of random that since, you know, Astrid has the hots for Hiccup, just like how Jonah Hill's character, Snoutla, has the hot for Astrid in the first film. But now they want to thirst on Kristen Wiig's character, a.k.a. Roughnut? Yeah, Roughnut's the girl, right, for Lola. I think it's pretty funny that Fish Legs and Snoutlout are having this love triangle where they're trying to thirst for her, and even she's like aware of it. But once when she shows Era, she's like, oh my, me likey. Then when Era decides to take the net, she's like, take me. It's like, damn, this girl just let lust go over her brain that she doesn't mind being kidnapped by this really buff dude. So that just caught me off guard. The one thing that doesn't hold about How to Train Your Dragon 2 is freaking TJ Miller, man, as the tough twin. We're not going to talk about what TJ Miller did, but, you know, it doesn't hold back when you look back to it. So, just like Kung Fu Panda 2, it's nice to know that the side characters got their own things to do, but I feel like the biggest highlight of the sequel is the fact that the first movie, we assumed that the mom was Dad Hiccup's mother, but then once when Toothless was about to be, like, taken down by these other dragons, and then you get this mysterious figure where Hiccup feels like he's about to get trapped, but then once when this mysterious figure noticed the scars on Hiccup's chin, and then when she's like, Hiccup, you probably don't know who I am, but the mother never forgets, and turns out it's Valka, who's voiced by the wickedly talented Kate Blanchett, aka, Hela from Thor Ragnarok. Yeah, that's her. She's the voice of Hiccup's mom. And I like the fact that she talks about the backstory that... I like that Hiccup notices that he has parallels with both his parents. Once when his mom talks about the day when she was lost, taken away, she knows that there's actually some innocence out of these dragons. Like the dragon that she bonded with, like the tall, big-headed cloud jumper. I don't know what's the name of her dragon, but the big one where she actually sees a lot of, like, earnesty, empathy, and vulnerability. But once when Stoic came in the way, the dragon got scared, accidentally give Hiccup, like, the small scar in his chin, and then takes Valka away. And obviously that traumatized Stoic, where I like how loyal Stoic and Valka are. Both Hiccup's parents are, like, they don't find other lovers in their respective worlds or in their respective lands, and they just stay true to themselves. Like Valka stick with the dragons that she was a part of, while Stoic stick with the Vikings that he was. And I like that Hiccup's parents are like a huge contrast with each other, and even Stoic doesn't know that his wife is alive. And I like that Hiccup has a parallel with his mother. Like, even though his dad never believed of, like, befriending with dragons because he always, like, has to kill them. Like, Stoic said in the first movie, was like, once when I was a boy, I definitely know who I was. Hiccup is not. But then, I like that Hiccup has that vulnerability, that empathy towards the animal, just like what his mother has. And even his mom got curious, like, oh, what Toothless did, and now she knows that Hiccup lost a leg, Toothless lost a leg, and basically she knows the parallels. And I like that once when she tried to observe Toothless in a way where they go to, like, this other world where she comes with Toothless by saying, oh, she's the same age as you, Hiccup. I'm like, wow, she definitely knows a lot about dragons just like her own son does. So I'm like, yeah, no wonder she's your mom, Hiccup. So I like that they get introduced to the Alpha Dragon, which is kind of like this big wildebeest, mammoth-looking dragon. I like that the baby dragons are so brainless that they just knock over the Alpha Dragon where he like breathes snow. He kind of feels like he's a monster that's straight out of Avatar: The Last Airbender in a way, which I thought that was a pretty cool like allegory that they kind of use. But then when we get to the other side characters, I will admit it was a bit distracting at first, but it still drives into the main central plot and the main central theme where Astrid and the young Vikings and the other dragons meet with Eretz. And then once we get introduced with Drago, I will admit it was kind of funny where he keeps screaming by going ah a lot, but he basically scares Snoutloud's dragon, aka Hookfang, the red dragon that goes on fire, and shows fear into him. And then basically Astrid, even though Astrid was being rebellious, but she was kind of like, you know, trying to like step into his team by saying, yeah, you won't take up with Hiccup, he's basically going to change her mind. But once when Astrid unintentionally spilled the beans for Drago, that's when he knows like he has to make this other war to bring his other Alpha Drago where he goes. Because he talks about with his intention by saying, I alone will control the dragons! Like all like screaming out loud with his alpha tensions. But then once when Hiccup reunite with Stoic and Gabra, I like that Gabra just comes out the closet out of nowhere saying, yeah, the last time when I fell in love, it was something like that. I'm like, whoa. I was not expecting that out of Gabra in a way. But then, once when Stoic meets up with Valka, I know it gets to the funny meme of, you're as beautiful as the day I lost you. I will admit, like, look, internet memes aside, it's like, bro, the fact that Hiccup's parents never reunite with each other for 20 years, because it's been confirmed in the first movie, Hiccup is 15, and the second movie, he's 20, and I will admit, like, that one scene where Dwayne, like, he talks about it, and this scene always gets me into tears. Just like Kung Fu Panda 2 is a very tear-jerking movie, this movie is another tear-jerking movie as well. Like, during this moment where Stoic is trying to reconnect with his wife about the love song that they made before they eventually got married and, you know, they made love and have Hiccup. I think it's called For Dancing and the Dreaming. Like, once when he does the whistle, I like that Gabra's like, oh, I know this song. He used to sing it, like, most of the times. Like, it kind of shows loyalty that Gabra, even though he's not, like, a brother, but he's basically like Stoic's best friend. Even Gobber's kind of like an uncle to Hiccup in a way. Even Gobber and Hiccup can relate to like, yeah, I lost a limb, I lost a leg, I lost an arm. Gobber's the go, bro. But either way, for the moment where Stoic and Valka start singing like, no scorching, no dreaming, if you will marry me. And during the moment, like, you could see the happiness on Hiccup's face where he's seeing both of his parents falling in love together, but also having the joy where Hiccup finally has, like, even though his mom was gone for a long time, and it's only just him and his dad, and the fact that this is his, sadly, the sad thing is, this is his last time being with his family all together, despite the 20-year distance, that even Toothless himself is so endeared with the relationship that he pushes Stoic and Valka to be together. And I don't want to talk about my personal story, guys, because obviously I'd rather keep it to my own, but the reason why I get very tearful in this moment by saying, like, man, look at Hiccup, man. The fact that he gets a mom and a dad that still loves each other for 20 years and they get to reunite. And I'm not going to get too deep in my personal life. It's like, man, to be in Hiccup's shoes, like, that wouldn't be great. But, you know, in real life, that's not always going to happen for, like, most kids in real life. But other than that, those are, like, one of the reasons why I just tear up. And also, it's a good love song. I understand why diehard Dragons fans, or in this case, diehard couples that loves the Dragons franchise will make this like, yeah, this song's my wedding song. Which, yeah, I understand it. But, you know, as all good things come to an end, sadly as that heartfelt, emotional scene was, that's where he gets the war scenes. And yeah, the action sequences is nuts, man. Like, you thought the action sequences was cool in the first one, but bro, it is a straight out war between the good alpha and the bad alpha, where they had to, like, go attack to each other. Then Drago comes in, and basically, I like the parallels where Stoic and Drago, the biggest, toughest leaders of their tribe, then you got the toughest two alpha dragons try to attack each other. But then Hiccup, you know, the typical goody two-shoes thing where Stoic says, sometimes you can't just change everyone, Hiccup. And even, like, Hiccup tries to basically aim, like, yeah, but sometimes, like, if I have the chance to, like, change your mind, change your heart, that dragons could be, like, allies set for enemies, so maybe we could do the same for Drago. But once when Hiccup and Toothless confronted Drago, I like the fact that Drago brings out his Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes metal arm out, so he's like, this is what dragons did to me, and the best they do is, like, have control of the dragons, and make him, like, his own war machines throughout the battle, and he wants to be in control of them, rather than just completely killing them. So once when he show off his arm that he misses, like, yeah, you know I can relate to that, kid, where Hiccup lost his leg. But then, this is where things get really dark. Lights get, like, the director says it's very Empire Strikes Back. Like, yes, just like Kung Fu Panda 2, a very dark sequel. And honestly, I love it. Like, literally, things get really sad when the Dark Alpha kills the good Alpha. And, you know, whoever's in control of the Alpha Dragons will just brainwash all the dragons. So, sadly, the good Alpha dies. And then the Dark One's in control of all the adult dragons, so they can be brainwashed and hypnotized, kind of like what snakes do. And here's the heartbreaking moment, was once again, it's a tear-jerking scene. Literally, when the Dark Alpha Dragon takes all control of the dragons, even Toothless is so brainwashed by the Dark Alpha, literally about to fire Hiccup. Like, the empathy of Toothless is gone. And during the moment where Stoic was basically attacked Drago, where he almost tried to kill his wife, like I said, this is a heartbreaking moment where Stoic is literally running for his life. Hiccup doesn't want his best friend, his pet, his sidekick Toothless doesn't want to attack him back. And I will admit, I did, like I said, whenever there's a dad that's about to sacrifice his life in front of his son, basically like Lion King in a way, literally where he goes, Hiccup, Dad! Like, literally in my mind, it's like, bro, like I said, not trying to get personal by saying, if this happens in real life, I'm going to regret some things I say to my dad. But literally, boom, Toothless being brainwashed, Stoic dies, and even Hiccup's mom, Valka, rushes in, and she feels bad. And even Astrid comes over. Like, Astrid sadly never gets to see the dynamic of Hiccup's family altogether that much. It was very last minute when Stoic makes the sacrifice. And even when Toothless was no longer brainwashed, he feels sorry for the mistake that he does. And honestly, what Dwayne mentions, like, yeah, if I was in Hiccup's shoes, I'll feel the same way. If my dog accidentally bit my dad, I honestly would kind of lose myself by saying, no, get out! Like, literally, Hiccup's angry, you could feel it, and Toothless feeling sad, like, you could understand it wasn't Toothless' fault. He was just brainwashed by the evil dragon. And then things get even more darker when Drago harms Toothless in a way. It's kind of like you just abandon your dog away, then the bad guy, your enemy, is responsible for your father's death, is now harming your own animal that you have a close bond with. And yeah, if I was in Hiccup's shoes, I would be that pissed. Like, you made my best friend, my animal, my pet, my lover, basically killed my father. Now you're taking him away from me. Like, I would be pissed as Hiccup, man. And the fact that they got control of, like, almost all the dragons, except for a small group, this scene, kind of like with Kung Fu Panda 2 by saying, stop fighting, let it flow, who are you, Panda? This scene hit close to home by saying, Hiccup, what you're saying feels like I'm saying this to myself. Once when they had the funeral, Gobber has final words by saying, a Viking, a warrior, friend. Hiccup's lines hit close to home where he says, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm not the chief that you wanted me to be. I'm not the peacekeeper I thought I was. I don't know. And I can relate to that so much by saying, I'm not the toughest in my family. I may not be the leader, like, good male role model, like what my family wants me to be. But I feel like I gotta be a leader to protect my own someday. And I'm sorry that I cannot live up to what my dad is capable of. But I like that his mom comes over. Like, one of the best lines that his mom says, you have the heart of a chief and a soul of a dragon. It's like, that's right. As a Viking, you are the heart of the chief. You're not like your dad, but similar like your dad. You can take your tricks. Like the chief aspects, that's your father. The soul of a dragon, that's the traits of your mother. You have the best of both worlds with your parents. Like, even Hiccup admits by saying why he couldn't live up to my dad by saying, Hiccup, stop. Please stop talking. What you're saying feels like is what I'm saying in real life. Where Hiccup says, I was so afraid of becoming my dad, mostly because I never thought I could. How can you become someone that great, that brave, that selfless? I guess you can only try. And I'm like, dude, you have no idea how much I can relate to that when it comes to, like, living to your father's shoes, trying to exceed your expectations, and what are you going to do once when your old man is gone, dead or alive? And then Hiccup remembers one of his last words that his dad says, a chief must protect his own. And you know, Hiccup, since he is the brains, he may not be the strong, but with his brains, like all his friends by saying, wait, they took all the dragons, not all the dragons. And turns out the baby dragons is basically, because you know, the baby dragons are so young, so obviously they don't think, so they got away with the baby dragons. But once when Drago got all in control, they decided to like take over Berg and basically just control all their dragons. There's an emotional moment where Hiccup comes up and confronts Toothless with his hand, kind of like what he does in the first movie. And then once with Toothless like finding his own demons, like no longer getting control, he remembers his old best friend once again. Once again, it's like, oh man, the good iconic dude's back again. Toothless, I knew you could get that evil demon like manipulation out of your head. And like what Dwayne says, the action sequences are all up top. Like, literally when Toothless becomes like the true king alpha dragon and Hiccup kind of leaves, it's like what Hiccup's mom says. Like, he basically has the heart of a chief and the soul of a dragon. And once when you have the yin and the yang together between Hiccup and Toothless, boom, they're both the alphas. They're both the kings of their respective tribe. Like, the way that Toothless just fired, just using, like, his super blast when he's, like, all blue, taking down the alpha dragon, like, literally, like, blowing away its tusk and literally blowing Drago's arm away. It's like, bro, Toothless was such a beef. And then Hiccup just talks about, like, the chief protect his own. And literally all the dragons line up behind Toothless, taking the attacks. Like, bro, that's such a peak action sequence right there. My only complaint about that sequence is the alpha dragon, the evil one, drowns, and Dragon drowns as well. So I'm like, so wait, is the main villain, quote-unquote, dead? Did he disappear? Like, the third movie did not mention Drago at all. Like, personally for me, they should have killed him. Like, bro, basically, he's the reason why Hiccup's dad is dead. He's the reason why Toothless got mind manipulation. Like, I honestly would have killed off that dude if that was me. But, you know, they're just like, yeah, he just disappeared and he's gone. But, man, when the Elder Chief, I forgot what her name is, Goji, where she puts, like, a chief symbol on Hiccup on the way, it's like, bro, talk about real character development where Hiccup was like a loser nobody in the Viking tribe, but now he's the leader of the tribe. And even Stoic's dragon was being taken care of. Jon Snow's character, Eric's like, bro, good character development for that side character in the second movie. Hiccup and Astrid has a nice smooch with each other. It's like, yeah, it was a pretty feisty, sexy kiss, not gonna lie. And then Hiccup's mom congratulates Hiccup. And then literally at the end of the final act, where literally it gets to the monologue where it goes like, we have dragons, and then back to the song, we go where no one goes. Like, bro, just like Kung Fu Panda 2, this is a peak sequel, but not only a peak sequel, one of the greatest Dreamworks sequels. Like, don't get me wrong, the first movie is like the more memorable, iconic, and nostalgic story, but man, the sequel, man, I'm gonna, like, it is 100% an S tier at this moment. Like, it is as great as Kung Fu Panda 2, but man, what a sequel, what a movie. Like I said, Kung Fu Panda 2 and How to Train Your Dragon 2 has similar parallels, so yeah, I'm just saying, it is cinema. Peak absolute cinema. But yeah, that's all for me, Glaze, for How to Train Your Dragon 2. Now, for the final Madagascar movie, sadly, is Their second spin-off after Puss in Boots is none other than Penguins of Madagascar. Lesnar, would you like to take away your thoughts on Penguins of Madagascar, the movie?
Not the Nickelodeon show. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the movie. We already talked about the Nickelodeon show and the Nicktoons tier list, so you go ahead with the movie.
Man, where do I start? I don't know what this movie is so like. It's one of those. I feel like at first when I saw the trailers, it's one of those like movies where like, yeah, they're making this because they're the most beloved characters, or like, they're just making it because the Penguins are goated. But gosh dang, man, I don't know what this movie is. I love it. Like, I could watch it anytime it's on. Like, to be honest, like, I would enjoy every single moment. In the movie, it's they escape the circus. This takes place after the third movie. Then it's Private's birthday, so they go to the cheese vending machine, and like Dave the octopus or squid, whatever, kidnaps them. Blah blah blah. All of the celebrity puns that. Oh man, yeah. That I don't know, man. Like it's even though like the like even the puns are like some of the dialogue like regardless, this movie is funny, to be honest. Like shoot, what else happened? Okay, and also the scene where they're like passed out on like a little floaty where they're on the boat. That one meme.
Funny.
Wouldn't that make you a handsome young man or whatever? Yeah, and the entire time when freaking the wolf classified, she was trying to pronounce the name, but Skipper kept eating the Cheetos.
That was funny.
Yeah, definitely, and they kept using that scene too in the movie, and also like in the scene where at the shoot, what are they called? The
team's name.
The team.
I'm trying my best to remember.
Let me look it up.
It was Arctic something. I'm trying to look. What's the name? The North Wind. Okay, North Wind. That's what it is.
Okay, North Wind. Yeah, the North Wind and the Penguins go back to the freaking lair or whatever, and when Dave the octopus kept calling them, and it's like you're calling an old relative that don't know how to work the computer, like, yeah, it's I don't know how to describe it. It's funny, especially Skipper, Rico as well, and we can't forget the classic. You just mermaid my day.
Mermaid my day.
Yeah, and what else? Oh yeah, Skipper slapping the baby squid.
Sir, that's a squid. And then basically the squid just laughed with Skipper, just put it away.
Like freaking generic baby crying noises.
MP3 file.
Yeah. And dude, the scene where the theory, like, I think this was after Private was like taken from them. If I can remember correctly. Oh yeah, Nicolas Cage them.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about the German dance where they're like slapping Rico's booty.
Yeah, the German dance. I love that one. Oh my gosh, bro, they're freaking slapping each other's asses again, using like the TV spots. That's what I remember. Shoot, that scene cracked me up. I loved it, and also the song is fire. I can't lie, especially the slapping noises. I love it. Those squids, they're so naive and Neanderthal. They just, oh my gosh, I don't know what to say else. And like also when the Penguins thought Private died, like that. I mean, I know they were like grieving, but I don't know why later freaking Skipper thought in his head when Private was like, "You better get out of there, moo! Get out of there, moo!" Kowalski, why would he moo?
Yeah, because he's literally trapped in there.
Yeah. And also, like, when, once again, when the final transaction is complete, like, all the Penguins are turned into, like, mutants and stuff. Like, but the only thing to save it is Private's, well, kindness and love or whatever. basically all of Private, to be honest. The scene where Private is trying to make Skipper remember who he is, and then then Skipper starts remembering Private and looking back on old times. You know, him being the cutest one in the group,
Oh, you like
and
that?
then it immediately turns him back to normal. That's definitely brotherhood right there. Like the Penguins consider themselves as brothers.
Mhm.
So, yeah, and everyone else they practically save the day, and the reason why all this is happening is because Dave the Squid is jealous because penguins are cute, and even though there are literally other cute animals out there, but okay, no one cares about squids anymore apparently, and so he concocts a plan to make all the penguins ugly. Uh, I don't know. It's something. See the casting. Of course, once again, Ken Jeong is back as the little owl. The little. I said owl, didn't I?
Yeah,
I'm
he's the
stupid.
seal.
Yeah, the seal. Speaking of the owl, the love interest for Kowalski. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one that Kowalski was thirsting on.
yeah. I mean, hey, at least he got to smooch her.
Yeah, at the very end.
Yeah, that's yep. Eva kisses Kowalski in the film that I've seen. Yep, that did happen. And you know everyone else, the polar bear too, freaking being a fangirl. Oh,
Yeah, it's like, oh, the penguins! Like, that bro was being such a softie.
yeah. And I can't, and I gotta mention the song.
I just want to celebrate!
I don't know the full song, but hey, it's iconic. And also, after the credits, we finally because the thing is, at the end of the movie, Private looks like, he has horns and something on his butt.
Yeah, and the claw, and he's all green.
Yeah, that. And then by the end of the movie, they're flying in jetpacks, and then Private's like, "We're gonna fix me, right?" And Skipper's like, "Oh yeah, first thing tomorrow." And then they go back to the circus to where the third movie was filmed, and for some reason, King Julian is there. I mean, then again, he was there all the time.
Because they needed more cuteness to make Private back to normal again.
Yeah, they did. The King Julian was there, being pestering penguins as usual. You know, you got to have the iconic lemur trio with them, and yeah, shoot, that was the Penguins Madagascar movie. What I think about this movie, I love it a lot. It's something that I could watch anytime. If I feel like watching it, I would. I love the penguins. I love everything about it. The North Wind. Even I thought they were entertaining. Hey guys, we got Doctor Strange playing the wolf.
Yeah, and he can't even say the word penguins right.
Yeah, penguins. Wait, you mean the actor or
The actor, the actor himself.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. But yeah, guys, that was Benedict Cumberbatch. You know that one image of him and
Yeah,
his
him next
character.
to Skipper.
Yeah. Hold on. That one image. You know how celebrities be taking pics with their characters.
Oh yeah,
especially in
it's a
movies.
DreamWorks thing to do.
Yeah, that one. Hold on. I'm gonna send it to the chat.
All right.
Not the YouTube chat.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man, but yeah, that's what I love about it. If I had to rank this movie, I mean I love the movie, but it's not like my favorite of all time.
Yeah, so not
It's
S tier by any chance.
Yeah, it's nothing that I could watch. It's not my favorite of all time. It's something that I can just sit down and watch myself and be entertained by the movie. I could watch it in the background once again and still love it. But yeah, shoot, put it in A tier. I love it.
All right, A tier for you. So in your opinion, it's on par with the first two movies, but better than Madagascar 3.
I mean, I enjoy Madagascar 3, but then again, it's like they were kind of out of ideas for that one, but it's something that I can still watch.
I guess it's kind of like your similar opinion. It's kind of like what we say about Puss in Boots by saying, yeah, surprisingly, Puss in Boots 1 was a bit more entertaining than Shrek 4 and Shrek 3 by comparison. That's why we put Puss in Boots on A tier. So I'm guessing it's the same thing for you for Penguins.
Yeah, I don't know why. The tone of the movie is something that I love. I like it. Like, Skipper, like even I also gotta mention Skipper and also the rest of the crew. He always says that Private is just like the cute one, and like he always mentions how the other two are like valuable to the team, and like even though Private like literally points out, but Skipper still thinks he's just trying to be cute. It's like, bro, come on, he's part of the team. He's not. It's more like he's like the cute one of the group, like the class pet or whatever. I don't know. That was kind of a dumb example, but still.
Pretty much, like in terms of the trope, saying I have so much potential. No, but you're the young cute one.
Yeah, and the youngest one too. And in the beginning of the movie, when they find him his egg, that's their family.
We know what you're
That's
talking about.
the family.
Hello, are you my family? You don't have a family. We're all gonna die.
You don't have a family. We're all going to die.
What?
Guys, I'm literally him, guys.
Yeah, literally, it's like if there's like a literally me, kind of like I would say Poe and Hiccup are like more of my literally me characters. Of Dreamworks, I would say Private's more of a literally me character for Lesnar, and the other boys
Either Private or Perrito.
Yeah, we will get to Puss in Boots too, and then for Gabriel, I guess he's Skipper, Trevor Squalski, and Dwayne is Rico.
Yeah, Gabe, you're Skipper. You slapped the baby squid.
Rico.
You just mermaid my day.
Remember when you slapped the baby squid?
You just mermaid my day. Yep.
So, it's a good thing that Lesnar has a lot safer in this movie, but before either me or Gabriel continues, I'm just going to read the comments. Yeah, people are talking about the King Julian post-credit scene. Very scary, creepy scene about Mort swallow King Julian's
You
whole
blew out
body.
the blowhole that almost said Ping was to say correctly.
Oh, yeah. Ping You Wins, who's voiced by Neil Patrick Harris, surprisingly. Skipper eating the cheese dibbles with the wolf was talking hilarious. It didn't get nominated at the awards. It was get dominated for unknown reason, for no reason based Madagascar. Maybe it's because the movie flopped around that time. Like, it was a fun movie, but obviously it wasn't going to make as much money as the main films. My favorite Dreamworks movies are Home, Captain Underpants, Shrek 1, 2, Dogman, How to Train Your Dragon 1, 2, 3, and the remake. That's interesting. And both the Puss in Boots movies. Alright, pretty valid list. So, Gabriel, do you want to talk about Penguins of Madagascar, the movie, or do you think I should go next?
I mean, Lesnar pretty much said everything I could say about the movie. I think it's just a fun movie. It's kind of like a filler movie in that whole franchise. It's just
I put it in A tier because it's fun.
So yeah,
For
basically
fun,
like Puss in Boots, he thinks it's better than Madagascar 3.
I like both of them together, but then again, it's Penguin's just a little better than Madagascar 3.
I understand.
Maybe. I don't know. I liked it, but I didn't like it that much. I think it was just because I love the Penguins so much. It's what got us to watch the movie in the first place, obviously.
Uh-huh.
The movie's about them, but I don't know. It's decent. It's a fun movie. It's for a good laugh. I think, I would probably, even though I don't really like the villain, I think he's just he's like a typical cartoon villain that's just doesn't have any depth or anything like that. It's just stupid, silly.
I'm jealous that penguins are taking over our thunder, and we're gonna steal your thunder now too.
Yeah, it's just stupid. I don't really like the villain, but the whole movie is kind of just meant to be silly and everything, because these characters are comic relief characters. So it doesn't bother me, but don't really buy him as a villain or anything. He's just kind of.
I do agree with that.
It's John Malkovich as a talking octopus.
And I remember that scene where he's like making references to other movies or actors.
No,
or
actors.
Something.
Hugh, jack them up. Nicholas
Hugh
Cage,
Jackman.
Yeah.
On.
I remember that. That was kind of funny. I like the action sequences. Of course, because the penguins that's what they do. When they jumped out of the plane.
Uncharted.
That scene was fun.
Yo, you just reminded me. Oh my gosh, I love that scene.
That scene is a lot of fun.
It's all shot in one continuous shot, no cuts.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it so cool. It's It's not like one and done in a way. It's kind of like it keeps going. It made it fun.
Only one fart joke in this movie, by the way.
Which scene?
Yeah.
Wait, which scene was it?
Where Private passed gas in the box.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
Also, the beginning of the movie, shows a little bit, and more in a silly way. But they show how they first met. Are you my family?
You
Your family, we're all gonna die.
What?
Stuff like that. I like the little quick, witty jokes like that in the movie. Doesn't
Okay,
take
the slap
itself too
dance.
seriously. Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just simple stuff like that. It makes it stupid, but just fun, just silly, just for a good laugh, a good sit down and eat Doritos kind of
Cheeto
movie.
puffs.
I don't know. That actually, yeah, that's a better example because it's literally in the movie. That scene where I forget his name, Benedict Cumberbatch's character,
Classified.
is like explaining the plan, and then Skipper's chewing on the
Dedicated
chips.
to-
My name is Classified. All right, Classified.
That he's just like he's full of the Cheeto powder all over his face and stuff, but he keeps doing that throughout the movie a couple times. I like that dynamic between the penguins and the new guys, like how much they think the penguins are idiots, and then the penguins are like, "No, we got it." I don't know, not much else to say. I think Lesnar put it pretty well, and I would.
Oh, Wood. Elijah Wood.
I would put it at
Elijah Wood.
probably a B.
All right, B tier. I was thinking also.
Understandable. It's a great day.
Yeah, I was thinking like the same for me too. So if I'm gonna go with my thoughts, I mean, I'm just gonna get to the celebrity punts out the way that Dave the Octopus is like Nicholas Cage, Stem, Hugh Jackman, the Cannon, Drew Barrymore, Kevin Bacon, on Charlize, they're on the Cannon, Elijah Wood, you. All right, I will admit the celebrity punts got kind of out of hand in the final act, but still, it was kind of funny. Even though it's kind of funny that even some of those actors, especially since he mentioned Hugh Jackman, were like 2 DreamWorks movies. Skipper says he's gonna. Okay, wait. Let me read this comment. He's going to a whole nother level about Kowalski's love with Ava. Yeah, the owl. I know what you're talking about when Kowalski was like crushing on the owl. And the polar bear was such a softie. So I'm like, I kind of like that the North Wind team kind of have like parallels with the penguins. Like Classified is supposed to be the Skipper archetype. The polar bear is trying to be like Private. And then the Ava chick's trying to be like Kowalski. And I'm guessing the seal is supposed to be like Rico in a way. So I like that the North Wind and the penguins kind of have their parallels. Even though I will admit, Dave the Octopus's motives is stupid. I like the fact that he transformed to like this human archetype. And I like that his character's name is Octavius. So I'm like, wait, he's an octopus. That changes to a human, so Dr. Octopus reference? But either way, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, it was kind of funny, like, once when Skipper and the penguins are trying, like, in disguise, and, it gets to one of the funny moments, you just made my day. But yeah, during the moment, I was not expecting, like, just like Puss in Boots, it's a prequel, like, the origin story where, just like Puss in Boots, like, since Antonio Banderas, it's just the same voices of the same actors, just voicing them in their baby forms. And then it's kind of funny when they're trying to save Private, the adult baby's like, oh, we don't mind that. That always happens every time when some of our babies get lost. Like, dang. Even the news reporters just try to report on Kowalski, Skipper, and Rico try to save Private before he was even hatched out of his egg. And then flash forward to the present day where it's after the events of Madagascar 3, so I'm like, alright, we just went to the past, we went to the present. And then for some reason, Rico decided to make out with Private for too long, but saying, hey, yo, bro, that's your brother, man. But
Mess with the bull, you get the horns, Private.
yeah, that's hard to say, man. But yeah, even though it kind of gets to that one story where Private wants to fit along with the penguins, like, Rico is resourceful because he has all of the random gadgets that he throws up, Kowalski's the brains, while Skipper is the captain. That's why they call him, like, Skipper for the first place. But I do like the most where, just like what you expect from the Penguin specials, like the Christmas Swans, the Valentine's Day special, even the TV show where the penguins would do, like, wacky shenanigans. Like, why I think Madagascar wanted to milk the heck out of these characters so much that we're like, well, we gave him a TV show, we gave him a holiday special, let's give them a feature-length movie. I mean, sadly, yeah, despite the box office bomb, I did see this in theaters because I'm like, well, it's Madagascar, it's the Penguin, so of course I'm going to go watch it because I watched their TV show. So, either way, the final act kind of like, went to wacky shenanigans. I did like the joke, which, yeah, the joke of Skipper interrupting the Benedict Cumberbatch wood, but dedicated to Northwind Classified where he's eating the Cheetos. I'm like, bro, Skipper, you're making me hungry, man. Cecily says I haven't ate dinner today. But during the final act when Dave and the other octopus are trying to like take over New York and trying to like switch Skipper Rico Kowalski into like these horrific beasts just to make them ugly and just make penguins less cuddly. Which I will be honest, I think the Boss Baby just copied the exact same plot what Penguins of Madagascar did. Cute animals are getting overshadowed by this animal, so Boss Baby's not really that original. But yeah, that's pretty much like what the villain's motive is for Penguins of Madagascar, even though as silly what it is. I like the fact that Dave's like final act is basically he gets stuck in like a random snow globe and gets stuck out of there. And then once when Private was like, you know, trapped is like into this green hybrid creature, I literally thought in my brain by saying Private's not going to be like that for the rest of the franchise, right? But I like that literally the ending when it gets to the pit bull, I just want to celebrate. This is like the second Madagascar movie that uses the pit bull song, unless if I'm missing out the second one, but no. The third one chose, and then penguins just choose, I want to celebrate. When the penguins turn to the boss are sorry, that was the most hilarious part of the film, in my opinion. I don't blame you, bro, because it was funny. Even though, I will admit, even though the big credit scene shows that Skipper's using Dave's, like, inventions just to, like, bring Private back to normal, and it's just Mork taking over, like, I will admit, a part of me was like, I kind of wish King Julian and the lemurs were like part of the adventure, because I get that King Julian's in love with the bear and more they're part of the circus, but part of me is like, that's honestly what I enjoy about the TV show, that the lemurs themselves were like a part of the adventure. Like, I know I'm gonna be off topic about the TV show, but during the part where King Julian, Maurice, and Boar were like in the Christmas special by the pig was caught over, they're like, the one and only Santa, ringtail Santa, tree animals, confused potato. I just feel like if you put the lemurs into the movie, I think the comedy is funny, but if you put the lemurs part of the adventure, I think it probably would have been a bit more entertaining, unless, like, I don't know, DreamWorks had an idea for a King Julian movie, but instead they make a TV show, which that's totally fine by me. So, overall, it's a pretty solid spin-off. I don't think it's as exciting as Puss in Boots by comparison, but I would say for the second and final spin-off, I think it's pretty solid what it is. Like, literally, after watching Penguins of Madagascar, I'm like, what's next? Is the Furious Five for Kung Fu Panda going to get their own spin-off movie? Especially since they were absent in the fourth film? But I don't know, that could be the next idea that DreamWorks could do to, like, make more spin-offs of other side characters from their respective franchises. So yeah, I would say Penguins could be somewhere around the B tier, just like what Gabriel said. Like, it's like on the par with Croods and Madagascar 3. Anyone remembers Penguins of Madagascar, a mobile game? Yes, I remember the mobile game, I remember the Leapfrog game. Like I said, DreamWorks just milked the crap out of them because, you know, they were just entertaining to watch. So yeah, B tier for Penguins. And now we have entered the mid era of DreamWorks, where this is the era of DreamWorks where it has its ups and its downs. If we've entered this era. So we got Home. Yeah, that's literally the name, Home. Anybody have any comments on this film? That's all I'm going to call it, just a film that exists for kids.
Yeah, pretty much what you said, a film that just exists. I know I watched it a long time ago when it came out, but that feels like a fever dream, a movie that just came out and that's it. I don't remember anything about it, so I got nothing.
Okay, so you got nothing. Leslie, what about you?
I only remember certain parts of the movie. I do remember watching it on the plane back in, like, I want to say 2016 maybe. So, like, I'm pretty sure the last time I watched it when I was, like, either, like, 8 or 9 years old. The movie, I just remember it's a bunch of, like, aliens.
Mm-hmm.
And the main character is voiced by the dude from Big Bang Theory.
Bazinga!
And Rihanna, too. I know the character. I know his name. His name is O. And he goes to, like, Earth, and he meets Rihanna, and Rihanna has, like, a cat, and like they're in the car the majority of the time. And I mostly remember them dancing in the car to a freaking Rihanna song, or how original.
Yeah, very on the nose.
And then, yeah. Was the car flying?
Yes, it was.
I don't remember.
Because I think O was using Busta Lime soda to make it fly for some reason.
Oh yeah. I remember. I think O was gonna ditch Rihanna. I forgot her name, so I'm gonna call her Rihanna. They stopped at, like, a gas station. Well, myself at the gas station. I know his name, Jim Parsons. They stopped there, and then O was doing things, and then he was like, I'm gonna ditch her, and then At least that's what I remember. Correct
And
me
he
if
drinks
I'm wrong,
piss.
chat.
He drinks the piss and he eats the blue thing out of the bathroom.
Yeah, that. I remember that.
21st
Yep.
century humor.
Mm.
Well, Les, are you good, bro?
So sorry. Yeah. That's all. That's honestly all I remember from that movie, especially uh, also the are they aliens? They're aliens, right?
Yes, they are aliens, clearly.
Okay, yeah, the other aliens. And the leader, whatever.
Who's voiced by Steve
And
Martin.
like stuff happens. Oh, Steve who?
Steve Martin. You know the dude from Pink
Oh yeah. Steve Martin. I
Looney
know
Tunes Back
who
in
he is.
Action, Pink Panther movie, that guy, the guy with the white hair.
Yeah, I know who he is. But yeah, what? I don't know where to rank this movie. It's fine. It's not the best, but it's not the worst thing in the world, at least to me. Yeah. So shoot, maybe I want to say B or C tier, maybe. I don't know.
That's too high, bro. The B sounds
I mean,
a bit too high.
I mean, I don't know, man. I haven't.
B
It's been a while
sounds
since
high
I
for
watched
this
it.
film. Okay, you want to go with my
But
honest
yeah,
opinion?
that's all I gotta say.
All right, here's my honest opinion.
That's
I don't
all
need to
good.
talk about too much. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna read the comments real quick. Using the slush Xerxes, yes, I know it's Jim
I
Parsons.
take back what I said. This movie is not a B tier.
Yeah, it is not. So, Jim Parsons, Sheldon Cooper. Home feels like it's made for younger audiences, especially the tone. Yeah, in my personal opinion, I feel like this movie's just made for preschoolers on rewatch value. I used to love this movie when I was little. I haven't rewatched it 10 years ago, so I don't know if I want to ruin my childhood. Honestly, yes, this movie does have heart, as you expect from an animated movie, but if you think of the plot is very simple, but yet the jokes just don't land. Like, it's very juvenile jokes, and yes, I was going to point that out, King David Franks. Rihanna's first animated role, cough, cough, Smurfs. Yeah, that's funny. This was her first animated role, and then 10 years later, boom, she's voicing Smurfette for Paramount Smurf reboots. And now for this one, she's playing this young girl named Tip, where she finds her long-lost mother, who is voiced by Jennifer Lopez, Smash, even though J-Lo is not in the movie that much. He's only there in the final act and just doing a music video just to get that paycheck. Basically what Rihanna's doing for the Smurfs movie as well. But back to Home. So Jim Parsons is pretty solid for, like, you know, a voiceover role. But the plot is so paper thin where aliens discover Earth. And I believe they actually made a DreamWorks short where the captain, who's voiced by Steve Martin, and they're trying to find their place on Earth, but then it gets blown up from all these other aliens that wants to take them down. Like, the villains in the movie look so menacing, but the main characters seem so juvenile that you would see them from a Nick Jr. type of cartoon. And there is a bunch of toilet humor, but it's not as clever as the Shrek movies of how the way they utilize it. And yes, they do have this one moment where literally they have this one Rihanna song, Dancing in the Dark, during the road trip, which I thought that was fine. But I remember I watched this movie in theaters with my dad and Angel's mom around that time, and they liked it, but I was like, yeah, it's okay. It's not great. And it's so cool that they got, like, intriguing villains, but yet the final act literally just shows that, oh, these aliens are innocent on the inside. So basically, they're just copying Chicken Little, where Chicken Little has scary-looking robot villains, but then they get revealed like, oh, they're just cutie-cutie aliens that needs to reunite with their own family. So I think Jim Parsons is fine as O, and Rihanna's, like, you know, just there just to get a paycheck. I would say Home is like Ants in a way. Like, it's not bad, it's not average, it's just mid. So I would just put Home, like, next to Ants. It's like, it's mid. But now we get to Kung Fu Panda 3, aka the last solid movie until we got, like, random brain rot crap. So does anyone want to talk about Kung Fu Panda 3 before I start talking about it? Which, spoiler alert, I won't glaze it as much as the first two movies, but I do got some words about Kung Fu Panda 3. Anybody, Gabriel, Lesnar, or you think I should go? Kung Fu Panda 3.
Kung Fu Panda 3. This one, I mean, when it was just a trilogy, it was probably the weakest out of the three. But I don't think it was. I think it was just alright. Like, I think Kai is a really cool villain. J.K. Simmons. I really like his
abilities, I think he's just cool. He's a cool villain. I like his design. Good voice acting by J.K. Simmons. He's good at those like intimidating characters, and yeah, and like turning some of the Furious Five like into the green stone people or whatever, and fighting them around the village in the beginning. I thought it was cool. It was unique, and I don't remember everything else besides Poe meeting his real dad, and then
Walter White again.
Seeing all the other pandas. That one fat one that had she had like a crush on Poe or something.
Oh yeah, May May, who's voiced by a baddie in real life, Kay Hudson.
Yeah. So it was cool. It was cool seeing the interactions between Poe and his lost long father, and
Walter White.
The history of his family, and it was cool that Poe's dad, both of his dads, got along and weren't just like, no, I'm his dad. It was like they worked together to be dads to Poe, not in a gay way. Don't.
Yeah, no, don't make
no. Chat, I swear.
You know dang well somebody's gonna think of that.
Especially when they watch the fourth movie, it's like, yeah, they like, no.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works. But I just like the history between the pandas and Poe and his backstory and his dad's, like the whole thing with his dad was cool. The action sequences, I mean, just like with every Kung Fu Panda movie,
especially in the final act,
pretty good. And yeah, the final act too. That was probably the best part.
Easily.
Well, even the beginning too. Like the beginning and the end, I think, were the best parts. And then I remember watching this movie in theaters, and I remember
Me too.
watching the final scene where they're all dancing the Kung Fu fight.
And then it has like this Chinese cover of it, I think.
Yeah, it was like their own version, like a cover of it, kind of more Chinese-ish. I don't know how to put it, but as a kid, I thought it was random. I'm like, what's going on? But it was kind of, I mean, you know, at the time we thought this was the last one, so it was like kind of a nice send-off. And I feel like they should have stopped there, really.
Agreed.
They could have stopped at 2, but 3 was decent enough to just end off that franchise. To me, I don't know. To me, it is weaker compared to the other 2, but it's not that bad. I think it's
not
decent,
compared to 4.
at least. Yeah, no. I think it's at least decent. I would put it... Oh, man. I would put it at B.
Alright, so B tier. So basically in the same category as Shrek 4 and Madagascar 3. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
But hey, pretty valid reasons, and I do have some words to say, but before I probably might let Lesnar speak before I get to my...
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Okay, never mind. So I'm just going to read the chat real quick, and then I'll get to my thoughts on Kung Fu Panda 3. Best famous voice actor, J.K. Simmons, his voice of Kai. Yeah, he carried the movie, in my opinion. Like, the Kung Fu Panda movies, except for the fourth one, had really cast really great actors that plays really intimidating villains, including his theme slaps. You must be the Dragon Warrior. I couldn't stop watching Captain Underpants, even the overused toilet humor, which we will get close to that. I'm Poe. I'm gonna need a hat. Love that quote from Kung Fu Panda 2. Seth Rogen only did his one laugh noises for as Mantis in the third film. Yeah, he didn't laugh that much. He was like, but not that much. Doesn't live up to the first 2 movies, but still good compared to the fourth. The animation out of all the movies is my favorite. So the third one, I would say, yeah, visually I would agree. Also, Kung Fu Fighting song was used by the Ice Age 4 singers. Wait, is it the same guys that goes, we finally chasing the sun in the end credits of Ice Age 4? Also, they bring back the Oogway music from the first film. Yeah, because Oogway is back in the movie. So I thought that was cool. So anyway, let me get to my thoughts since I'm like one of the biggest Kung Fu Panda fans. So yeah, I definitely agree that hopefully no Kung Fu Panda 5. Bro, they are, since they made the fourth one, they are going to try their best to make another trilogy. So expect a Kung Fu Panda 5 and 6 someday in the future. But anyway, let me just get to my thoughts. So Kung Fu Panda 3, definitely it's weaker compared to 1 and 2, but not as near as disappointing as the fourth one. It's like what Gabriel said, it's pretty decent. There was also a version by Kung Fu Fighting by the Vamps. Yeah, I've listened to that, like, literally before I started this tier list stream, and I honestly think it's a decent cover, but, you know, I'm always going to prefer the first version with CeeLo Green and Jack Black for the first movie. So, I will say this, Kung Fu Panda 3 is definitely, I say the first 3 Kung Fu Panda movies definitely take the Star Wars trilogy tone-wise. Like, the first one is definitely New Hope, second movie is Empire Strikes Back, third movie is 100% Return of the Jedi, because like Return of the Jedi, Kung Fu Panda 3 is definitely more lighthearted compared to the second one, and even though as much as I was glazing over Kung Fu Panda 2 and How to Train Your Dragon 2, when it comes to like, oh, I like darker sequels, but here's my biggest hot take. Aside from Kung Fu Panda 2, How to Train Your Dragon 2, and even Puss in Boots 2, as like some exceptions, I argue that say, I'd rather have the third movie be the darkest one because it makes it more exciting and more intriguing, but also it won't be that challenging to like, what can you do to the last movie? I mean, Spider-Man No Way Home was darker, Guardians 3 was darker, Sonic 3 was a bit darker, so I kind of wish some of these trilogies from Dreamworks would have like take that route, but you know, that doesn't happen to like all of them. But anyway, back to Kung Fu Panda 3. Even though I would say, like, it's definitely a lot more lighthearted, which I will admit, maybe they go a little bit too much on the comedy at times, but not as much as 4. But still, at least the third movie at least has some serious moments just to take that are worth taking the time being seriously. Like, I think visually, it has the best visual-looking scenes, like, with all the green platforms, with Poe was jumping in, including the moment where he's, like, having a bath, playing with his Furious 5 figures, and then most of the time where Shifu's like teaching Poe that he needs to be becoming a chi master. I like that Oogway is back in the movie, but obviously Oogway's not dead. He's just in the spirit realm where Kai takes the chi out of Oogway. And I like the fact that all these 3 Kung Fu Panda movies have this thematic theme where Shifu and Tai Lung has this conflict towards each other, while Poe and Lo Shen is enemies towards each other, while Kai and Oogway has their own personal conflicts. Sorry, y'all. I was choking myself. Man, I was choking when I was talking about Shrek the Third, and now I'm choking when I'm talking about Kung Fu Panda 3. And I got my Aquafina taken away, but we're not talking about Kung Fu Panda 4. So, by the end of the second movie, I knew that we were going to set up to like see Poe's actual dad, Li Shang, who is voiced by Walter White himself, Bryan Cranston. Kind of funny because he voiced the tiger of Italian Madagascar 3, but now he's also voicing Poe's dad as this. If I have a nickel where Walter White was in 2 Dreamworks movies, the third one, I'll have 2, but that's saying a lot. Insert Doofenshmirtz beam. Anyway, but even though it was kind of funny that Poe and his dad kind of like, well, his real dad, by the way, not Ping, where he's like, I lost my son. Yeah, I lost my too. And I like that the villagers are like, dude, can't you just realize that is your real dad, as he is a panda like you and eats like you? And obviously, Ping gets jealous, like, after the whole moment where he accepts Poe as, like, his adopted dad, but then when Poe and his real dad were, like, bonding with each other, they do, like, belly guts with each other, and Ping becomes jealous in a way, where it's like, man, now I'm feeling left out of the trio. Sorry, y'all, just got interrupted. I need some more water before I'm going to be choking on stream. No, Roxy, that ain't for you. But yeah, the one thing that was really cool about Kai as a villain, like, even though I don't think his arc is not as interesting as Tai Lung or Shen, but his theme song slaps. Like, you literally freeze the Furious 5 members, which I will admit was kind of a bummer that half the Furious 5 characters kind of got nerfed in a way from Monkey. I mean, Crane and Mantis actually has their own arc going, which I will admit that was actually kind of funny. But the only consistent Furious 5 member that still sticks around is Tigress. And I like that she still sticks along when through Poe's journey, once when Shifu decides like fight Kai, but then Tigress gets to meet up with Poe and Ping and his actual dad. And I like that it was teased by the end of the second movie where Poe and his real dad actually goes to Lost Village in the third movie, where Po knows that he's not the last panda alive. There's a whole village of other pandas that are still hidden, and it was during the time when the whole genocide happened in the beginning of the flashbacks of Poe's backstory in Kung Fu Panda 2. And yeah, Po gets like very gay by saying, "You're like me, but a baby. You're like me, but old." And then you got this random panda that has like random teeth that he guys like break off. Like obviously the panda village is kind of like their own paradise. I like it's very green because that's kind of like the colorful thematics of Kung Fu Panda 3 in a way. And even though I like that Li Shan is basically like let Po, I mean, given the fact that he's fat, that he's like a frat bro. Like even the moment where Li Shan is like wearing one of the Master Rider's armor, I like the face Po goes, when his eyes like lit up. It's like, bro, it's funny when fat people make the horse squeeze laugh. And obviously Po and his real dad are being goofballs. Ping feels left out. And I like that there was like one key emotional core where his dad actually talks a little bit about his mom when he did pass, like when the mother passed away. But then when things get serious, when Tigress and Shifu basically decide to warn Po that Kai's coming their way, and basically Po want to teach the pandas to learn how to do Kung Fu because they have no martial arts experience, which obviously Po was pretty, like basically when he sees his dad and all the other pandas, they're basically like what Po was in the first movie, where basically he was just a fat panda that has no experience of self-defending himself. But then when he tries to teach all the pandas learning how to do Kung Fu or basically do martial artists, obviously it's not easy for them, so it's like wacky shenanigans. The baby pandas keep eating the dumplings in a way because they're really that greedy and hungry because, you know, they're fat. But then once when Kai decides to like take over and then have all of his spirit henchmen take them down, I will admit it was pretty goofy that Shifu was trying to chase Po, but then it's like, but bro, that's like your master and he's trying to take you down. And I like that both Li Shan and Ping make the man by saying, "We gotta protect our son together. Please do not ship them because that's disgusting and gross." But then, literally what Po was trying to like mock Kai in a way, was like, "You must be the Dragon Warrior." So he kind of has that Tai Lung vibe by saying, "This is the Dragon Warrior," and then Po decides to make some mocking joke by saying, "Chicken jockey." I'm just kidding. Or he's like, "Quit the chit chat, chit chat, chat chat, chit chat." So I like that Po's kind of like mock him in a way. And he feels like if he does Skadoosh one last time, it's like third time's the charm. And it was during the conflict where Li Shan, like I said, typical Dreamworks fashion, where some character has to tell a lie, and then when this character does lie, it makes the character feel betrayed. Like, once again, blah, 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 Dreamworks liar trope. We've seen that many times before. But then once when Po was like, his soul was being taken away from Kai, and then literally, like, basically Kai has the chance to, like, learn to, like, take down Po. But then by the third movie, it's so refreshing that Li Shan, Ping, and Tigress use their inner chi energy, tries to save Po in a way, and then it literally unleashes the inner dragon spirit that Oogway always believed in Po. And the final act is just amazing. Like, the final acts in all the movies, and yes, even the fourth one too, they always know how to stick the landing for these movies. Like, in the spirit world where Po is facing Kai with all the Dragon Warrior things, like, he's still blending his humor and talks about, like, who he is. Like, I'm basically a student, a son of a goose, and a son of a father. Like, Po is actually accepting his identity of where his purpose is, and he actually has the evolution of what he deserves. And yeah, everyone in my theater when I saw the movie were laughing so hard when Kai was getting knocked down to the slapsticks with J.K. Simmons. I mean, even though J.K. Simmons is a great actor because, you know, my son the astronaut, you're fired. You serious? But yeah, J. Jonah Jameson quotes aside, he's a great voice actor whenever he does voiceover roles, and Kai is easily one of his best voiceover roles that he's done in his career. And that's what I'm saying. I say the villain Kung Fu Panda 3 definitely carries. And then once when Po defeats him, Oogway's proud of him. And I will say this, even though Kung Fu Panda 2 has the stronger ending, but I did like the cover of "Oh, today by Kung Fu Fighting," where Mei Mei was almost thirsting on Po, but then she thirsts on the panda with the goofy teeth, and then you see all the pandas, all the people in the J Pally, like the J Pals Valley Peace, like doing all their Kung Fu moments, and they showed their sign of respect during Kung Fu. And to me, I'm like, honestly, even though I knew that they were planning to make more multiple Kung Fu Panda sequels from Kung Fu Panda 4, 5, and 6, but I will be honest with you, I feel like Kung Fu Panda 3 would have been like, not the perfect ending, but at least a solid closure to the Kung Fu Panda trilogy. And this honestly would have been the trilogy. Kung Fu Panda 1 is The New Hope. Kung Fu Panda 2, Empire Strikes Back. Kung Fu Panda 3, Return of the Jedi. Kung Fu Panda 4 is like Force Awakens remixed with Last Jedi, but a little bit of Rise of Skywalker retcon. So that's one thing I would describe for the fourth one. So I will say this. So I would agree with like what Gabriel said. I think Kung Fu Panda 3. I originally was gonna go on A, but since I think the humor was probably like maybe a bit too much at times, but not as much as 4. But Kung Fu Panda 3 still has some cool visuals, cool action sequences. The emotional scenes doesn't hit as hard as the first 2 movies, but there are still like some nice heartfelt moments from Poe's dads, Tigress, and a little bit of Oogway in a way. Huh, that kind of rhymes. So yeah, I think Kung Fu Panda 3 would be somewhere around B tier. I would say like more intriguing than Shrek 4 Madagascar 3. So yeah, B tier for Kung Fu Panda 3. But now for this controversial Dreamworks movie franchise that we're now going to get to, because now this franchise has 3 movies. 3 Trolls movies. But before we get to the sequels, let's get straight to the first one. And Gabriel Lesnar, just take away what I had to say about the first Trolls movies, because I'm about to eat dinner while we're talking about Trolls.
Mid.
Yeah, mid. Overrated. They shouldn't have continued, but here we are.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say, really. It's just kind of to me, it's a basic kids movie about singing, and like it's for little girls and all that. I'm not the demographic for those movies. I didn't really enjoy it when I was younger. Thought it was boring. I mean, I think the cast was like fair, like, you know, the movies about singing, music, and this and that.
Celebrities, music artists, and YouTubers were a part of the voice cast.
Yep. So, I don't know. I'm just not fond of the characters. I don't find them interesting. I like what they were going for in terms of the world building and the type of atmosphere and world that they were in, and the kind of characters, but just not my cup of tea. I don't know. I guess maybe C tier. I don't know.
So yeah,
All right.
if we're talking about the first one, I guess so. But Leslie, you said you've only seen the first one, so I guess you can give away your thoughts on the first Trolls movie.
The first Trolls movie, just mid. It's just one of those kids movies that you could put on for kids. It was based off those little troll dolls, but okay. It's just another stupid song singing dancing movie. Yeah, we're happy, but the other ones are not. Let's make them happy by eating us. Yeah, they sing that gorilla song. No. Gosh, what else would I say? The whole thing with like the love interest and song. I don't care. I don't know. It's just another kids movie. Like even back when I was like younger, I was like, eh. I didn't hate it, but like it ain't really my. It's not really like Gabe said, not my cup of tea. Like even back when I was like the friggin' graphic for this, like to this day, it's just an movie.
So I guess you would play like C or D tier.
Maybe, yeah, probably whatever you put it in.
Okay, so Trolls. So I'm not going to ramble too much because obviously, like what Gabriel and Leslie said, we are not the target audience because one, we're not girls or fruity or those types. So let me say some nice things about it first before I get to the negatives. So Anna Kendrick and Justin Timberlake, Justin Timberlake's second chance of coming back to a Dreamworks movie after Shrek the Third. How ironic. And thirdly, of course, yes, they could both sing. Obviously, Justin Timberlake is a popular music artist. Anna Kendrick sings and, have you watched the Pitch Perfect movies? You gotta miss me when I'm gone. Please cast her as Amy Rose for Sonic Movie 4. That's the only thing I would allow for Trolls. Trolls is basically the blueprint for Anna Kendrick as Amy Rose for Sonic 4. But if not, then, I don't know, Kimoko Glenn if Anna Kendrick's not considered. So I would give one compliment to that. Another compliment I'll give to the movie is like, well, it's colorful, I guess I could say that. The Cloud character was kind of funny in the middle act. And, yeah, this movie was the introduction of Justin Timberlake's original song, Nothing I Can See But You Dance, Dance, Dance. Honestly,
I can't stop the feeling.
I will admit, that's honestly the best part of the entire movie, but I'm not going to call it a good movie if that's the case. So, I will say this, like, from those comments up by saying, alright, I'll let even though it's your cliche, stereotypical DreamWorks moment where the characters have to dance and do this fun fest thing, I'm like, yeah, cliche, but it's a good song, I'll admit about that, since, Justin Timberlake, I mean, the reason why the song is popular because of that movie, that's the main reason why. It's probably my favorite song from Timberlake, if I'm being honest. But then, other than that, yeah, the plot is too paper thin, where the chick just Poppy wants to aspire to, like, live in a dream and basically just wants to not give up, and then her dad is voiced by the same guy who voiced King Neptune, the SpongeBob movie, which, that voice caught out of my head, my crown acoustic! Hey, that's the mayor from the Grinch movie. But, either way, I feel like the Trolls movie is kind of like ripping off Smurfs in a way. You have Girl Smurf, Angry Smurf, you got this old world of Smurfs are living their old looking villains that wants to eat them in a way, but the Smurfs movies never decided to do that, unless Paramount's going to do that. Trolls is like home, where it feels like it's made for a young audience, exactly, so I can't say it's like, it's a good movie in a way. Like I said, I like the art style, I think the voice cast is good, but outside of James Corden, of course, because James Corden has to be in like in every kid's movie, and a lot of music artists were a part of it, like Gwen Stefani was involved, some YouTubers make cameos, and they make Easter eggs to the other Trolls, and then for some reason the Bergs wants to use the Trolls, and then the meme, let's not forget this meme by saying, the reason why I don't say it because the Bergens ate my grandmother, and there's none other than Justin Timberlake's character singing, as I need na from Bonnie Taylor, then the grandmother freaking dies, gets eaten by a Bergen. And then you got my baby, my darling Zoe Deschanel voicing an ugly troll, which I get it. And then you got McLovin voicing the Prince troll out of nowhere. And this movie is basically just a jukebox musical with only one original song, which was the Justin Timberlake song. So I will say this, I think Trolls is a bit more entertaining than Home, but it's not near a good movie. Like, honestly, I would rather watch Shrek the Third over Trolls. So I would say the first movie's fine. Like, not my cup of tea, but it is what it is. I give it a C. But now we get to even more brain rot stuff. Freaking Boss Baby, man. AKA the movie where Tobey Maguire come out of retirement for this. Anyone wants to talk about Boss Baby? Even though it's not going to be a lot. The first one, I guess.
This movie is, again, not much to say. I think the first time I watched it at school. We watched that and Moana. I remember that. Then I know Toby voiced the older version of the kid
in the first one,
when he was narrating,
not the second one.
Which never would have thought he would do something like that. It's like the most random role he would ever
Why would he
choose
get out of
after
retirement
not acting
for
a long time.
Yeah, out of retirement
But
just for the Boss
Look, a
Baby.
baby movie from DreamWorks. I'm interested.
Hey man, I just need money. I don't know. The movie's just kind of dumb.
Rent was due. That's
random, silly. Like freaking Alec Baldwin as a baby. That's something.
We didn't need that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, people are.
I mean, the whole
people in the
talking
chat are
baby
hating
thing
this
has
movie,
been done
y'all.
before, but like to this level, I don't know, man. I know they made a TV show on Netflix or something, and I don't even know. I don't even know if this even existed. It's just a stupid kids movie. I don't know. I don't remember much about it. I just know the idea and the concept of it was just kind of silly. The animation style and the art style, like freaking him crying and everything, like it's just I don't understand. But
I don't understand.
I don't know. This movie.
I'm reading the chat. I'm reading it as Gabriel's talking about it.
Oh man.
Someone put F. Someone put F tier. Someone put I hated Boss Baby, and one person put not the worst DreamWorks movie ever, but I think the sequel's better, but not by much. That's what the people are saying.
Oh man, I don't know. Maybe maybe D tier. I don't know. It's just stupid. This is stupid.
This is stupid. And let me guess, Lesnar, same thoughts as well.
The movies are just dumb.
I was gonna say Lesnar, same thoughts as well. Alright, I guess I'll just go next. So, now it's time to go fly again. Don't worry, guys. We're not going to talk about Boss Baby 1 that much.
Alright, right here.
Alright, Lester, do you have anything to say about Boss Baby before I get to make it short and then we just move on to Captain Underpants?
Wait, Gabe, what did you rank Boss Baby?
I put D tier.
But the chat's saying F.
Oh.
The chat's saying F.
Yeah, I agree with the chat. Boss Baby, I don't like it. It's just the baby movie. Alec Baldwin, bad choice. No, get out of my way, you hippie freak. No.
Get out of my way, you hippie freak.
I think that's probably what saved it, is just the fact that it's Alec Baldwin voicing a baby. That's why I put it at D tier, just because I think it's so stupid that it's funny. But
Yeah.
everything else sucks.
So even if we're not in the sequel yet, but I will agree with someone on the chat by saying, yeah, I think the sequel's slightly better because Jeff Goldblum's in it. That's the reason why.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't really got anything else to say besides I don't like this movie. It kind of sucks. Not because like, oh, it's a movie with babies or like whatever. It's just, I don't know. It's just
Even Rugrats is much better.
Yeah, Rugrats is way better. Yeah, cause like, bro, it's a stupid movie. I'm sorry, but like, Rugrats does it better because, well, it's Rugrats. Well, that's not a good explanation. But still, it's just all over the place with this like kid who wants to be an only child, and then the baby comes out of the car wearing a suit and dancing, and things happen. They ripped up Madagascar, penguins of Madagascar. Adults like dogs more than babies, so we gotta get rid of all the dogs or what? I don't know. So I only watched it like once, maybe on my own time. So if I had to rank it, either D or F tier. I'm sorry.
I think I'm gonna go with the chat, but okay. Even though, yeah, I don't think it's the worst DreamWorks movie ever made. I'm definitely not gonna say that. Like I said, we will get to Captain Underpants, chat. Just be patient with us. So another bad DreamWorks movie.
Yeah, you know, a movie about babies. You get toilet humor and stuff.
Yeah, I don't need to say much because the funniest thing is this movie is nominated for an Oscar. Yes, the nominated.
What?
Yes, the Oscar-nominated Boss Baby was considered to be nominated for the Oscars. I'm like, man, is the Academy really that stupid? And yeah, I hate to say
Or they're
this.
desperate for movies.
No, they're just desperate. Like, well, think about it. Spider-Verse did not even exist yet around that time, so there was like no game-changing animated movie that probably must have come out around that time because it was only just Boss Baby and Captain Underpants in 2017. Alec Baldwin is a funny casting decision. Yeah, for this movie, I mean, it's a no-brainer that Alec Baldwin has, I mean, he's been a part of Madagascar 2, he's been Russian Santa Claus and Rise of the Guardians, so this is technically his third DreamWorks movie, but this time he's taking more of the leading role. But even though, yeah, it is kind of funny of hearing Alec Baldwin's voice out of a baby doing business, which, yeah, that's the joke. But still, with all these celebrity names like Jimmy Kimmel being the dad for some reason, and Tobey Maguire's like, bro, it's like, why would bro get out of retirement for So you're telling me before Spider-Man No Way Home, this was the way where he basically was like, yeah, I'm just going to come back to just voice the lines for older Tim's like, come on, Toby, I know you just did it for the paycheck for your kids, man. I need that money. But other than that, the movie was pretty much filler, and like what Leslie said, it basically just copies the same plot of Penguins of Madagascar of, penguins are being more cute than octopus, and the puppies are being more adorable than babies, and then they have to act normal like the Rugrats, but it's just a more stupider version of the Rugrats where it's less charming and less adorable. And then it goes to that cliche sibling trope by saying like, I don't like having a little brother, little sibling, it's basically going to take away, which once again, Rugrats did it better with their first movie, but then this movie's just kind of like, trying so hard to be funny in a way, and it's like, yeah, I think, even though I should be putting it on a D tier, but outside of Alec Baldwin and Tobey Maguire and Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, it's not a good movie, y'all. I don't think I really need to say much. However, I would rank it low. And yeah, I see you guys in the chat wants to talk about Captain Underpants because that movie, not a perfect movie, but way better than Boss Baby by comparison. Anyone wants to talk about Captain Underpants?
Yeah, I'll talk about Captain Underpants. I liked the movie. I liked it. Well, shoot, I didn't see it in theaters, but I did see it when it came on Netflix. I think maybe the same year, maybe. But yeah, I read the books and seeing the movie being adapted. I love the animation. Definitely gives off the vibe to. I don't know, but it gives off the vibe to definitely to the books, and the characters. Prankster characters. Kevin Hart, Thomas Middleditch being the two main dudes.
Hmm.
They do a bunch of things while they make comic books because like as most best friends do, and that ring Kevin Hart's character found in the cereal box actually worked when he's hypnotizing Mr. Krupp, played by Ed Helms.
I remembered.
And then he turns into Captain Underpants. Like I don't know. I like it honestly. Like it's a pretty nice movie. It's a nice movie. And also Nick Kroll playing Captain. What's his name, Mr. Poopy Pants or whatever.
Professor Poopy Pants. That's perfect casting, if I'm being honest. Really great casting.
Yeah, the voice he gives off is it's pretty funny. It's really funny. Yeah, but then again, it's like I will say, like, even though like the sometimes the like fart jokes or whatever, like it can be kind of entertaining. It can be kind of entertaining at some points, like and also the frick, what else in that movie happened? Uh, you know, we're kicking me a kid. No, I don't know. Wait, what is this? Boss Baby was naked at one point. Yeah, I know. We know that. But yeah, I think that like the final battle with Poopy Pants, like when he checks the brains, it's like what? There's no way. Yeah, and also when he says his full name, what do you say? Mr. PP Diarrhea Stein Poopy Pants.
Yep, that's what.
Bro, his parents hated him.
Mm-hmm. They really did.
Wait, what's her name? George and Harold. Yeah, those are the two main kids. I like when Captain Underpants comes to gets here and like, destroys the Poop Master and the kids and that one nerd played by Jordan Peele. Yeah, he's
so uncanny.
He's yeah, minion. He's just like she's just like Poop's minion. I'm saying a lot. Yeah, but I don't know. I like the movie. Like I thought it was pretty entertaining and also pretty funny. Like it's not my favorite of all time, but like it's something that I can. Yeah, if I look back on it now, then yeah, I'll be reminded of the times I saw it, of when I watched it. Not in theaters though. So if I had to rank this movie, I want to say. Should I put it in like B tier or C tier? Maybe.
One of those will be fine.
Maybe. I think B tier is fine. I'm stuttering so much. Sorry. But yeah, probably just I put it next to Shark Tale. Yeah. Or no, not Shark Tale. Maybe before. Yeah.
No, so before Shark Tale is what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's good. Anyway, Gabriel, do you have any more to say about Captain Underpants?
I have not seen it. I've read the books, but I haven't seen the movie, so
Alright.
I got nothing.
Don't worry. I'm about to be done chewing, so I will get to my ramble about Captain Underpants, but you can tell people in the chat really love this movie. Like, you can easily tell.
Oh yeah, Weird Al did sing the song.
I'm surprised you didn't mention that, unless it's because I'm like, yeah, that's honestly one of the best things about that movie.
I mean, I know the song, but I forgot Weird Al sang it.
Yeah, he did. And he was the perfect music artist for that tone and that world of Captain Underpants, so...
Yeah, Weird Al, his voice is so... He has that wacky voice, like... His name is Weird Al, dude, but yeah, he was perfect to sing this.
I know.
Wacky, cartoony voice.
Anyway, let me just read the comments, like, people are talking about Captain Underpants. Captain Underpants, perfect way to do the source material, even if there's a lot of toilet humor, but that's technically what it's all about. The casting was great choices, yeah, surprisingly. Weird Al did an awesome job for the theme song at the end credits, 100% for sure. And then I can't read Captain Underpants or Dogman the same without thinking of the actors in the movies. I mean, yeah, I would say that. I mean, it's made by the same author, Dave Peaky. I pronounce it as Pikey. I love the amount of source material they have in this movie. I mean, yeah, I think there's this one YouTuber named Asame that basically just made this one video by saying one of the most like faithfully adapted source material, which, yeah, the Peanuts movie was one, you know, the one with Charlie Brown Snoopy, that's faithful. And yeah, for this movie, this is a true faithful adaptation to the books. And I will be honest, thank goodness this Captain Underpants movie is fully animated, because just imagine if this movie was live action, it would have been terrible, man. Like, it would have been like a stupid version of One Punch Man, but in live action. So thankfully Dreamworks themselves, I'm like, you know what, let's make this as a film adaptation. And surprisingly, I think they succeeded with it. I'm not gonna say it's like, oh, this is one of the best Dreamworks movie ever, but as an adaptation to the books, yeah, pretty accurate. And I will be honest, even though George and Harold are obviously cast by the Dreamworks, like the Dreamworks scenario of who's the most funniest comedic actors nowadays, they cast Kevin Hart and Thomas Middleditch, even though it's just their natural voices, but obviously George and Harold, like, what, 10 years old in school, just like how they are in the books. I know they made a cartoon where they are voiced by actual kids rather than just celebrities, but since, you know, this is a big budget movie, they need celebrity star talent just like get to the seats. And then you got Ed Helms, which honestly, he was perfect for this role, because even though, yeah, we know him as the Onceler for the Lorax, you know, everybody needs a need, how bad can I be? Honestly, this is honestly probably his best voiceover role next to the Onceler in the Lorax, because honestly, when he's like Mr. Krug, like basically the teacher that wants to ground George and Harold throughout school without their pranks, and every time where he goes tra-la-la, and it's like, bro, like I think Ed Helms actually fits the tone of this character. Like even when I was like a kid, I always pictured like Captain Underpants being like a kid type of stuff, but I'm like, wait, that's actually a grown man in the form of like a teacher's body. And I like how the ring just kind of snapped the fingers and then boom, he actually becomes a man dressed in underpants. It originally was supposed to be live action with Chris Farley as Captain Underpants. Oh yeah, that guy who was considered a voice right, but then he passed away. But then it got scrapped when he turned into animated. Kind of reminds me of Curious George, where it was going to be live action, but thankfully it's a movie based on a kids book series that's into animated. Like I said, if it was live action, I honestly think the movie would have been bad. So animation definitely works better for the world of Captain Underpants. Mr. Crump has a crush on the lunch lady, yeah, who's voiced by Mabel from Gravity Falls, because she was everywhere nowadays. Sorry, y'all, I'm just finishing my meal, and then after that I'm going to talk about the rest. But yeah, Nick Kroll's Professor Poopy Pants, I will admit, even though I heard this joke before from the Cat in the Hat where it goes, oh, you're basically hire a babysitter, a person who sits on babies, that's disgusting. Like when Professor Poopy Pants was like talking to Mr. Crump on the moment where he's like, I never sit on the baby. And I will say this, where Nick Kroll, even though he's mostly known for doing a lot of adult content like Big Mouth and Sausage Party, I will admit, for him doing his first Family Kids movie, his voice was honestly quite fitting. Big families, it was my toilet day and night today, and I will never sit on it. My name is Poo Poo Pee Pee Diarrhea Dynasty Pants. And like Leslie said, the parents really hated him when he was a kid. But he was well adapted into the movie. And it may not be as great as Megamind when it comes to superhero tropes, but I feel like it's a good superhero movie for young kids, and I feel like even though, yeah, there is a lot of fart jokes, toilet jokes, I mean, that's exactly what the book does, but in my brain it's like, basically this movie's like the perfect depiction of, if you let a 10-year-old like George and Harold write the movie themselves, this is what they would be like in their heads, if that's the case. So, and plus, I also like the ending of the movie where, when all the kids are like in the school and then Professor Poopy Pants has his giant toilet board and then Captain Underpants is defeated and then they try to like brainwash George and Harold in a way. Then it gets to like very elementary school type of humor where basically they make like a ha-ha, your anus joke. And then after that, Captain Underpants defeat Professor Poopy Pants, they save the day. And yeah, the Weird Al song, Iron Man, na-na-na, is not an excellent, underpants, underpants, na-na-na-na, Captain Underpants, yeah, tra-la-la, tra-la-la. The song really slaps, man. Like, Weird Al definitely killed it. Like, I feel like he was the best music artist for that tone and that world of comedy for Captain Underpants. And yeah, even, I forgot to mention, like, even throughout the beginning and throughout the middle segments, I like the 2D animation styles where it is based on the Captain Underpants book. So I definitely say for anyone who is a fan of the books, this is definitely like a love letter to the Captain Underpants fan base. I wish they would have made a sequel to the movie because Captain Underpants is a series of books. And that kind of reminds me, yeah, I'm honestly shocked that there's no sequel to this movie outside of a TV show. But Dogman, however, made by the same author who wrote the Captain Underpants books, Dogman's getting a sequel, but how come Captain Underpants? So, yeah, if I had to give it a ranking, I would have to agree on Lesnar. I would say this movie's easily a B tier, like, definitely a bit better than Shark Tale. But yeah, I think as a B tier movie, I think it's a more faithful source material. It's not as high as the other one, so yeah. B tier for Captain Underpants. But now, even though technically this is not the last Dragons movie on this tier list, but this is the last one in the animated iteration. How to Train Your Dragon 3, The Hidden World. Any other boys have any thoughts on How to Train Your Dragon 3?
Kind of like Dwayne said, it felt like a little bit like a fanfic movie. I don't think it's terrible. It's just, I don't know. It's definitely not as strong as the other two movies. But it's not terrible.
I would say it's like the Kung Fu Panda 3 in the franchise, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, pretty much. It's got its moments here and there. Like, I think over time in each movie we see the development of Hiccup and how he grows up and grows older and more mature, and his relationship with what's her face, this girl, and then for kid now we get Toothless. I don't think this is like necessary. It's not surprising, but it's not necessary that Toothless also gets a romantic interest, and that's what I mean by like it feels like a fanfic, because that's like something fans would probably make like fan art of or something. Like, oh, Toothless should got a girlfriend. That's a dragon. This is not Dragon Tail, bruh. No.
Dragon Tales.
But I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. Like I said, it's not surprising. It's something you'd expect. But it wasn't entirely necessary. They could have come up with a better story than just that. I don't know. But I guess I don't hate it. And now we're making merch off the baby dragons. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's kind of just average, I guess, compared to the other two movies. It's just decent. It's got... I don't know. I liked more of what they did with the human characters than Toothless in the third movie. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I guess I would put it probably B tier.
Yeah, pretty much the same rating as Kung Fu Panda 3, which once when I get to my thoughts, yeah, personally for me, I mean, yes, there are some fans out there. I'm not joking with you. When I was literally having my Dragons Marathon, there's literally fans out there, and even Dwayne by saying, you're insane if you put 2 below 3. And it's like, look, 3 is not a bad movie. I would say How to Train Your Dragon 3 and Kung Fu Panda 3 are kind of the same. And even, yeah, I would say like the first 3 Kung Fu Panda movies and the Dragons movies are kind of the same in terms of quality, where the third one is the weakest by the trilogies in their respective ways. And basically, I still think it's a good movie, but I don't say it's like it's as great as the first 2 movies. Yes, I will agree, Jason. It did kind of felt rushed to the final act, because I know, here's one of the downsides of the third movie. So, if you're telling me if this is the last animated Dragons movie, not live action, because, you know, we have the live action remake, but if this is the last animated Dragons movie, I understand that Hidden World is a subtitle, and that's basically what the plot of what the third movie leads up to do, where Toothless and the Light Fury, which I'm surprised she never got a name. She was just called Light Fury, and technically it just leads to Toothless like having his arc just to lead his own tribe, even without Hiccup involved. And around that time, I was like, why can't they just call it How to Train Your Dragon 3? Like, I feel like the 3 was missing. It's like, so I just kind of feel like when they removed the 3 out of the subtitle, when the last movie was literally called How to Train Your Dragon 2, that kind of caught me off guard. I mean, just like Kung Fu Panda 3, I think the animation is like at its best visually. I mean, it's kind of like the Pixar movies where, you know, the stories of the sequels are not as good as the originals, but at least the animation like really shines through. Like, I feel like, I mean, after when it was set up after the second movie where, excuse me, Hiccup is now chief leader of Berk, and now How to Train Your Dragon 3, it's a whole utopia with a lot of Vikings and so many dragons everywhere, where there's even like lack of space for the Vikings and the dragons trying to coexist. It's like Jurassic World, like if the dinosaurs and the humans get along, but then the dinosaurs are kind of like your neighbors in a way and they don't eat you. That's what I was just thinking about for How to Train Your Dragon 3. But either way, even though it's cool to see, as always, the same characters growing up as they are getting older, I think the main characters are like maybe a year older after How to Train Your Dragon 2 until we get to the epilogue scene where they're like 30 years old. I think they're like maybe 21, 22, like in the timeline of the third movie. But either way, even though it's cool that Hiccup, Astrid, and their friends got like new dragon skin suits just so that they can have like, you know, the powers and basically the abilities like their dragons from their scales, which that's creepy to think about. Even though it's cool to see Hiccup's mom still around, it is so weird to see Jonah Hill's character Snoutloud try to rizz up and head up his own mother, bro. It's like, bro, you were just a boy for Hiccup, and now because his dad is dead, now you just want to rizz up the mom? And even the mom's like, nah, sorry, I only date men, not boys like you. But it's like, yeah, I get it, Snoutloud, you want to get that milk because, like, oh yeah, Hiccup's mom is single, I want to hit her up. And yeah, I will admit, the downgrades of the third movie, I feel like the side characters could be, especially the twins in particular, can be a bit annoying sometimes, especially the twins, which I know Tough Knot got recast for, what was it? Yeah, TJ Miller got recast, and they recast some other dude named Justin Thropolaw to recast Tough Knot. Just because they actually gave Tough Knot a role to do of like what Hiccup do, just to encourage for Toothless to be free. And even Rough Knot, I get that Rough Knot, when she was like kidnapped by the main villain Grimmel, she was, I know that she's annoying on purpose, but even then I could relate to the villains, like, you know, in a way where I'm just like, oh man, it's like, I feel like the side characters were maybe just taking a bit too much screen time if that's the case. Like, they're not as interesting as the Furious 5 and the Kung Fu Panda franchise, if I'm being honest with you, and honestly, once we get to Kung Fu Panda 4, that was a big mistake of what they did. But anyway, yeah, some of the side characters kind of a bit too much. I think Gobber still remains the same. He's still funny, he's still likable, he's still a good mentor, but then for some reason, Gobber's afraid of like these little small dragons, but then in the final act's been paid off of why he's so afraid of them, but now he becomes like their allies. So I'm like, yeah, they just randomly just pop up out of nowhere. So even though Hiccup is trying to like take control of like being the chief of Berg, of having dragons and Vikings coexist, this is where we get to the obvious main marketing sell point, where like obviously Hiccup found love with Astrid because of Toothless in the first movie, and now Toothless finds love, which even though, yes, for all the fan fiction people, the artist people, yes, it's cute, it's adorable that Toothless is using techniques for what Hiccup has done to him in the first movie, but just like Kung Fu Panda 3, I feel like the third movie does get a bit too lighthearted, and the only dark moments in the third movie happens is once when the villain shows up, which I will admit, I think the villain Grimmel, he is an interesting villain, and since it's been confirmed that he's the one who just hunted down every single Night Fury except for Toothless, since Toothless is the last Night Fury of his kind. Oh, kind of like Knuckles. Knuckles is the last of his kind. But either way, the Light Fury is not the same as the Night Fury, so that's why that's a different breed, since, you know, oh yeah, it's basically a girl Brightful version of Toothless breed, except, you know, it's not the same kind. So Grimmel is basically the hunter that just kills all the dragons. He's basically Kraven the Hunter, but kind of looks like the villain for Rise of the Guardians. But then, I like that this villain, even though as much as I would prefer Drago as a villain, but I will admit that Grimmel is a much more active villain, because Drago did not show up for the main cast until like the second to final act, while Grimmel was there like since the very beginning. So either way, I feel like that Grimmel decided to like try to budge into Hiccup's home, that even all Baga comes in, and he's like, well, if you don't give me my dragon, I'll destroy everything you love. Hiccup looks good with the beard. Yeah, despite he has the same voice at age 30. But anyway, as I get back to the point where Grimmel basically hunted down the Night Furies before, and he's having like these venomous, demonic dragons that spits venom out and basically just kills other dragons. So he's basically enslaving poisonous dragons to kill other dragons, and yeah, it's weird. It's part of his Crave of the Hunter scenario, and that's what I would compare Grimmel so much to. And yeah, I know the thematic theme, yeah, we know how TJ Miller got recast, and you know what? It was for the better. That's all I'm going to say. It was for the better for that reason. But either way, for the villain, yeah, I like the fact that it pays off the thematic theme. Like, the first movie's all about finding your purpose in life, having your acceptance from your father, and having acceptance of turning your haters into fans. The second movie's all about, like, you know, having your family together, and second same time is having the chief just to go off and be your own leader and just lead your own pack and have acceptance of like growing up to maturity. And the third movie still falls up to the whole maturity theme, which all the previous How to Train Your Dragon movies still succeeded through that. But I feel like for the third one, it does get a bit too light at times, where I will admit the first half kind of feels too comedic, just like what Kung Fu Panda 3 was. And I'm like, I mean, it's a downgrade compared to the second one, where there's dark moments, there's action sequences, and I feel like there could have been much more. But then, like we said, when the villain was like actively on the chase, thanks to Ruffna being a stupid idiot by saying, oh yeah, I just got free from the villain because I got annoyed, but then she just followed me. But then obviously Grimmel sets a trap for Toothless to get kidnapped, and even Toothless and the Light Fury fell in love, and even Hiccup feels like, you know, dismantled that he didn't let Toothless go, because basically Hiccup is having the relatability by saying, why is Toothless falling in love, but I kind of need my buddy around. And it's kind of like this trope of basically, like, Toothless doesn't feel like life is not the same if he decides to let go of Hiccup before, you know, Toothless lives on his own. And basically, once when Hiccup doesn't have, like, the guts to, like, let Toothless go and live his own life, and Hiccup and Toothless has this arc in the third movie where they have to marry their respective queens so they could be the respective kings of their tribes, but they have to let go of their friendship just for a while so then they can grow up, have more maturity, and be the leaders of their own lives. So either way, so I like that's the thematic theme of love. Like, basically, in Hiccup's mind, he thinks love means we need to stick with people by our side, but that's not what it always means. Love means is it's okay to let go, and in order to grow up and feel mature, you have to let go. So I feel like the final act, it's not as great as the first two movies since it's all on boats, but it's still pretty well action-packed. You still get funny humor from the side characters, just like you had with the original first two movies. But then I like the moment where Hiccup is trying to attack Grimmel, and Grimmel's trying to take the Light Fury. And then once when he tranquilized Toothless down, I like that the Light Fury understands the bond that Toothless means to Hiccup, even though she's in love with Toothless. But I like that she understands Hiccup, where he's like, save him. And then Light Fury takes, like, basically saves Toothless when he's unconscious. Grimmel, repairs his wings out of Hiccup. And the best thing is, like, Hiccup could have easily died if the Light Fury did not have a heart to save his life, but then Grimmel leads to his fate, and at least, I will give How to Train Your Dragon 3 this credit, at least we know the main villain of the third movie is dead for sure, while the second movie never clarified by saying, so is Drago dead? Did he drown? Did he escape? Like, that was the one thing I have a complaint with the second movie, but for the third film, yeah, Grimmel's dead, he's definitely dead, and I like the thematic theme of, yeah, like if you never have love for anyone else but yourself, then no one's here to save you. Obviously, Hiccup has love for Toothless and has love for the Light Fury, trying to be like the next mate for Toothless, but that's what it is. No problem. Some of my friends don't even like the movie, even though I've watched them every month. Yeah, because I could tell you're like a die-hard Dragons fan. But yeah, despite all the flaws of what this movie has, I will admit, every Dragons movie still makes me cry. Even though I did say the third movie is the weakest, but yeah, the ending is still emotional because it gets to that whole Toy Story 3 type of scenario where you have to let go that was a huge part of your childhood and you come a long way, and Hiccup and Toothless understand by saying, yeah, as much as I love you, bud, but I think this is the right choice to, like, even though they were kind of like living in harmony for like having a utopia of dragons and Vikings living with each other, but they think it's a smart decision just to have the dragons be in their own world, the hidden world, and the Vikings just live their own life. And yeah, it was tough for all the dragons to say goodbye. I'm surprised that Fishleg's dragon's a female, like Meatlug is a female, and they have a baby, which I thought that was funny. But then, even Astro has to say goodbye to Stormfly, and then Toothless decided to become the leader of his own tribe. And I like that Toothless gets like a a sign where he looks back at Hiccup as saying, in the words of Tom Hardy, "I won't forget you, buddy." But jokes aside, it's like, until we meet again, my old friend. It's like the song in the end credits, like, we will be together forever, but sometimes we got to be together from afar, and you always will have an impact to me. And that's kind of like a sad thing if you have to let go of your dog, your horse, or wild animal, then you decide to like let them live the life of their own, and you never know if you're ever going to see them again. That was an emotional moment. It doesn't hit as hard as the second movie by comparison, to me at least, but it still was an emotional ending where it's like, man, it sucks they have to let go, but they have to in order to grow up and be mature. And yeah, when Hiccup and Astrid got married, I will be honest, I'm kind of jealous of Hiccup because, damn, Astrid looks fine in that wedding dress. But hey, cool to know they have their wedding dresses, and even though this is meant to be a closure to the animated version of How to Train Your Dragon, even though I would have preferred, like, maybe the story should have had, like, a much stronger intense, just like the first movie did, but it has a really nice closure to the saga of the animated version. Like, the one thing that was really cool is, like, when we see Hiccup and Astrid as 30-year-olds, and I know they made this whole, like, Christmas epilogue prequel called How to Train Your Dragon Homecoming, which I think that's kind of fun. It's like, wait, Spider-Man Homecoming? But it's during the montage where Hiccup and Astrid are thinking about their dragons, but then their kids think that dragons are bad, But then once they make a whole play about How to Train Your Dragon, it's funny that Toothless kind of interacted with like Hiccup's daughter for a little bit, and Toothless easily knows that is like Hiccup's kids because they kind of look the same. One thing I don't like about the third film is like Ravna almost got all burnt destroyed because of Toothless for her dumb actions. I know, right? I mean, I get she's meant to be funny, but now that thanks to her escape with that small dragon and Grimmel knows where she is, so blame Ravna just to be like, yeah, that's why Toothless and Light Fury got trapped in the first place. And yeah, Chad, I know we're currently like trying to wrap up my thoughts on How to Train Your Dragon 3, but Roxy, say hello. Roxy, where are you going? Where are you going? Yeah, Chad, this is my Toothless. This is my Light Fury. It's good to see you again, Roxy. As a matter of fact, you kind of remind me of the Light Fury in the dog version. So yeah, this is my dog, guys. But yeah, that's why the ending kind of get me emotional, where Hiccup, as a 30-year-old man, which even though he has the good looks, like, the characters, the Vikings, get glow-ups, but I like that Hiccup's voice stays the same, which is pretty funny. And then during the moment where Hiccup and Astrid are on the boat with their kids, and then Toothless reunite, and guess what? Even Toothless claps some reptile cheeks. He actually has kids of his own. Like, he has 3 dragon cubs, and then once when Toothless was, like, confused, like, knowing each other, but once when Hiccup does the hand, that's where Toothless and Hiccup reunited, and then Astrid's like, hey, kids, it's okay, they're friends. So I like that it's a thematic theme where, even though they haven't seen each other for, like, maybe 10 years in the time gap, and then Hiccup's son and daughter recreates what he did when he was 15 years old, and then Stormfly reunites with Astrid, then you see the Light Fear and all the dragons, and then you hear the iconic score one last time for the anime iteration. Then you got the end credit song of We'll Be Together, Far and Far. Roxy, if you pass away, that's going to be my funeral song to you because I love you, girl. Even if we're gone away, we'll still love each other from afar. So yeah, I just feel like that aspect, like, the reason what makes these How to Train Your Dragon movies great, it's not the fact of it's all dragons and fantasy reasons, it's the integral heart of the relationship between a boy and his wild mutant dragon, cat, horse, whatever you call it, just his dragon basically, and his relationship with his family, his relationship with his girl, his friends, the world building. That's what makes How to Train Your Dragon a peak franchise. So around that time, I felt like the right time to say goodbye, but you know that wasn't the last Dragons movie. That was a wrap-up for the animated version, but until we get to the live-action one. So yeah, I would agree with Gabriel, like, not as great as the first 2 movies. I would say it's, like, on the B tier for now. I would say, like, a higher B tier, like, in the same level as Kung Fu Panda 3, but, you know, not as high as these other ones by comparison. So, in my personal opinion, I think How to Train Your Dragon 3 was the last good DreamWorks movie, but for the other movies, yeah, guys. Welcome to the 2020s era. Hits or misses. But don't worry, we're not going to take long unless we talk about Puss in Boots 2 and Kung Fu Panda 4 and the Dragons Remake. But other than that, we could just skip, ramble, yada, 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 and just move fast forward. So, Abominable, let me guess, Gabriel, you didn't see this movie?
Nope.
Alright, let me just cut it short. So, Abominable basically rehashes How to Train Your Dragon away. Like, okay, a young kid basically be friends with an animal creature. And even though, sadly, this movie's okay, but it's not original, like, if I'm being honest with you, it kind of, like, takes the themes of Iron Giant and How to Train Your Dragon and E.T., where, oh, the government's after you, but it has, like, an Asian heritage twist. I mean, the animation's good. It definitely has some cute stuff, but, you know, I wouldn't say it's like, oh, this is the best DreamWorks movie. I would say C tier for Abominable. Like, it's cute, it's solid, but it's not really, like, the most original movie, but I think it's more intriguing than, Trolls by comparison. And speaking of Trolls, Trolls Rule 2, I think I could just skip and ramble when it comes to this game because you don't care about Trolls 2 or 3.
I do not. None of them.
Like I said, I'm speed running these movies until we get to Puss in Boots 2 because I know we have things to say about Puss in Boots 2. But
that might be the only one I can talk about, really.
Yeah, but what about Kung Fu Panda 4, though?
Not entirely.
All
not
right.
really.
But I'm speed running these movies because there's not that much to say until we get to Puss in Boots. So Trolls World Tour, World Tour. I think it's better than the first movie, surprisingly, even though I don't really care much about the Trolls franchise, to be honest. But I think the colors are really nice, the music's cool, the villain is actually somewhat more interesting, and I think the plot is actually okay for what it is. Like, it has different music streams from rock, country, classic, jazz, punk, and all that. But other than that, I just don't think the movie's like anything too special in a way, so I think it's like on the same bar as the first movie. I think a much more interesting plot than the first movie, but easily it's a C tier for Trolls 2. But now for Croods 2. Gabriel, have you seen Croods 2 or you didn't see it?
I forgot about that. I did see Croods 2.
You want to go to a quick ramble about Croods 2, even if you don't got much to say?
Croods 2, I think it's like on par with the first.
Really?
Like, it's just as silly, just as fun. I don't know. To me, it kind of just had this. It just felt the same as Croods 1. I like them both equally. I think they're both fun. They're funny. Great cast, voice acting.
Peter Dinklage.
The animation was a bit improved, I will say.
Yeah, the animation looks better.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I would put it the same tier as the first.
Really? So you would put Croods 2 on B tier level?
Yeah, I mean, they're both about the same to me.
Yeah, but are you saying like they're both equal, or you definitely prefer the first movie more? Because I'm on the same boat. I like the first one more.
Yeah, I like the first one more.
Oh yeah, the meme. I only remember one line. I'm hungry in a minute! That was funny.
In a minute!
But yeah, Lester, since you're back, have you seen Croods 2?
I have, yeah. Only saw it once on the internet. But yeah, honestly, I would put it at B tier as well with the movie. I like where it went. The family met another family, and the animation looks improved. And like the entire adventure between the two families and like the drama and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. The animation definitely man. They improved it. Well, even though it looks more like cartoony, but then again, it still looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Alright, so Croods 2. So I'm not going to say too much about it because I wonder if Nick Cage can still do the Grug voice. I mean, bro, he literally can. It's the same cast from the sequel. And yes, my darling Emma Stone, which, yes, I'm going to be glazing about Emma Stone right now. I think this was her third sequel in her career. Her first one was The Amazing Spider-Man 2. The second one was Zombieland 2. And the third one is this one. And her next sequel is supposedly Cruella 2. So yeah, Emma Stone has done sequels but never done trilogies. Kind of like Jim Carrey, but except Jim Carrey only finally did a trilogy, which was Sonic. So I don't know, if they made Croods 3 or Zombieland 3, Cruella 3, I don't know. Just give that woman a trilogy for once. So then she's not just doing satire or Oscar bait movies all the time. But anyway, about Croods 2. So it's funny that it's directed by the same guy who gave us Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, which even though Puss in Boots 2 is a miles way better film, I will be honest, I feel like Croods 2, A New Age, come in a bit late if I'm being honest with you. Because remember, this movie definitely came out in the COVID era, just like Trolls 2 in a way. But yeah, Abominable has the same poster as the first How to Train Your Dragon. Like I said, I feel like it tries to be like How to Train Your Dragon, but it's not as great as Dragons. I used to glaze about Ryan Reynolds before all this stuff came out about him and his wife. Yeah, with Blake Lively. Oh yeah, Gossip Girl. Anyway, Croods 2. I feel like this movie came in late, which I understand it came out during COVID times, which you can watch it in theaters or in digital. But I feel like the sequel could have easily gotten out, like, probably around maybe 3-4 years, just like what every DreamWorks sequel does. Like, you have to wait at least 3 or 4 years for the next film. I feel like if it was like in that relevancy, if it's not like 5 beyond years, then maybe Croods 2 won't have like a weird release schedule. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of funny that this other family, surprisingly Guy's long lost parents, I thought they were dead, where they kind of make that emotional in the first film. And then the second one where Grug basically just never used bananas, but in the first movie he actually was using bananas. I do like the new cast. I like that Peter Dinklage is the dad. Leslie Mann, because, you know, Leslie Mann is like that same chick from Rio. I forgot what's her name, but she's basically Blue's owner from the Rio movies. And Kelly Marie Tran, who is, what's her name in Star Wars? Rose in both Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker. I like that her actress is having a habit of enjoying voiceover roles more, because she's done voiceover for the Lego Star Wars stuff, she's done voiceover for this movie, and Ryan the Last Dragon, that's one thing. So pretty cool that her comedy and her sense of vocal talents, like, you know, present in this, which I thought that was pretty nice. And, you know, she has like, oh yay, a gal pal that Emma Stone's Eve could just play around on. So I think the animation's like really good. I think it's definitely better than the first one. Personally, I don't think this movie is better than the first movie, but I definitely like the art style. Obviously, they have more of the technology as well. I just don't think the heartfelt stuff doesn't like hit as much as the first movie, if I'm being honest, by comparison. And even though there's not that much like meme-worthy moments aside from "in a minute," just like the meme that everyone talks about, and then when they're just eating a bunch of random berries for some reason, and they start to like devour it down. And yeah, it does have some like decent set pieces. So I would say this. I mean, Croods is not really a franchise that I would say like it's like in the middle, like, oh, it needs to have multiple sequels like Shrek or Giants of Fu Panda. I feel like, solid follow-up. If it's the last Croods movie, so be it. I don't think it really needs a third film, because I don't think there's anything new they could do, unless, like, I don't know, they time travel. But Mr. Peabody and Sherman already did that, and even Shrek 4 already did that. I feel like there's 3 eras of Dreamworks: the beginning, the era of the Mixer, and the revival era. I guess the revival era you're referring to is the Puss in Boots era. So yeah, I don't need to ramble too much about the sequel. So Croods 2, yeah, I would say it will be more on par with the first one, even though I prefer the first movie more. And now we get to this unnecessary sequel, unnecessary spin-off, Spirit Untamed. I don't think Gabriel's seen this one, so I'm just going to get to my quick ramble about this so-called...
Haven't seen it.
So-called follow-up. Honestly, such a downgrade compared to the original one. Like, the original actually has some good animation, a decent message, and it definitely has, like, you know, some intriguing moments, like the Hans Zimmer score and the Bryan Adams music. But this one... This feels like a DreamWorks movie, or in this case, a My Little Pony movie, just a horse Barbie film for little girls, and that's what it is. So it's kind of weird that they basically just give like this girl trainer, like they give Stallion like basically just a writer of his own. I'm not saying it's the worst DreamWorks movie ever, but it's like that kind of ruins the purpose of the original movie. So yeah, honestly, F tier. Like, I really don't like this movie. It's not my cup of tea. It's not really like, you know, too special in a way. And once again, it feels like a middle finger to the original in a way, where it's like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make this little girl Barbie show for little girls. It's like, yeah, nothing special. And yeah, speaking of which, we got The Boss Baby 2. I'm not going to say much because it's pretty much the same issues I got with the first movie, except what makes the sequel slightly better is you gave me Jeff Goldblum as a talking baby. For some reason, that's actually kind of funny. And instead of Tobey Maguire playing adult Tim, you got Donut Lord himself, Cyclops, James Marsden voicing Tim. I feel like once when James Marsden did Sonic Movie 1, I feel like James Marsden's like, well, I got kids now. Sonic was a family movie, so I'm just going to make more money just to feed my 3 kids and just do more kids movies. Because James Marsden was in this movie, he was in My Little Pony, and then he's like in a Paw Patrol movie, I think. It's like, yeah, James Marsden, I know you're just doing this for your kids, but bro, get your better agency this time for your paycheck outside of, you know, Sonic, the Avengers, for Avengers Doomsday, or even the TV show that he's in. But yeah, Donut Lord, aka Cyclops, replaced Spider-Man. Tobey Maguire was adult Tim, but now Cyclops, Donut Lord, is basically the new baby Tim. Even though I think the sibling was kind of alright, but I think the one thing that was kind of funny is when Jeff Goldblum's voice acting is actually a bit like, you know, You can tell Jeff Goldblum was doing this for the paycheck once when the Mentos and the soda root beer or whatever is trying to buy him this, and he's going, "What are you doing? No, 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 oh, no, 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 ah!" So I will say this, definitely not a good movie, but definitely better than the first one. So yeah, I definitely agree with the chat. I obviously would put it on a D tier, you know. All right, Gabe, you're up.
For what?
Boss Baby 2.
I
I already said my thoughts.
Oh,
on
I
Boss
haven't
Baby.
seen that one.
Alright,
I
so
haven't seen that one.
alright, after Boss Baby 2, we got the quote-unquote Renaissance, aka Dreamworks Zootopia, that's now getting a sequel later this summer, The Bad Guys. So, comments, no
I
comments?
haven't seen those either.
Alright, Bad Guys. So, I'm just gonna ramble this short. Definitely, Bad Guys is definitely a much better movie than the ones that we just ranked from the Troll sequels and the home stuff. So, obviously, one thing, fairies, 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 fairies. Fairy godparents. So yeah, outside of people simping for wolves, I think this movie is actually definitely a slight improvement. I won't say it's like the best Dreamworks movie, but the art style is great. I honestly think the art style is really good of how the way the animals evolve from the wolf, the shark, the snake, the piranha, and freaking Aquafina as a tarantula. It's like, in my opinion, it's like, man, why have to get Aquafina every voiceover role? Which we will get to that for Kung Fu Panda 4. So I think the plot is pretty simple. It's kind of like Megamind in a way, but I don't think this movie's as funny or as iconic as Megamind, where it's like, yeah, bad guys that just wants to be good guys. And even though Snake's friendship with Mr. Wolf is kind of like, you know, decent for when it comes to like to his Tegro moments. So, but yeah, the sequences are cool. Basically, the comedy is like pretty decent for what it is. Like when the shark basically decides to eat the snake, and then the snake just gets out of that. And then when he gets to the Professor Marmalade creature, where basically he was like the boss, but then he double crosses Wolf and his girlfriend, and then Snake basically just falls into the trap. So that's why I just think it's like pretty solid. So, I guess just to be nice with it, I don't think the movie's like perfect or anything. I guess it will be like on B tier. Yeah, I would say like somewhere on a B tier just for this ranking. So that's all I gotta say. But now, let's get to this. Okay, guys, this is just my biased personal opinion. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was the last great Dreamworks movie. And Gabriel, since you have seen this movie, take it away with your thoughts for Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Puss in Boots. This one was really good. I think I do really love the first one, but I think this one definitely is better than the first movie. I think it's got a lot of charm to it. It does have that feel that's like, it feels like Spider-Verse animation, but I mean, I think they did it in their own unique way, and I think I never thought they would take this direction for Puss in Boots, or like anything related to Shrek, but it worked. I think I liked their designs and the way they looked in this film better than anything else. I like the original new characters that they brought into the movie. The villain, much bigger upgrade compared to Humpty Dumpty. I think from beginning to end, it was just a lot of fun. With the beginning of Puss in Boots 2, where he's who's your favorite villain hero? The favorite villain hero. Like that whole scene and the song, that was fire. That's just fire.
Awesome.
That's a song.
And
At
then
the
the
time,
movie Coco.
I would keep rewatching and listening to. It was so good. Hey, or no, what do you say?
Hey, you're about to see something cool.
Oh, hey, you want to see something cool?
And then the meme.
And then the freaking bell or whatever. Yeah. It's the animation, the songs, also just Puss in Boots as a character. I feel like you could kind of connect with him more on a deeper level in this movie than any of the other movies you've been in. When they go on their journey and you see him, that's another thing. There's more than just one villain. Like the
You got Jack
The,
Horner.
what's his face?
You got the Death, the Wolf. You got
The wolf, yeah.
Goldilocks and the
And then,
Three Bears.
and then Florence Pugh is in this movie.
Yeah, she's Goldilocks, and then you got the Three Bears as well.
Yeah. So they still have that same charm from Shrek, where they bring the fantasy characters and make their own parody of them, and I still like that. And the villains, I think, are one of the best DreamWorks villains.
In a long
ever,
time.
especially the wolf. The wolf, I think, was
Death,
like the best.
Yeah, Death.
Death, yeah, that's his name. He was insane. Like, great voice actor, great design, intimidating, and then the whistle.
Yeah, the meme.
Yeah, well, that was cool. And then he would just keep popping up and scaring Puss in Boots, and then the popular anxiety attack scene. But I think that's what's cool is that they brought more personality and went more in depth with Puss in Boots because of stuff like that. And I don't know, there's a lot more I could probably say. The final battle was fun. It was cool.
Great art style.
Yeah, the animation, the art style. It just looked really good. Music was good. Characters. The scene where he's like trying to act like a normal cat and he's like trying to eat the cat food or whatever. And then that's where he meets Perito. And I like his character, he's a good side or like assisting character, just meant for laughs, and he's adorable kind of character. He's like the private of that group. I don't know. There's probably a lot more I could say. I just think it's a I wouldn't say it's a major upgrade, because again, I think the first Puss in Boots is good. But it is an upgrade. It's an upgrade from DreamWorks in general after a good couple of movies that they released. So yeah, Puss in Boots 2. Ah, man. This is the hard part. Maybe this might be crazy, but I'm not gonna lie, I think I'll put this at S rank. Puss in Boots 2 S rank for me. Because I mean you could, like, I've heard like other directors like be inspired by this movie because of death and that whole battle sequence and stuff. I don't know. It's just, that was like the Spider-Verse of DreamWorks or something.
Literally.
I don't know. But yeah, I personally would put it S rank.
Oh yeah, 100% for sure for S tier rank. So is Lesnar back?
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, Lesnar, you've seen this movie, so you give away your thoughts for Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Okay. Now, honestly, it's a really great goated movie. I've seen a lot of things. Oh, sorry, I need to sneeze.
Salute.
Sorry. Anyway, I've seen a lot of great things about this movie. I like the animation. I know the animation was definitely inspired by, most likely Spider-Verse. Jack Horner, Death the Wolf, Perrito. That's my goat dog.
That's my goat.
Yeah. And the song, "Who is your favorite fearless hero?" Yeah, basically everything Gabe said, to be honest. And I think I like how the movie pulled the Coco when the bell fell on him.
The legend never boom.
Yeah. But yeah, I really enjoyed myself watching it. I think that the story and the adventures between these characters will always be goated. And by the end, What didn't didn't in the end of the movie he went to go to far far away?
Yeah, that's at the very end of the movie where Puss is like, I'm gonna go see some old friends, which, wink wink, setting up Shrek 5, hopefully.
Well, clearly they got to do that.
That's
But
what
yeah,
quote-unquote said.
honestly, I like the movie for what it is. I would probably put it in like either S or A tier. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it.
Alright, my turn just to talk about Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I won't glaze it as much as Kung Fu Panda 2 or How to Train Your Dragon 2, but once again, for the most part, not for every sequel, but whenever Dreamworks cooks a good sequel, you know it possibly might be a masterpiece in your hands. And Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was honestly, I mean, I do have some good things to say about The Wild Robot, but I think Puss in Boots 2 was like the last great Dreamworks movie that we got. Like, first of all, it's kind of funny that it took like 11 years to make a sequel to Puss in Boots, and like I said, basically just make him the main star. And the animation, yes, you could tell Spider-Verse. If it weren't for the Spider-Verse movies, that wouldn't like change the game forever. And literally around this time, I was not expecting, like, me, Gabriel Lesser, did not see this movie in theaters. We literally had to watch this on a Discord group chat. And even though I've heard a lot of good things about a movie, but I was not expecting it to be that good, you know what I mean? And literally, like, watching this movie and the first movie is like day and night. Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy the first movie, but this is a much better movie by comparison, because not only Puss has his huge glows up and Antonio Banderas kills it, including the fearless hero. My biggest disappointment with the second movie is no reference to his music theme for the first one. They only played it in the trailers, but it was never in the final cut of the movie. And yeah, the action sequences, wow. A huge upgrade to the first, like, not Puss in Boots movie, but honestly one of the best action pieces ever. Like, the way how Puss takes down this Titan way, it's like Attack on Titan way, where it goes, hey, you want to see something cool? I remember, like, this movie was originally going to be called Puss in Boots 40-something and Thieves, or Puss in Boots 9 Lives, because technically that is the plot for Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. And the best interesting is like, even though it's just done comedic way where Puss in Boots, I mean, like a cat, has like 9 lives, of how the way that he lost his life of getting drunk from drinking milk, getting allergic to shellfish, getting burnt by himself. I like that we get some cameos from other Shrek characters. I'm like, okay, so thanks to Puss in Boots, the Shrek universe is slowly but surely coming back. Like, Gingy makes a cameo next to Puss, and even Pinocchio makes a cameo during Jack Horner's backstory, which I thought that was funny. And yes, there was like a slight flashback cameo of Shrek and Donkey whenever they Puss thinking about his past history, whenever he's thinking about it. But then as you move on to the next thing about Puss in Boots for his upcoming sequel is the fact that despite the art style is like barely that good when it comes to like the art technique from how it does from the animation, I like that when Puss meets up his doctor, technically he was like, Puss, you're on your last life, you gotta be very careful or else you'll be gone for good. But I am Puss in Boots, I fear nothing. Which I like the fact, like, that's the whole purpose of the song, like, he's the fearless hero. But then you got this wolf character, which it's so funny, like, in the franchise of Shrek, you got, like, very intimidating characters, but you got, like, soft characters. But then, basically, when the wolf comes in with, like, the wanted poster with Puss, I was not expecting this PG-rated movie, or in this case, maybe the first time ever in a Shrek movie where we saw, like, a speck of blood dripping from Puss's head once when the wolf puts out his axe, and literally for once Puss is actually getting anxiety attacks, he's getting scared, and the fact that he actually made the cat bleed, and then literally when he has to run away and flush himself to the toilet, it's like, bro, you can tell Puss in Boots is literally down to his final life. And the next thing you know, Puss has no choice but to retire to be in this old cat retirement. And then you get to, like, surprisingly one of the fun side characters is Burrito, which, funny enough, like, we expected Burrito just to be, like, quite annoying, but then you could tell that Burrito is, like, having troubles of fitting in, so he's like this small little Chihuahua dog that's, like, so optimistic all the time. But once when he reunites with Puss and meets up with Kitty Softpaws for the first time, you get to see, like, how funny but how sad his backstory is by comparison. And, yeah, you're right. The old cat actually made a cameo throughout that cat shelter, which everyone wants to track down Puss in Boots. Like, Goldilocks and the Three Bears wants to have this wish where Goldilocks wishes that she could have a family, but turns out she has her family the whole time. And she's voiced by, Mommy Florence Pugh, and she actually does a good job. Never knew Florence Pugh liked Shrek, but hey, she based for that. But, I like the fact that Puss actually makes a reunion with Kitty Soft Paws, because even though it's funny that this sequel has not mentioned Humpty Dumpty at all, like, alright, that did happen, but it's not like, because the best thing about this is, you don't necessarily need to watch Puss in Boots 1 to watch Puss in Boots 2, because I can tell there's some people who have either one, never saw the original film, or they've never watched any of the Shrek movies. First time you played Jumba, yeah, the awful Jumba that we don't want to talk about for Lilo and Stitch. But yeah, I honestly like the adventures that they make, including when Puss and Kitty are trying to find, like, the wish, just to, like, you know, Puss can wish for life. Like, basically, it kind of reminds me of Avengers Infinity War and Pirates of the Caribbean 2. Like, all these characters are having the same goal to make one wish, but it's for different motives, not the same one. And I like the competition of what they're thriving through each other. And yeah, let's get to Jack Horner, bro. John Mulaney is so funny in this role. Like, obviously, I know who John Mulaney is because, yeah, that's the bro from Spider-Ham from Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. It can get weirder. I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet. They're not the reason. But then, I will be honest, I did not know who Jack Horner was, but I realized he is a fairy tale character once when he's, like, putting his thumb on pie. And it's so funny that you got, like, this very skinny dude, like John Mulaney, voicing this big fat guy. Like, literally when he's stealing all the magic potions and crystal balls and Merlin's hat, where he goes, ah yes, I will get you, my kitties, and your little dog too. Like, Jack Horner knows that he is a prick and pretty much an a-hole, and he knows it, and he's so unashamed of it that he basically gives less of crap. Like, you see the cricket from Pinocchio where he gets to a funny moment where the cricket is like on show by saying, wow, you just take away, that's horrible, you're horrible, you're an irredeemable monster, whoa, what took you so long, idiot, and then just snap the cricket away. Is like, yeah, Jack Horner is so shameless about, like, that's one thing I like about the villains is, like, you got Death, who is a very scary, antagonizing villain that puts fear into Puss in Boots before he dies. And then you got this silly joke of a moment with Puss in Boots make an appearance of hot ones with spicy wings. Yeah, I did like that. I like that Puss just flicks Sean off where he's like, excuse me, are you trying to kill me, Sean? But yeah, other than that, I like that Puss basically just confesses to Kitty Soft Paws that he is afraid of death. And I will be honest, like, during the segment where Puss is having a panic attack, I know everyone's going to start glazing about that one anxiety attack scene Inside Out 2, but during the moment where Puss is having a panic attack and Perito's, like, literally on Puss's stomach around that time where he feels scared of fearing of death, and I can understand that Antonio Banderas in real life actually went to a heart attack, and even Antonio also has a near-death experience. So when Antonio's, like, reading the lines for Puss in this arc, you can understand the pain for what Puss is going through, but even the voice actor behind the voice, so I'm like, I like that both the actor and the character that he voices is, like, having a personal connection between both in and out when it comes to, like, a similar life or death story. And honestly, even though Puss in Boots is a great character in the Shrek movies, and even the first one, but I feel like Puss is, like, really on his A game as a truly third-dimensional character into the sequel, and it's Puss in Boots: The Last Wish definitely is, like, it's not like the Boss Baby or the Trolls or Home, where it's like, yeah, it's mostly made for the younger kids. Like, it definitely has, like, really mature adult themes when it comes to life or death and just cherishing moments for, like, as times it lasts. And then when we get to the final act, man, it is so cool where Death, the wolf, gets all these crystal reflections of Puss's previous deaths, like his previous 8 lives, and he starts chasing him, and then Puss, for once, basically decides to face the fear, and then the bears decide to face Jack Horner. And once when Puss takes down the wolf, does the exact same tricks that what he tried to do to the wolf in the very beginning of the movie. I like the fact that Puss definitely got his redemption, and instead of just, like, giving the villain to, like, being afraid of him, but also, like, face the fear where death does not fear him. And that's such a powerful moment into the movie. And I like that the wolf is, like, cussing in Spanish by saying, like, something like that. And then instead of just defeating Wolf, because, you know, he is a spirit, because he always go doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. But yeah, for such an intimidating villain that even some movies like Sinners was inspired by Puss in Boots 2 in a way, and the fact that this came back to Shrek franchise and give Puss in Boots a worthy story that feels so definitive to him. And yeah, I will say this is the best Shrek-centric movie since Shrek 2. And I will forgot, the one where Perito was, like, cussing out of nowhere, and you see, like, a bunch of censored beats where Goldilocks and the 3 bears were, like, so shocked about the way when Perito was, like, cussing out. It's like, that kind of reminds me of the edgy humor of what makes the first 2 Shrek movies funny. So It's been a while, man. And speaking of the humor, man, like, literally, just like how Puss and Kitty were trying to do, like, the adorable cute eyes, and even Burrito's eyes, like, the funniest moments where Jack Horner was like, when he becomes Johnny, he's like, what's the problem? You have some hernia or something? And the Burrito's like, please! And then, once when he does the adorable eyes, and then when his nose bleeds, literally Jack Horner's like, that is so cute! How you think? I remember I was dying of laughter when that happened because it just come out of nowhere. Burrito makes adorable eyes, Jack is trying to fall for it, and his voice, since he's Johnny, he's like, that is so cute! How you think? I don't know why, man. That was like easily the funniest moment of the entire film, in my opinion. Overall, Puss basically gets to live another life, and the villains got what they deserve. Jack Horner meets his end. Death accept his defeat. Kind of reminds me of that closure, like, kind of like in Aladdin in a way, where Aladdin just decides, like, instead of just asking for more wishes from the genie, he just gives what Jafar has asked for. Like, it's one of those satisfying villain defeat closures that you could do for, like, a villain into your movie. And I like the fact that Puss, Kitty, and Burrito are now a trio, kind of like what Shrek, Donkey, Fiona are a trio on their own. And yeah, John Mulaney, he definitely stole the show in my personal opinion. So, I do like the ending where it basically sets up Shrek 5, and even though I am still kind of mixed on the animation design, we'll see how Zendaya's Felicia character, Shrek's daughter, is going to be like. The one thing that baffles me is, even though I'm happy that Puss in Boots got his own movie, but you know in Shrek 5 they mention Mike Myers, Eddie Murphy, Cameron Diaz, and Zendaya. I don't know why they didn't mention Antonio Banderas. Is Puss in Boots not in the movie? Because literally the ending of Puss in Boots 2, where Puss literally says, I'm about to go see and meet some old friends. And then you hear that iconic Far, Far Away music. Ah, ah. And I'm going to be honest with y'all. If it weren't for the success, like the critical praise and the financial success of Puss in Boots The Last Wish, we probably would have never got Shrek 5. So give props for Puss in Boots 2 of not just re-energizing and reviving the franchise, but also bringing it back to what makes the first two Shrek movies great, but also, in my personal opinion, the last great DreamWorks movie we got. There are some good things about some of the other good movies, but I don't think Wild Robot or Dogman or the Dragons Remake is as great as Puss in Boots 2, in my personal opinion. So, I know I'm glazing too much. Fingers crossed, hopefully Shrek 5 does become Shrek the Third 2.0 all over again. And even if Puss in Boots is not in Shrek 5, hopefully maybe, like, I don't know, a cameo or a post-credit scene. Because I know the director of Puss in Boots 2 by saying there could be a third Puss in Boots, and Shrek 5 is coming out next year, and Donkey's going to get his own spin-off movie. So, either way, it was a great DreamWorks movie, the best Puss in Boots movie out of the two, and yeah, I think it's the best Shrek-centric movie for Puss in Boots 2, and hopefully Shrek 5 doesn't suck. So if I got to put a ranking for Puss in Boots The Last Wish, I'm definitely putting it up somewhere on, no, not B tier, because this list is so darn long, definitely on the S tier ranking when it comes to DreamWorks movies. I would say it's up there with Princess of Egypt. Like, I will say Puss in Boots 2 has a much more better action scale than the Shrek movies, but I still say it's like it's up there with the Shrek movies. So yeah, that's all I got to say about Glaze about Puss in Boots 2. But now we get to the misses with a little bit of hits. So this mermaid movie, I'm going to be honest with you guys, haven't seen it. Have you guys seen it? I skipped on it.
I have not seen it.
So yeah, past Trolls Band Tour. Does anyone really care about Trolls 3? I don't think so.
Nah.
No one cares.
I'm just going to put it on F tier because, one, the plot definitely looks like smaller scale. The villains look like FNAF security breach characters, and it definitely looks a lot dumber. The only good thing is, like, oh, they reunited NSYNC when it comes to that. Orion in the Dark. Of course, this is meant to be a direct-to-Netflix movie. I've only seen parts of it, but there's the only things I would say. So, I wouldn't say it's like the best DreamWorks movie I ever saw. I would put it like in a very high C tier because I think it's decent. The art style is actually, like, you know, pretty good. And I'm surprised it's written by the same writer who gave us Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. But it's like Eternal Sunshine for kids, except there's no heartbroken relationship story. It's like kids having their fear, like afraid of the dark, and then you got Stingray for Cobra Kai voicing this dark shadow guy and just saying it's alright. I mean, the movie doesn't break anything too new, so I would say it's like it's a high C. Like, it's decent, but not like as entertaining or as memorable as the others. But now we get to our final Kung Fu Panda movie, Kung Fu Panda 4, man. Who would like to speak how it's not bad, but it's definitely disappointing compared to the first three movies? Anyone want to comment about Kung Fu Panda 4?
I can't really say much. I didn't really truly watch it. I've seen clips, but I didn't really watch it.
All right, but have you say a little bit of what you saw from those clips?
I think it's stupid how they. I mean, with Tai Lung, I understand a little bit with them being like, "Hey man, we're chill," but like with Shen and everybody else, I'm like, "All right, bro, you're gonna cheer." Well, the dad, I mean, you're gonna cheer over the guy that killed your wife. All right, man.
That is so weird and so out of character.
Yeah, and then the movie just looked like something out of a TV show, not really a movie. Like the budget was definitely lower. Um, I don't know. I don't know what else to say or where to put it. I'll let you all talk about it.
All right, Lesnar, do you have any comments about Kung Fu Panda 4? Lesnar? He's not in the call, is he? What?
I'm here. Sorry.
I was gonna say, do you have any words on Kung Fu Panda 4 in particular?
No.
Okay, so nothing. Alright guys, let's just leave it all to me. Leave it all to me. But first, before I start criticizing, don't worry, I will give Kung Fu Panda 4 some compliment. There are some good things about it, but definitely the most disappointing entry in the franchise by far. But anyway, let me just read this. Man, Kung Fu Panda 4 is such a letdown. Kung Fu Panda 4 is kind of like the HT4 of the franchise. What do you mean by that? Can you clarify? Mr. B as the Big is hilarious though. Yeah, like him as a pig and he's like in panda form. That was kind of funny. Ruben Gilman is one of the Dreamworks' biggest box office bombs. That's why I just put like the only things I saw from is basically Dreamworks' attempt of mermaids, and yeah, that's about it. That's all I can really say. But anyway, let me just talk about Kung Fu Panda 4. So I'll say this. It's definitely a downgrade compared to the first three movies because you can tell the budget's pretty low. It's like what Gabriel said, the animation, it's not bad, but you could tell it's not as cinematic. Like, even if you look back at, Kung Fu Panda 3, it's a bit more visually pleasing than Kung Fu Panda 4, but it sucks that the Furious 5 is not in the movie. I mean, they are, but just not in the very end. They just get, like, silent cameos literally at the very end of the movie. So the end credits, like, I mean, the only good thing about the Furious 5 appearing at the end is like the whole, "Help me, baby, child, I need to know, hit me, baby, one more time," which Jack Black's "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time" is easily like one of the best parts of this movie because not only sounds better than the Britney Spears song cover, it actually sounds pretty good. Hotel Transylvania 4, okay, now I get what you mean, which we might do that in our Sony Pictures Animation ranking, probably like next month. But anyway, back to Kung Fu Panda 4. So, aside from the Tenacious D song cover, "Hit Me, Baby, One More Time," but yeah, the one thing I was skeptical is like, okay, no Furious 5 because, oh yeah, we didn't have the budget just to put them in. That even Poe makes an excuse by saying like, yeah, even though they're not around, that doesn't mean you can have this carbon cutouts. It's like, look, it's cool they have Shifu for the most part because I think Shifu just got nerfed, just like Doctor Strange and Spider-Man No Way Home, where he got nerfed and got locked up for the sake of Poe and his new friend just to make the journey. Which I remember the final act, Shifu was going to be involved where Tai Lung probably was to kidnap Shifu, and Tai Lung and Shifu probably like have to like another rematch in the final act. And honestly, that would have been so cool, but you know that didn't happen. And speaking of Tai Lung, so Kung Fu Panda 4 would have become the Spider-Man No Way Home of the Kung Fu Panda franchise, where you literally got the same original villains from the first three movies back to this. I mean, it's honestly sad that Tai Lung is the only one that actually has speaking voices, like they actually brought back Ian McShane. But the saddest thing is, he doesn't even get that much screen time, if I'm being honest. Like, unfortunately, I gotta do... Okay, had to go. Amazing stream. Have a great time chatting with y'all. Well, at least you stick around for the last Dreamworks movies we're gonna talk about. But yeah, Tai Lung was cool, even though I will admit, like, his sense of humor was probably a little bit off character, if I'm being honest with you. Like, even when he's being a bit too jokey with Pose, like, alright, I guess Tai Lung has some of a change of heart. Like, he did have a cool action sequence when he's facing, like, the Chameleon's, like, goons, basically his henchmen. But I kind of wish, like, if you are going to bring back Tai Lung, why not just bring him, like, as an active villain, or maybe, like, a side villain to the Chameleon, instead of just giving him only, like, 3 minutes of screen time. I mean, Ian McShane sounds great, just like he did in the original movie, but then, once when you, like, the Chameleon take over Lord Shen and Kai, you just wasted those guys. One, they didn't have voices, and like what Giver said, Poe's dad, Li Shane, saying like, oh yeah, Shen, take down the chameleon, even though that's the same guy that killed your wife, sir. It's like, bro, like, in my opinion, it's like, what? Let me guess, they don't have the budget to bring back Gary Oldman and Kai? Like, if you're not going to use Shen and Kai, then just don't use them at all. And if you are going to use Tai Lung, just give Tai Lung more justice like what he did in the original film. Like, once again, it's cool to see him, but I just feel like it's just for, hey, nostalgia big, remember this villain? But then, let's talk about Poe's arc. So you're telling me that he just finally has become a chi master when he got the staff from Kung Fu Panda 3, but now she was like, oh yeah, you gotta retire just because there's gotta be a new Dragon War. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, for the third movie, it's like, oh man, that just doesn't make sense. I actually want to see the series wrapped up. Yeah, because we're not done. We have 4 movies left. But yeah, it just sucks that, wait, Poe has to retire already? And even though I did like Mr. Beast's cameos, like a pig named, what was the pig's name again? Big, yeah. I just honestly thought that was pretty funny, but still, I just think that was like so random that Shifu needs like other Dragon Warrior contestants, and then you got Screaming Go, because you know, it's an anime movie, you just gotta repeat that trope. But now we get to the Chameleon, man. Like, the fact that the worst thing about this Chameleon is you have another talented actress or a talented actor named Viola Davis, but her motives are pretty stupid if you think about it. So you're telling me that the reason why she doesn't become accepted by the great Kung Fu masters just because she was small. Isn't Mantis small and yet part of the Furious Five? That makes no logical sense. And then once when the Chameleon just put one of the masters down, turns out she didn't kill them just like what Shen does or Tai Lung does. They just fall down to the stairs. I'm like, alright, well that happened. And then here's the most controversial one of them all. We got Aquafina as Zhen, I think that's her name, not to be confused with Lord Shen and Zhen. I don't know, just Aquafina Fox. I'm just going to call her that. So Aquafina Fox is basically trolling with Poe, trying to keep inner peace just like what he had in the original movies. And then she's messing with the artifacts that Poe messed with the first movie. And basically, in other words, Poe decided to meet a new rival that happens to be a new friend. And then once when they go to the village, crazy shenanigans happens. And then when they get to the palace, that's where there's a funny subplot where both of Poe's dads, both Ping and Li Sheng, are trying to catch up with their son, which I honestly thought that was kind of funny in a way. But either way, the one thing I will give Kung Fu Panda 4 a column is, like, even during the whole palace sequence where Aquafina Fox is basically being like a vigilante in the area, even though it's cool that they brought back Hans Zimmer to do the score, I like that Hans Zimmer brings like a Chinese cover of going off the rails on a crazy train, but it's like with the Chinese flutes. The Chameleon was wasted potential. Like, she could have been a good villain. Like, yeah, and one, her arc was wasted. The only cool thing about Chameleon was her powers, but outside the powers, she was such a generic villain compared to, like, the previous villains that she even bring back our favorite Kung Fu Panda villains and just give them, like, very dirty, man. And even though Poe and Shen, obviously they have, like, a solid chemistry as friends, especially with Jack Black and Aquafina in real life, but I will admit, at least Shen is not like one of those stereotypical annoying Aquafina characters where she basically talks like this and just make a big talk of it. Like, she still does scream in a way, but it's not like at the point where she's super annoying like this, like what Aquafina would do. So please do not cast that woman for Amy Rose or Sonic 4. Everyone will be so upset. So I think she's fine in this movie, but at the exact same time, I just think it would be just a good idea, like, in other ways, just to, like, you know, move things on, just to, like, have the Furious 5 be part of the action, because I was like, wait, if the Furious 5 is not in this movie, does that mean we're going to get a Furious 5 spin-off, just like you did with Puss in Boots, along with the Penguins of Madagascar? But yeah, but like what I said before, every Kung Fu Panda final act still hits, like, even when Poe's facing the Chameleon, different, like, villains that he faced was pretty cool, especially when she becomes, like, this giant reptilia Godzilla creature was pretty nice, where Poe and Zhen teams up, including, I can't say the actor's name, Ki Huang Quan, who plays this armadillo character. Then you got these random super violent bugs where he goes, violence makes our tummy tingle, and then you got all of the Chameleons, like gang members, and you got, like, the one only fart joke where Poe basically just farts away. And the one thing that kind of sucks about Zhen is the fact that it goes to the betrayal where she has to work with a villain, pretty much like Kitty Softpaws in a way. But it's cool that she kind of had a change of heart in a way, and I like when Poe reunited with both his dad, it goes to, like, the thematic theme for what makes the previous Kung Fu Panda movies work. Like, the first movie is all about finding your purpose in life, but also, like, finding, like, your inner strength, but also, like, second movie is, like, your inner peace. Third movie is, like, have to embrace to, like, have the love from everyone else. Fourth movie is all about accepting changes and Ping and Li Shane just motivated Poe just to do that. But the one thing I just didn't like about Awkwafina's character, Jen, is the fact that, oh, so technically she's the new Dragon Warrior, where I almost would have assumed she would be like a Mary Sue type of character, just because of her quote-unquote backstory that happened. So it kind of sucks that all the villains had to go away. And even when Tai Lung was like, until we meet again, Dragon Warrior. So I'm like, wait, so I'm guessing after the fight, Tai Lung honestly respects Poe now? I mean, I'm not saying that's like a bad thing. So I'm like, oh, despite Poe defeating you, I guess you're actually cool with him. Once when Poe and Tai Lung had a small little interaction. Which I'm going to be honest with you, I wish that Tai Lung was in the film and maybe Poe would have like redeemed himself. And it would have been nice to have that rematch with Shifu and Tai Lung. But they decided to not do that because they just locked Shifu up in the cage, and then Shifu still gets annoyed by Poe. So I feel like Shifu was done dirty, but at least Poe's dads, Li Shan and Peng, just got things to do. And like I said, the Hit Me Baby One More Time thing, that's the only thing that saves me from calling this movie quote-unquote bad, but it is disappointing. So if I had to rate Kung Fu Panda 4, I don't know, chat, what do you guys think? Do you think a low C tier or a D tier? Because I think Kung Fu Panda 4, I honestly would watch it over the Trolls movies, but I guess a C tier will be fine because it's not a bad movie, but it has so much potential. But I think it's far more better than the Trolls movies by comparison. But you know, it's not anything like too special or too great. You know. As a matter of fact, you want me to put the Trolls movies on D tiers, so then people are more happy with the ranking? Yeah, we'll just do that instead. But yeah, thoughts on Wild Robot and Dogman, guys, so I can just speed ramble to those movies.
Again, haven't seen the rest of these movies.
Alright, so I'm just going to speed ramble.
Neither have I. No word.
I'm going to speed ramble all three of these movies, and yes, I'm going to speed ramble the Dragon's Remake, because for the Dragon's Remake, I don't need to say much about the story, because it's the same original movie. So, allow it to me, guys, and then we'll just wrap up the stream, which we've hit the 5-hour mark, and now it's just like a bit longer than the first one. But yeah, now we're going to get to that, since I can see that on your profile, Noah. I love The Wild Robot, brought back my memory when I read the 2 books at the time. Was, in my opinion, the best animated film of 2024. Has a great soundtrack and elevated the emotional scenes higher. I mean, yeah, it's directed by Chris Sanders, who gave us Lilo and Stitch, How to Train Your Dragon, and, what was it? Croods? Yeah, the Croods as well. So, Wild Robot caught me by surprise. Surprisingly, a much better movie than Kung Fu Panda 4 by comparison. The art style is really great, just like what Puss The Last Wish is. And you got like a lot of A-list cast. Like you got Lupita Nyong'o as the main robot. You got Mark Hamill as a bear. You got Pedro Pascal as a fox for some reason. Yeah, Lupita Nyong'o voiced the robot named Roz. And yeah, pretty much a lot of famous actors were like a part of it. So it's one of those movies that basically is based like on a book for some reason. And it's one of those like faithfully adapted book adaptations. And I can tell this movie is 100% inspired by a bunch of Studio Ghibli films, which I say that's good for like the visual sequences. And surprisingly, this movie was so successful enough that it's getting a sequel. And this movie's nominated for the Kids' Choice Award, so who knows? We'll find out tomorrow. Will The Wild Robot win a Kids' Choice Award for Best Animated Movie or not? And yeah, this is a movie that, even though it's not as action-packed as Transformers 1, but the way how Roz moves the robots and how the way the animals look and even the emotions as well, I really like this film. It kind of reminds me of other Dreamworks movies but smashed together. I would say it's a much more heartfelt version of Over the Hedge, but just honestly a much better version than Over the Hedge. So, in my personal opinion, I don't think it's better than Puss The Last Wish in my opinion, but I still think it is a good movie. So I like the fact that you got this robot named Roz, who's basically just a monster being frightened by the animals, but she's trying her best just to connect with these animals. Like whenever these animals are being threatened by lightning and basically a bear that's trying to eat a goose. And yeah, even the emotional mode where she's trying to raise like this small little goose, which is kind of like a metaphor for when it comes to like parenthood in a way. And I never cried for this movie, but I can understand why would they have like a heartfelt emotion over this, of how this robot just bonds with a little small goose, and then it just meets up with the fox and then try to protect this little goose from hibernation. And then when the other robots are trying to like take over Roz in a way, and then when they try to like convince the goose just to go to migrate, and then when the thunderstorm just forces us to the universal dynamics is where the robots were like going after them. The long neck animal decides to sacrifice himself so Bright Bill can lead themselves to safety. Roz and Fink save the animals during a severe snowstorm, but before Roz's powers were down, spring arrives, Roz reawakens to find the animals to have the truce and the Bright Bill returning, hailed as a hero. But then after the Universal Dynamics dropship, I like the fact they're called Universal since it's the studio that distributes Dreamworks. I like the fact that Roz flees fleeing pursued the RCO robots dispatched by their company. The animals band together, but then Vontra denies the RCS into pace to catch a Roz standing a forest fire, which honestly looks really good in the fire. And basically the visuals look pretty intense in that. Roz decided to return to the Universal Dynamics to protect the island from future attacks, but promises to return, and the animals have a heartfelt hug. And Roz works at another greenhouse, maintaining her memories, while all the other animals just embrace each other and just visit. So, overall, pretty wholesome movie. Has really great storytelling, good emotion. So, I wouldn't say it's like as top tier when it comes to other movies. I would say like a high A tier for now. That's where I would just personally would rank it. A tier. But now we get to freaking Dog Man. The best thing about that movie is Young Gravy's song, Super Fly, Super Good, shoulda tula, know I would, Super Fly, Super Good. By the way, I did not know who Young Gravy was, but once when he did that song of, so good, I got you. So yeah, similar like Captain Underpants, since you know it's the same author that made the Dog Man books, which I will be honest, I've read the Captain Underpants books, but I've never read the Dog Man books. I'm like, are they connected in the same universe? So that's what I was thinking. So I will say this, Dogman is not like as great as Captain Underpants, but I would say it's like a low B tier movie if I'm being honest with you, because at least the animation's nice and fluid, and even though this movie's more targeted for like, you know, younger viewers, but it still has like some adult themes when it comes to like parenthood in a way of how the way George and Harold had a cameo in this. Yeah, that is very true. So that means they're like part of the canon, and a part of me is like, how can a movie with a lead character that doesn't even talk decide to sell? Like, you got Isla Fisher as the news reporter. You got I forgot what's the dude's name, the guy who voiced the cop. And I think the best takeaway for Dogman is Petey, who's basically voiced by Pete Davidson. So I'm like, funny because his name is Pete. He's voicing Petey, and then he tries to clone himself and just make a little small cat, but then he has to have a heart just to like not train his little smaller version of himself to just become a lot more evil than him, and clone the evil fish that's voiced by Ricky Gervais. Like, obviously it's wacky and zany like what you expect from Captain Underpants, but also another one of those Dreamworks movies that's like adapted well to the book. So I'll say this, it's not as funny or as, you know, amusing as Captain Underpants, so I would say Dogman's pretty decent. So I would say a low B tier. I would say like it's neck and neck with Captain Underpants. So now, let me just read this one chat before we have one more movie to wrap up with, and then we're done with the stream. And how long is the stream going just to wrap up with the Dragons remake? Yeah, 5.5 hours. I say for the last 9-ish minutes, we'll say what I have to say, and then we'll go through it. So let me just read this. Like Captain Underpants, I appreciate the source material that they're doing. Faithful to the source material. Pete Davidson was good as Petey. Yeah, I'd definitely say he was like the best addition to the movie. Looks like a love letter to Dogman fans. You know, like I said, I've never read the books like Captain Underpants, but I can understand why people appreciate this movie so much. So that's why I say Dogman is like neck and neck with Captain Underpants. So yeah, Gabriel Lesser said they never saw the Dragons remake, so I'm not going to say much because, one, I made a whole 3-minute short review about this How to Train Your Dragon live-action remake, and even though it's not animated, but, you know, pretty much this remake is the main reason why I wanted to do this tier list stream, but also rewatch all these Dreamworks movies in general. I start off with the original Dragons first, but now we just go on to the remake. So, I saw the remake literally almost a week ago on Father's Day, so I knew what I was expecting. I knew it was going to be the exact same movie, beat for beat, but at the exact same time, like what you expect from a live-action remake, just some itty-bitty changes, some little bit of new additions, so it's not 100% movie, but it is 90% the same movie. But does that make it a bad remake? In my personal opinion, it's honestly the best live-action remake that not even Disney could capitalize on, and here's why. I mean, even comparing it to the Lion King 2019 remake by saying, oh, it's just the same movie, but except the animals are not expressive and they can't emote. So yeah, basically this remake is basically for what Lion King 2019 should have been, where obviously, yes, you gotta pay respect to the nostalgic moments that you remember from the original, but then you gotta make some new changes. Also make a more realistic approach, make the animals a bit more expressive. And even though I would say this remake is not necessarily needed, and I will say it's not, like, it's a good remake, but definitely it's not as great as the first 3 movies. Like, I definitely would prefer the third movie over the remake, because, you know, and kind of like desaturated in the way. So I watched the remake on Wednesday, thought it was decent, certainly better than the horrible live-action remakes. Like, yes, it is way better than the Lilo and Stitch remake by comparison. Funny because the original Lilo and Stitch and the original How to Train Your Dragon are both directed by Chris Sanders and Dean DuBois, except, Chris Sanders came back to voice Stitch for the Stitch remake, and then Dean DuBois directed the Dragons remake. So the live-action Dragons remake feels incredible to the source material. The CGI was great. Yeah, I will admit, like, even though I'm always going to prefer the original animated version, but the CGI, especially on Toothless in particular, looks great. So faithful to the source material, and just an amazing cinematic experience. And the main reason why I watched this movie again, because, look, I watched the original film when I was like 8 years old back in 2010, and then 15 years later I'm watching this movie with my dad, and my dad never saw the original film, so I feel like this remake is the best way to like reintroduce the franchise. Like, obviously this remake exists for three things. Number one, capitalize our nostalgia of the original movie. Number two, reintroduce new fans, a new generation to How to Train Your Dragon, and maybe someone like your couch, like maybe someone like your parents have never seen the original, but they don't like animated films because they're like, yeah, animated films are for babies. Like, I mean, you can tell for Dreamworks. You can tell there's some movies that are directed for kids, but then you got the original Dragons films, Puss in Boots, Fu Panda, that's like not directly for kids because they have like very adult-centric topics of that. When I watched the Lion King remake, I literally walked out the theater 20 minutes in. Yeah, that's pretty funny in a way. I was born when the original movie came out. Well, congratulations, you're now the same age as when the remake's out. I saw, like, here's the thing. I saw all 4 Dragons movies in theaters. I seen the original when I was 8. I seen the second one in 2014 when I was, like, 12. I saw the third one when I was 17. So, basically, the 2010s era is, like, I grew up with the original trilogy when it comes to, like, yeah, it represents my childhood teen years. And now with the remake, I'm a young adult now. And with the first movie, I had my first dog, Tango, and now in the remake, I got Roxy. So, I will say this. Even though, once again, I expected the same moments to happen, but once when it gets to that iconic Forbidden Friendship moment, despite it's the same music, the same scene shot by shot, I still get emotional feels out of it. And no surprise, just like the original movie, the best scene is the test drive scene. The only downgrade is they just silent the screaming and just only do when Toothless and live-action Hiccup were like falling down. But other than that, it was still good. Speaking of the cast, Mason Thames was honestly a great casting choice for Hiccup, man. Like, I can tell he's not doing his best Jay Baruchel voice where he goes, da-da-da, we're dad. Like, you can tell, like, he is inspired by the role, but at the exact same time, he's kind of, like, making his role his own. Like, I will be honest with you, Mason Thames kind of gives you, like, this Tom Holland vibe. Like, even when he screams, like, Chi-Chi, stop! And I'm like, bro, I feel like if Mason Thames didn't get cast for the role, I feel like Tom Holland would have got the role maybe in an alternative universe. Like, even Mason made a joke by saying, like, yeah, Tom Holland would have easily got my role, because he does give me, like, Tom Holland vibes when he plays it. But either way, despite there's some things that he does lack from the original Hiccup, where he does the scene where he starts mocking his dad by saying, you got me the wrong offspring, he's here. I was disappointed by saying, aw, man, he didn't say that in the remake. Or another line, which was iconic in the original film, he did say, I'm a Viking, which that line was in the trailer, but it was not in the remake. I'm like, come on, man, why does Universal have to bait and switch us when it comes to that? But other than that, his acting scenes with Gerard Butler, which obviously, who voiced Stoic in the original film, like, he was great voicing the character, but he was great playing the character in live action. Like, you could see and feel the Viking vibes from him, and even, like, despite it's just him saying the same dialogue again from the original film, which the Disney remakes has a habit of that, where they got James Earl Jones, who voiced Mufasa, and let him say the exact same lines for the original film. Same goes for Chris Sanders, where he voiced Stitch again, the Stitch remake, say the exact same lines, because, you know, it's a remake of the original, and we want to hear the same actor who plays this character, but in the 2020s era. So, that's what it is. Lion King or How to Train Your Dragon remake. Easily the Dragons remake is way better than the Lion King remake. So, yeah, I think Gerard Butler was also great. I feel like Mason Thames and Gerard Butler were like the best standouts. But then when we get to Astrid, I will be honest with you guys, I was kind of mixed on Nico Parker's Astrid. I think she is a great actress, don't get me wrong. And funny enough, her first movie was the live-action Dumbo remake from Disney, and now she's in the Dragons remake. So aside from the hair, because, you know, she's a different skin color, she's a mixed race. So I kind of wish she was blonde like the original, because I think Nico Parker is cute, but I don't think she's like hot like the original Astrid, you know what I mean? And even though she is stern and basically, you know, mature and more of a rebel, just like what the original Astrid is, because that's how she is for Hiccup. But I will be honest, she was kind of being a bit too much of a girl boss, if I'm being honest with you, where she's like, oh yeah, once I take the child, I'm just gonna be the chief of like this whole island of birds. It's like, no. You're basically rehashing the same flaws of Jasmine in the Aladdin remake, where she wants to be ruler of the world. It's like, bro, I'm not trying to be sexist, but it's like, come on, Astrid, you're not built for that. Let the Peter Parker Viking just take over, man. But then later on, when it gets to the movie, I feel like Nico Parker's Astrid lack expression compared to the original Astrid. Like, if you compare the original movie and the remake, where it comes to the same lines, where Astrid was so upset, where Hiccup's like trying to like hide secrets from her, where she's like, and that's for all the lies. But then Nico's take is like, and that's for all the lies. Like, girl, you sound like an emo chick from the MTV show or something. So I feel like she could have like maybe expressed and emote a bit more. But then when you get to the romantic flight scene, just like the original film, that's where she slowly but surely acts like the same Astrid that you know and like from the original film, even though I still would prefer the original Hiccup and Astrid relationship. But I will say this one is decent, which I understand why people are shipping Mason Thames and Nico Parker so hard in real life, just like how the fan base ships Hiccup and Astrid just like the original. So the first half of Astrid, didn't like her that much, but in the second half I'm like, alright, she's actually at least saw like the original Astrid, and she's serviceable. I feel like the kid who played Russell from Deadpool 2, yeah, the dude who plays Russell from Deadpool 2 is played Fish Legs. I feel like he was the most spot on, where he's like super nerdy, where I feel like he's like the same character, kind of like what McLovin did to Fish Legs. But they changed some lines of dialogue where he's like, in the original Fish Legs, like, I've read the book like 7 times, and then the remake is like, I've read the book like 100 times, but he has like a more New Zealand accent to it. The only characters that I'm surprised they put a bit more in depth with Snoutloud, who's originally played by Jonah Hill's character. In the remake, he surprisingly has a dad, and I feel like they did that on purpose, so then we have Hiccup's bully slash rival, the Flash Thompson archetype to relate to, because yeah, in the original film, we never get to know much about the other Vikings' parents. Like, Astrid is still, like, somewhat of an orphan, I think, which they never clarified that in the remake or the original. But Snoutloud has a dad that he's trying to impress, but then dad's not interested until he sees the fire dragon. I think he's alright, but he doesn't have, like, the comedy as Jonah Hill. Tough Nut, Rough Nuts, I'm sorry, y'all. They weren't as funny as the original. That I hate saying this. It kind of makes me miss Kristen Wiig and TJ Miller's take. I feel like the remake, the comedy is not as funny as the original movie. I say the only funny parts was definitely Stoic, whenever he's trying to like mess around with Hiccup, that even my dad thought was funny. So I think Stoic what obviously brings the most laugh, and even sometimes Toothless as well. And yeah, Toothless, pretty much the same like the original film. The design is great. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And pretty much you got the exact same shots with Toothless and Hiccup, where, yeah, he's basically half dog, half cat, half panther, half salamander, yada yada yada. So other than that, I like the change that Stoic has. Like, why are there other different diverse remakes when it comes to like the Vikings? Like, why they're like different mixed color race of Vikings, because they actually travel around the world when it comes to Island of Berg. So I'm like, alright, makes sense why Astrid and Fish Legs are not Caucasian, but they are. But as for the other dragons, so outside of Toothless, I mean, obviously the other dragons has a more realistic approach to them, and I think the director of the film says they're trying to like make more focus of like how the animals that they're based on. Like Stormfly reminds me of a chicken and a velociraptor from Jurassic Park. Like, since this is made by Universal, so yeah, same studio that gives you the Jurassic World movies. So Stormfly acts like a chicken. Meatlug, the Grunkle one, is probably the ugliest one of them all. Like, she does not look as cute as the original, but you can tell she's kind of like a bulldog mixed with a dragonfly. The Zippleback was really cool in live action, where you got like, you know, they're kind of like snake heads, and then I think Hookfang, the firing dragon, is kind of like a mix between a crocodile and a bat, which I honestly think that was cool. And there's one scene that they cut from the original, but I said the director did for a purpose, where Toothless and Hiccup sees the baby terrible terror dragons, and they decided to cut that because like the whole moral of Hiccup's like, oh, what we learned about them is wrong. I think Mason Thames' acting is really good when it comes back. That's definitely a hot take. Bro, why would you prefer the Lilo and Stitch remake over How to Train Your Dragon? Because it's not like Hiccup left Toothless for college. What's the meaning of Ohio means family? More Ohio means nothing. So I think Dragons is easily a much better remake than Lilo and Stitch. Because I will say this, because even though Dragons remake is not totally original, but at least as a remake, it's at least, you know, tries its best to be as respectful to its source material, because, you know, it's the same director. But like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And then when we get to the final act, where we get to the Eye Dragon, I will admit, the pacing does feel like a bit too fast compared to the original. Like, there's no time to slow down a bit. And until we get to the final battle, is pretty much the same like what you expect from the remake, where Stoic saves Toothless life. And the biggest change they've done in the remake is where Snoutloud's dad is proud of him, Astrid gets out of Stormfly and knocks down the teeth, which I do like that change. And even Stoic being upset at Astrid one time where she's being like, you know, trying to protect and defend Hiccup after like Hiccup and Toothless makes friends. And even Stoic is like, yo, you could have been like my future daughter-in-law. But yeah, they did jump a journey in that remake, so that's why it's like, no, Dragons is better. But even though the final act, still the same final battle as always, but still, I still think the action sequences were pretty cool in CGI, where the giant Alpha Red Death just flies up in the air, and the Toothless does the exact same tricks. And then I like the small change that they did where Astrid just puts her shoulder next to Stoic to show like how close they were. And then just like the original, Hiccup and Toothless save each other's lives. And then like the original, Hiccup lost his leg and they play the same track. And I still get tears by saying, I know it's the same movie in live action, but I still get tears every time where Hiccup and Toothless literally just like lost a tail and lost a leg. Anyway, let me just read this. Outside of Stitch, the CGI for Lilo Stitch was either okay or terrible. Yeah, the CGI for Dragons, like, at least Dragons put their effort on the CGI, where for Lilo Stitch, like, Stitch himself was the only good thing aside from the female councilwoman from the movie, but Jumbo Peakley looked horrifying in that. So at least Dragons was better. So yeah, I will admit, the ending, it kind of sucks that there's not that much Vikings around Hiccup, Astrid, and Gobber. And yeah, I forgot to talk about Gobber. So I think Nick Frost is a solid casting choice for Gobber. I think he has the looks of the character, but I just don't think he has the same charisma or comedy like what Craig Ferguson did for the animated Gobber. So I think he's a decent Gobber, but not as funny as the original animated one. So, like I said, I feel like Mason Thames and Gerard Butler were the true stand-up performances, to me at least, to Hiccup and Stoic. So, and then they get us to the iconic moment where, you know, they fly around to the air. They give us the John Powell score. But I will say this, like during the moment where they get to the end credits, I was expecting like maybe a cover of the song of na 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 Sticks and Stones from the original animated movie. But you know, they just skip to live action segments. But yeah, the live action shot pieces from Norway to Scotland looks really good to look at on a cinematography standpoint. And I almost forgot, the cinematography is like it's shot by the same guy who did the cinematography work for Spider-Man 2, Spider-Man 3, The Matrix, and Shang-Chi, so no wonder the camera shots look pretty cool. So, yeah, I will say this, I think as a movie as itself, it's pretty solid. Like, I will say this, like, once again, the remake is not necessary, it's not really needed, but however, if this, like, when it comes to this hot take, if the original animated How to Train Your Dragon movies didn't exist, and this was, like, the first film adaptation of How to Train Your Dragon, I would call this a pretty damn good movie. But, you know, since the original exists, you know, the original has the much better comedy, the much better wits, and, you know, when it comes to animation, you have, like, more creative freedom with the visuals. So I would say the remake is probably, probably like a high B tier, if I'm being honest with you. So I would say high B tier for the Dragons remake, and yeah, here we go, guys. Here we go. 5.5 hours of this live stream, and we did it. We finally completed part 1 and part 2 of our Dragons tier list stream. So before I let Gabriel and Lester speak for themselves, let's go back to our S tier from our lower tiers. S tier is How to Train Your Dragon 2, the original How to Train Your Dragon, Kung Fu Panda 2, Kung Fu Panda 1, Shrek 2, Shrek 1, Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, Prince of Egypt. Coming up is A tier, Megamind, Madagascar 2, Madagascar 1, Wild Robot, Puss in Boots 1, El Dorado, Over the Hedge, and B tier. It's so funny that we got a lot of B tier movies for Dreamworks, but at the exact same time, that kind of like explains like, okay, the studio's most likely a B tier film, but here it is. So we got How to Train Your Dragon 3, The Dragons Remake, Kung Fu Panda 3, Shrek 4, Madagascar 3, Spirit, Monster vs. Aliens, Croods, Croods 2, A New Age, Bad Guys, Penguins of Madagascar, Flushed Away, Rise of the Guardians, Cats in Underpants, Dogman, and Shark Tale. Excuse me, I almost throw up with my fruit punch. C tier, Orion the Dark, Sinbad, Walls of Gromit, B-Movie, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, Turbo, Abominable, Shrek the Third, Kung Fu Panda 4, and then to the D tier, we got the Trolls movies, Trolls 1 and 2, Ants, Home, Boss Baby 2, Boss Baby 1, for F tier, Spirit 2, Trolls 3, and then for the 3 movies that we haven't seen is Chicken Run, Joseph, and this random Ruben Gillian, whatever the mermaid movie is. So overall, chats, what do you guys think of our tier list? You can let us know in the chat or the comments below. And yeah, thank you for joining in for part 2. Gabriel Lesnar, take it away with your send-offs.
All right, so everyone, thanks for watching the part 2 stream. We got it on quick, and while we did ramble on some things about our favorite and least favorite DreamWorks movies, y'all sat through and watched it, so thank you. Subscribe. Good
Yeah,
night.
almost to 9K subscribers. Make it happen. But yeah, that's all for Lesnar. Gabriel, you take it away with your sign-off, man, because we're about to wrap this up soon. Gabriel?
All right,
Yeah.
guys. Thank you all for joining the stream. This part and the last part, if you were there before.
Mhm.
But thanks for watching, for listening to our rambles for these combined 10 hours. And hope you like our list. And if not, we would like to
We'll
hear
hug
your
you down.
opinions, hear your rankings for these movies, and just let us know. Let us know in the comments. If you haven't already, subscribe to Daniel and his channel. Show him some love. Get him to
9K
10K
subscribers, y'all.
soon. Road
We're
to
halfway
10K.
there. Not halfway there to 9K subs.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night, good day, good evening, whatever time it is for you. God bless. We'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, July 2025, the next announcement for our next stream. So, as I check to the poll, guys, yes, I've checked your comments at Sony Pictures Animated, and first of all, I've thought about it, but you can also thank Lesnar by saying, hey, we should do a ranking of the Sony Pictures Animated films. But you want to know what's awesome about that? We don't have to do a part 1 or part 2. We could just do the exact same thing, but no split the 2 parts, because Sony's movies are not as long as DreamWorks or Pixar's. So yeah, we'll do that at some point later next month. We'll see what we'll think about. Bring Gabriel, Lesnar, and Dwayne when it comes to that. So yeah, other than that, guys, for 5.5 hours of the stream, for those that stick around for the live stream, hopefully we get to 9K subs. Thank you guys so much for watching. See you back for the live streams, shorts, videos, whatever the heck I'm posting in. I'll definitely see you guys in the next video. Take care now. Bye-bye then. Da-da-da! Ah!
Bye.
Like Bob, oh, oh.